The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with White and Mackay, where wit, wisdom and experience still make occasional last-minute appearances. Smoothly does it.
LinkedIn is pretty great at a lot of things, like helping you tap into your field's latest industry trends and insights. We can't stop your colleague from tapping her pencil. LinkedIn can help you find new jobs that align with your career goals. We cannot help find the source of that weird smell in the office fridge. Ew. And while we can't stop your colleagues from bringing their hobbies into the office, LinkedIn can help bring your career to the next level. LinkedIn is the network that works for you.
A Rayo original podcast.
Hello, I'm Pete Wicks and my podcast Man Made is back for Series 2. I'm sitting down with more of my mates and famous faces to talk modern masculinity, who we are, who we want to be and how we get there.
Am I enough as any of these things? Am I any good at these things?
Anger takes the place, I think, for men.
Listen to Pete Wicks' Man Made now. New episodes every Wednesday on the Rayo app, Apple, Spotify, Amazon Music or wherever you get your podcasts.
You can't do much in under 5 minutes. Boil an egg? Sure. Cook a roast dinner? No chance. But comparing car insurance prices with mustard.co.uk? Easy. See what you could save in just a few minutes. Click mustard.co.uk. Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. See website for details.
1954-55. Rock and roll on the jukebox. And this on the wireless.
This is a dark day for the old firm.
Probably.
Both of them walking away with nothing.
1954-55 was the last season where Celtic and Rangers failed to win a trophy.
We pay 2 and 6 to watch this rubbish.
70 years of silverware supremacy is on the line.
Yusuf Shamiti, unbelievable overhead kick.
Celtic in control of the Yang solo effort.
The Scottish Cup quarter-final.
What a win for Danny Rowe.
It's like Martin O'Neill has never been away.
A guaranteed winner.
The game had turned on its head.
And a guaranteed loser.
Mikey Moore taking on defenders for fun.
Benjamin Negron got his 18th of the season.
Rangers versus Celtic. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Good afternoon and welcome to Clyde One Super Scoreboard as Rangers and Celtic do it all over again, this time in the Scottish Cup. 7 days on from that game of two halves, it's back to Ibrox for the rematch. What impact does the 2-2 draw have? Does today have any bearing on the title race? And who will go through to the Scottish Cup semi-finals? All questions to be answered in the next couple of hours in the company of Dalziel, Cammy Bell and Hugh Keevins.
I've never heard an Old Firm manager 2 days before an Old Firm cup tie say that his team were miles away from winning anything. Martin O'Neill said that on Friday about his side, and today's team reflects the seriousness of his situation. I'll let Gabs fill you in on the fine detail, but the team reflects awful transfer windows which have left Martin O'Neill with a threadbare squad going to Ibrox, and today he might get his trophyless season, because if Celtic lose, it's Hearts' league title to lose. The League Cup has already gone to St Mirren, and this is Celtic's last hope of a trophy today. But they're meeting a Rangers side who are still annoyed by losing a 2-goal lead against Celtic last weekend. So on the pitch, you have angry men and desperate men, and the desperate men are the visitors.
I'm looking forward to it, Gordon. Only last week we were sitting here watching a terrific game, 4 goals, bags of excitement. We'll certainly take more of that today, and I think it will be another exciting game. I think it will be tight. Could it go all the way? We don't know. Hugh's touching on the team selection. That's got to be really interesting this afternoon. But once again, I am looking forward to a terrific atmosphere. Celtic supporters back in behind the goal. I think it makes such a difference to the atmosphere for the players and for obviously the game as well. So plenty of action ahead.
Yeah, fascinated what's going to be ahead of us this afternoon. Really looking forward to the game. Last week was a little taster of a game of two halves. I think it's going to be very, very tight today, but I'm absolutely looking forward to it.
Let's kick off with the team news, because it is interesting across the board for both teams. Scott Allan is there alongside Gabriel Antoniazzi.
Yes, Gordon, let's just get straight into it. Huge news on both sides. Rangers make 2 changes to the team they picked here last Sunday. With Diomande and Giga in, Chukwumani and Suter are out. A huge call to drop the Scotland international. He came in for some criticism last weekend for his performance at centre-half. So the team is as follows. Jack Butland in goal. A back four of Dujon Sterling, Nasser Giga, Manuel Fernandes and Tuel Romans. Nico Raska and Mohamed Diomande will sit in front of them, with Mikey Moore, Andreas Skov-Olsen out wide. Ryan Nadiri and Yusuf Chimiti play through the middle. The substitutes: Kelly, Magoma, Suter, Tavernier, Asgard by Rami, Gassama, Chukwuani and Miovski. Thought that was big. There's even bigger news coming out of the away dressing room, Gordon. There is no Callum McGregor. He is not in the squad altogether. No word of injury in Martin O'Neill's pre-match press conference on Friday. We wait to hear from him before kick-off. But that is a massive blow. How many of these games has McGregor missed in the past decade? And it's not just McGregor missing. Kieran Tierney is not deemed fit enough after taking a sore one on Wednesday night in Aberdeen. Thomas Schwanchera is the other change from Pittodrie, so it's 3 in total. Austin Trusty is back in from his suspension. A match winner Benjamin Negron comes into the side as well, as does Dalziel Maeda. There is still no place in the squad for Kasper Schmeichel, whose illness seems to be lingering on. So the team is as follows. So Yami Sinisalo in goal. It'll be Julian Araujo at right back, Arthur and Austin Trusty at centre-half. Looks like Liam Scales will be pushed out to left-back, and he is the captain here at Ibrox today. At the midfield 3, Benjamin Negron, Reo Hatate and Luke McCowan. Yang and Sebastian Tunetti on the wings. Dalziel Maeda plays through the middle. The substitutes: Duhan, Schwanchera, Oxlade Chamberlain, Bernardo, Mduka, Sirachi, Murray, Forrest and Donovan. Scott Allan, starting with Celtic. No Callum McGregor. How big is that?
It's huge. Gabby never misses any game, never mind a Scottish Cup quarter-final away at Ibrox against your fiercest rival, so it'll really be interesting to see how that midfield 3 works. So last week in the second half we've seen him and Hatate really linking up well and rotating in that middle of the park, so that'll be interesting to see how that looks. Another side looking at like Giga coming in for Suter. I think that's tactical. I think they're obviously worried about Maeda's pace in behind Giga. Athletically probably gives you more than Suter in that department, so it's all we play for. But huge news, Callum McGregor not starting.
Yeah, absolutely massive, Gordon. The referee is Don Robertson, the VAR Andrew Dallas, and kick-off about 50 minutes away.
Yeah, let's go for the sort of unexpected team news first, if you like, Hugh. Certain things we knew, certain things we thought might happen, but clearly out of the blue, clearly an issue with Callum McGregor. The guys have summed it up perfectly. Callum McGregor plays against Auchinleck Talbot. He plays against Stuttgart when the tie is already gone. He plays all the time. So to be missing today is huge.
He's the inspiration. He's the heartbeat of the side. When all is lost, McGregor pulls something out of the hat for Celtic. Tierney has also become a goal threat. He scored at Ibrox last weekend. He scored at Pittodrie in midweek. And you take those 2 out of the side. If Danny Rule fails to beat that Celtic team, he is in big trouble.
Because look, there's been a lot of debate this season, maybe just a symptom of what Celtic are going through rather than a cause, but people can decide for themselves about Callum McGregor not being at top form or slowing down or the legs going or whatever phrase you hear. That doesn't mean it's not a big shock and a big blow to Celtic for not to be in the team today, Gordon.
Yeah, it's massive. I think Celtic have lost 3 big experienced players today. I know Schmeichel probably wouldn't have played, but the experience of the goalkeeper, Tierney, very experienced in these games, and Hugh touches on he's in good goal scoring form just now. And then obviously your captain, your leader McGregor, that plays most games and plays every game he's fit. So that's a massive loss to him, but it gives you opportunity. I'm interested to see how Arthur does in the centre of defence. I watched him the other night there, Gordon. I thought he looked calm and composed and he looked the real deal. But this will be played at a different pace this afternoon.
Just on Callum McGregor first, Cammy, before we get to the rest, because there are a few other talking points, but it's just, like I said, it would be big anyway. It would have been big if we had known this, if we had known this week that he was injured, but we didn't. A proper old-fashioned surprise when the team lineup comes in today, and combined, as Hugh says, with Kieran Tierney.
Yeah, listen, Scotty said it's huge news for Celtic fans coming out as soon as that team lineup's presented. It's big news, because Callum McGregor for me is such a big player for Celtic. He's been there and done it so many times. He's been Ibrox. a number of occasions when it's not been going well, and they rely on him to pick the team up and get the team going. So he's going to be such a big miss. But Kieran Tierney is a really big miss as well. I think he's came on leaps and bounds in the last 2-3 months. I really do. I think he's came on a game. Hugh's mentioned he's added goals to his game, but he's a real threat. He's got that experience. So they're going to be massive misses. I think when you look at the team, Hatate and McCullen need to get a hold of that midfield. They need to take control of the game, and it's going to be interesting because it's huge news coming out of Celtic.
Let's go back to the Rangers side, then we'll come back to Celtic, because there are so many talking points throughout. It feels like Callum McGregor was the big one, if you like, that really jumped out because of the surprise nature. Scott Allan, when you look at Rangers, it's the two changes. John Souttar's out, James Tavernier doesn't start the game anyway like he didn't last week, so that's captain and vice captain left out for Rangers. Clearly Danny Rule seeing something that he's not particularly pleased with in that department. What did you make of his selections?
It's like I touched on with Souttar. I think you'll look at that second half, and I think Danny Rule would have wanted his team to be really aggressive, especially with that back four when Celtic are trying to play out. What he naturally done, John Souttar, he's worried about that space in behind. Obviously Maeda going through the middle, he does give you that real pace in behind, and Souttar dropped off, and then Celtic then were able to play through the midfield, which they didn't in the first half. So I can understand that change. Sterling, for me, I just think his physical attributes are one of the reasons he's in the team. He's been one of Rangers' best players over the last couple of seasons. When he's not injured, he's trustworthy. So I think you know what you're going to get there. So I wasn't too surprised that Souttar dropped out just because of that threat that Maeda gives you in behind.
Don't think the inclusion of Diomande is met with any real surprise, Scott. He came on last week. Now, he was ineffective, but maybe for different reasons. He can perform pretty well against Celtic. Are you surprised it's for Chukwueze, though?
Yeah, but I think if you were going to take one, I think Raskin does give you more in that forward area. I think when Rangers are out of possession, Diomande might be the one who just sits in front of the back four and looks to mop up, and maybe gives that bit of freedom for Raskin to do, for me, which is his best work, and that's when he's attacking the opposition penalty box, and then you've got the creativity of Moore, Scott Olsen, with the two strikers up front. So I feel that he's got that midfield area right for me today.
Yeah, I understand what Scotty's saying. I thought he would have tweaked it a little bit. I thought he was always going with his two up top, especially after the first half performance last week. It really worked for him, and I thought, right, he'll go with that physicality up top. I thought he would have changed the midfield, maybe a diamond. And Olsen, for me, offered nothing. I know he put the cross in for Tamiti's goal, but that was it for me. That's all he offered to the game. I thought he maybe just stuck Moore in behind the two centre forwards, went with the diamond and kept the midfield strong there, with Chukwueze in there with Diomande and Raskin, which would have gave them a good stronghold in the middle of the park. But he's decided to go with the width again. He'll be looking for the same start as last week, and if they get 2 goals up, then it doesn't matter what Martin O'Neill does. I don't see Celtic coming back from that this week.
You get the impression, though, I thought that Andreas Skov Olsen would be the marquee signing for Rangers in the transfer window. They are, if they want to have him on a permanent deal, obliged to pay somewhere between £8 and £9 million. You have to think that someday, and today might be the day, he kickstarts his time at Rangers, because he's done nothing so far to make him look exceptional, and certainly not worth that money. You have to wonder if today is the day, because the Celtic's team is just too makeshift to be helpful to them.
Well, you look at him, he's going to be up against a player that isn't a left back in Scales, who's slotting in at that left back. It certainly looks as if it's going to be that way. So this is the day that he should be showing up. For me, he should be getting up against Scales as much as he can, 1v1, taking one and getting good deliveries into the box, because he does have them 2 strikers in the box for him.
Anything that surprises you about the Rangers team?
Not in a great deal. I understand the decision of Souttar. I'm unsure of that, to be honest, because again, Jaga, for me, I think he's got a mistake in him, and if he gives that mistake to Celtic early on, it's going to give them a real bit of inspiration in the game. I think Souttar, for me, is slightly more reliable, but again, he didn't have his best game last weekend, so I understand the decision. The Diomande one, yes, I think what Daz says, if he changes his shape, I would have been surprised that it was Chukwueze that came out, but for me, it's probably one that I kind of expected as well.
These are the calls by which Danny Rule will stand or fall. Martin O'Neill is at Celtic until the end of the season and was only brought in to use whichever cliche you prefer. Hold the fort, steady the ship. But the one I would use is he was there to delay the inevitable.
It might put a little bit Hugh, might put a little bit of pressure on Rangers today.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of Celtic fans looking at that team will not be overly impressed. Let me just say that first and foremost. And they won't be sitting there going, well, we finished the game last week in the second half, we were excellent, we've got the momentum. They've looked at that team coming in. There's experienced players missing, good players missing, top players that know how to play in this fixture. So if Rangers will probably at this moment be firm favourites to go and win the cup, if Rangers don't produce the goods, they can come in for a bit of criticism.
Right, let's work our way through the Celtic team apart from those big headlines that we spoke about earlier on. In goal, Scott Allan, Sinisalo continues. It's a bit of a strange situation. Kasper Schmeichel was back in training. He's not on the bench. Is he still ill? I assume not. If he was back training, there was talk of a shoulder injection. This is the most cynical part of the footballing world. People are going to say he's in a huff. Who knows? But, Sinisalo continues in goal.
Yeah, no surprise there. Listen, I think he's come in and performed well. A few hairy moments the other night when he was trying to play out from the back. But overall, that save from Kevin Nisbet all but secured his spot today. So for me, I think he's been steady enough. I think what you'll see now is him staying in the team till the end of the season.
In front of that then, I wonder, the question about Benjamin Arthur's inclusion, maybe has that been forced a bit? Because it's, Liam Scales is playing at left back, so it's not like Benjamin Arthur has been chosen as one of the two. It's almost like they all had to play, if that makes sense. Sirachi, I guess, could have played. What's your reading into that? Is this about physicality, or is it in fact perhaps about the fact that Sirachi generally not really trusted to play 90 minutes or not capable of doing it, and maybe seen as a better option to come on?
Yeah, I'm looking at that as though Martin O'Neill was looking at Rangers from set pieces. What it does give you with Arthur trusting Scales is a bit of physical prowess in the box to defend, and obviously their own set pieces. I think that's a pretty straightforward. Sirachi has impressed at times, but like you touched on there, he hasn't really seen out much 90 minutes for Celtic. But I think that's purely again down to a size thing. And to be fair, Scales has played left back for Aberdeen on many occasions. He's usually, for me, his use of the ball is decent. So I think that could be an interesting match-up that between him and Scott Wilson.
There is a case though, Gordon, to say about the way they're going to try and get through that game. Sirachi's had a lot of injury problems. He's not going to play 90 minutes. So if you start him, you have to take him off. Mm-hmm. That's a bit of a different proposition to just being able to bring him on. It would be seen as more of an attacking outlet anyway. I'd say you need to make an attacking change. If Benjamin Arthur comes off, Scales moves back into centre back, Sirachi goes on. I wonder how that has come into the thinking as well as the obvious height.
I don't really know, Gordon, because me personally, at the start of the game, it's a cup tie, and we've seen it last week. Celtic get back in at second half. The game could have been away from them. So I don't think you can look further on and say, well, we're going to try and plan this. I think you get your best team out there. I think the reason that he's went with Scales at left back, simple for me. I think Arthur the other night showed that he looks a decent player. Now, I know it's Pittodrie, I know it was against Aberdeen, who are not offering a lot. This will be different today.
But you don't need to bring Austin Trusty back in then?
But I think he was always going to do that with Trusty. Trusty's his go-to centre back, really. The experience of the player that he is.
That's what I'm saying. It was Arthur so good the other night that you then go and squeeze an extra centre back in.
But you could talk about what Scott was talking about there, a little bit more extra height at set plays, maybe give them that comfort blanket a little bit. Look, I didn't say he was magnificent enough to say, he's a genuine starter. I like the look of him. This will tell today that if he's up to this sort of a game.
My concern, and Benjamin Arthur could very easily contradict me, but my concern would be he's played fewer than 5 league matches in his career. Brentford Academy, now at Celtic, and he appeared to be a kind of last day of the transfer window throw of the dice. I wonder if the occasion might swallow him up. And as I say, I will hold my hand up if he's the man of the match or survives without a blemish. I'll hold my hand up, but I wonder if the occasion might be too much for him.
In front of that, Scott Allan, we spoke about Callum McGregor. We didn't see it coming. He is out think clearly after the second half last week, Hatate was going to play. Nygren is a phenomenon with his goals return, so he was always going to play as well. What do you make of Luke McCowan getting the nod instead of Paulo Bernardo or Oxlade-Chamberlain, who started and I suppose didn't do very well last week?
I think he was bright last week when he came on as well. Luke McCowan, the only thing I would say is it looks like he's obviously going to play alongside Hatate in front of that back four and allow Nygren that freedom to get in the box. I just think he's played that many positions this season for Celtic. I'm not always a fan of that. It's usually they're trying to fill somebody to come in and do a job. What I would say is though, he's got a lovely left foot, he can see a pass, he could be the type of player who could set a Yang or a Tanecki in behind Rangers. I'm quite surprised. Obviously you have to make some sort of decision when you obviously lose your linchpin in Callum McGregor. I think none of us seen that coming, but what an opportunity again for Luke McCowan, especially in a day like this for Celtic, to go in there and show he's done a lot of talking, hasn't he, in the press. This is a real chance for him to go and lay down that he's good enough to play in this Celtic team consistently.
It's incredible, Gordon. Now that I go through the Celtic team, you realise just how there are no real bits of it that are kind of nailed on or take care of themselves. You get one or two positions, obviously, Julian Araujo, and I don't mean all 11, but we've not even spoken about the strikers yet. Dalziel Maeda leads the line. Everybody said Celtic needed to sign strikers in January to stop Dalziel Maeda leading the line. They signed Chivanchara, they signed Mvuka, Iheanacho's still there, who knows where. And last week you have to go back to Dalziel Maeda through the middle, and indeed he starts the game today as well. Yeah, that's the situation, and Hugh points out earlier that's where Martin O'Neill is just now. The transfer window's been an absolute shocker. They needed players that were going to play in games like this. That's 2 games now. You've got your 2 strikers that they brought in January, and out of them so far is 45 minutes between the 2 of them. So they're back to Maeda. They're back to Maeda for one reason only. It's not because he's form. They know that he will press and he'll work the 2 centre halves as hard as he possibly can. That's why Rangers have changed and Suter is not playing the centre back.
If you had a proper squad, the chances are Maeda wouldn't be in the team. The starting 11. The last time Celtic won at Ibrox was in 2023. Kyogo Furuhashi scored the only goal of the game. Kyogo left Celtic over a year ago and has never been replaced. You've had one bad transfer window after another. Martin O'Neill knows it. That's why Martin O'Neill said if there are no trophies this season, it's a wake-up call for the club. Martin O'Neill knows the truth of the matter. Celtic's transfer business has been laughable. And if we're talking about the sharp end of the pitch, Scott Allan and the match winners, who knows what to expect from Yusuf Chermiti. He got that incredible goal scoring record against Celtic and Hearts. He doesn't necessarily do it in some of the other games. Even last week it was a 45-minute shift, but a lot of his teammates did the same as well. What do you make of him and his prospects today?
I think he was guaranteed to play today since he 2 goals last week. First goal was incredible, the second goal up from a striker, I just love that. He's dead cute with a wee touch round the back, and when he finishes the second half, the way the game panned out for Rangers, we started to drop off and didn't play with real bravery. I actually felt it affected Chermiti and Mikey Moore, who in that first half were unplayable. So there's no getting away from it. He's scoring goals against Celtic. It's not an easy thing to do, obviously, to it at Celtic Park, and then followed up by the 2 last week, as we touched on, were incredible. But he is, Rangers fans have shown a lot of patience with him, but he is rewarding, especially at this tail end of the season when all these games count. He has got that wee moment of magic in him. So if you can create for him, he's got the unpredictable in him, but at the same time he's now starting to show us that he's got that real quality in terms of finishing. I'm going to guess that boo was because Celtic are out to warm up, and that means we're starting to edge closer to kick-off. We will go back to Ibrox and continue the build-up next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Watch as well as listen. Check out our YouTube stream now.
You're listening to the Clyde One Super Scoreboard podcast, the home of Scottish football, and it's proudly sponsored by White & Mackay Triple Matured Whisky. Now let me make one thing crystal clear right from the start. If you've tuned in tonight looking for balance, for moderation, or for a gentle exchange of views where everyone nods politely and agrees to disagree, you are categorically in the wrong place. But if you've tuned in because you know Scottish football isn't about balance, it's about belief, it's about tribal loyalty, and it's about being absolutely convinced you're right, even when the evidence is screaming otherwise, then you are exactly where you should be. So get comfortable, pour yourself a dram and brace yourself, because at some point tonight, something you hear will annoy you. This is the Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard podcast with White and Mackay triple matured whiskey. Smoothly does it.
Babe, it's Jem. Just voice noting you because I'm so busy. I can't even type right now. I'm working on that big presentation for my new launch. I'm making it on Canva Mobile like you suggested. And it's making everything iconic. Sorry it's a bit noisy, babes. Marbs is going off. Anyways, I'm going to ping the presentation to you now so you can see what I mean.
Madam.
Gotta go, hun. Thanks for introducing me to Canva. Love ya.
LinkedIn is pretty great at a lot of things, like helping you tap into your field's latest industry trends and insights. We can't stop your colleague from tapping her pencil. LinkedIn can help you find new jobs that align with your career goals. We cannot help find the source of that weird smell in the office fridge. Ew. And while we can't stop your colleagues from bringing their hobbies into the office, LinkedIn can help bring your career to the next level. LinkedIn is the network that works for you.
What's on TV? The answer is a lot. There's never been more choice over what to put on the box with an abundance of great new shows, but you can miss them all if you don't know where to look. And that's where the Pilot TV podcast comes in, your essential guide to every show that matters. Each week we sift through the very best in prestige TV to help you decide what's worth spending your time on and what isn't. So join me, James Dyer, as well as venerable TV critics Boyd Hilton and Kay Ribeiro, and let us help take the stress out of your downtime. The Pilot TV podcast, because you can't watch everything.
Everyone seems to be in a spin about energy prices. But Mrs. Thing isn't. Because last year she was one of 953,214 British Gas customers who saved money by switching to a fixed tariff. Well, that puts a positive spin on things, Mrs. Thing. See what you could save. Search British Gas fixed tariffs. Eligibility and T's and C's apply. Savings based on customers who switched to a lower fixed tariff versus standard variable rate available at point of sale last year.
When laughter's guaranteed, when there's fun and games with big names, when it's something everyone in the family loves watching.
Who do you think the surprise guest is?
No way they'll top last week's.
I think they have.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And the TV licence covers you to watch all TV channels plus BBC iPlayer, packed full of entertainment for a big night in. Search TV licence together.
Rangers v Celtic. This is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
Hugh Keevins, Cammy Bell and Gordon Dalziel are in the studio. Scott Allan is alongside Gabriel at Ibrox. I think we're all just getting over that team news. 2 changes for Rangers. Giga in place of Suter, which is an interesting one, and Diomande in for Chukwani. Again, plenty to discuss there, but it was really the Celtic team that got everyone's eyebrows raised because we did not know that Callum McGregor was out injured. We had an inclination that Kieran Tierney was out injured, so it's a very different looking Celtic team with Liam Scales the captain and playing at left back. And Gabriel, I understand both McGregor and Tierney are there though. They've travelled, they've gone. Whether that means they were close or whether they're there to lend moral support, they are in attendance, yes?
Yes, Gordon, Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney both just standing right in front of myself and Scott here in their tracksuits. They're not stripped and both just looking on. It just almost seems surreal. The two of them clearly so desperate to be involved, and you know the two of them would give anything to be playing in this fixture above all. But they're just standing in conversation, watching all of the other players, starting lineup and the substitutes warming up. Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney will not be involved in any way for Celtic today.
I mean, Scott, just even purely on experience, we spoke about Callum McGregor not being peak of his powers, but he's played 47 times against Rangers alone. That is an outrageous number.
That really is, Gordon, but he's consistently for the last 5-6 seasons he plays every game. I think you touched on it about the Auchinleck games that he probably doesn't need to play in at times. He's always fit and available. I think that's a real credit to him and how he lives his life away from the pitch, but he will be a huge loss he is that player in the Celtic team who's got the most know-how. There's no getting away from that. I just think, looking at that team again there, Gordon, it's just where Celtic are, the recruitment is where they've been at since last summer, that they're now makeshift all over the park for me. James Forrest, another one, he obviously will be on the bench, but he was the one you would think would feature late on in the game. He has been having an impact coming off the bench. But Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney, because as you touched on, he's been scoring goals. Big losses for this Celtic team, especially for the character that they bring.
Right, we say it every time these sides meet, and it's a lot. There's a unique storyline attached to it. This one, there is cup progression on the line. There is potentially, if you believe in this sort of stuff, confidence and momentum to be gained in the title race. But there's also the fact, Scott, that they played 7 days ago. It was the ultimate game of two halves. What relevance does last week have? What does it tell you about today? How do you look back on that, and what conclusions do you draw from it?
28, Bojan Miovski. 30, Jaden McGover. And 42, Tonchi.
Well, I just listened to the teams being announced to the crowd, and I can imagine what the atmosphere must be like now. The Celtic fans will be bewildered. For me, if you take out McGregor and Tierney, you take out what Celtic stand for. They are the players who really understand the club, who have had stellar careers at the club, and I think if Danny Rule got his pick of 2 Celtic players to be missing today, he would have chosen those 2. But as I've said, Rangers team, for me, Chermiti, you also have Nadiri up front with him. They, I think, will give Celtic a real hard time of it today. I cannot. The team news, yes, we're focused on McGregor and Tierney, but Rangers, they have Chermiti, they have Nadiri, they also have Miovski on the bench. They have goals all over the place. I don't see goals in that Celtic team. I know that Benjamin Nygren has scored 19 in total this season in all competitions, but for me, you take McGregor out of the side, it's like a team minus their parents.
At the same time, though, you wouldn't necessarily. Are we now holding up Miovski as a sort of ace up your sleeve? Because if anything, he's got a lot of criticism from the Rangers fans.
Absolutely, but I would believe in him to get a goal before anyone who starts up front for Celtic and anyone the Celtic have on the bench.
I sort of would have said Nadiri for me has not impressed me. Chermiti, he comes alive in these big games. He's shown that. 2 Celtic games in the Hearts game, and scores goals. But Nadiri is still a bit to prove to me, as is Olsen in the right hand side. So as much as you're looking at that Rangers team, I am a bit surprised with Jiga getting in there, because I totally agree with Cam. I think that he's a mistake written all over him. Shootout, I know he comes in for a little bit of criticism, of course he does, but he was a captain last week, but he's decided to make that change. I do see that you know, on his day, Maeda can get you goals. He showed that last year. I know his form this year has been far even anywhere near that. But Nygren in the middle of the park, Hatate, this is massive for him, because he came on last week and he really showed the player that he was. He has to step up. Look, McCown's in there because he's work rate. It's as simple, straightforward as that. So it's a big ask for Celtic today.
Scott, what relevance did you think last week has? It's not often we go into a game of this magnitude and the teams have played each other 7 days ago, and then for it to have played out the way it did. Is he just ignoring my questions now? That's twice, so ask it a third time.
It's so loud, like, I can hardly hear what you're saying there. I think last week, I think both teams will have look at it in both halves. How that has an effect on today, well, I think they start the game for Celtic, they can't start any worse than they did last week. Rangers will just be looking to bring that same sort of dynamism that they did last week up in the second balls. That's when you really get a foothold in these games. Yes, we talk about getting your foot in the ball. There does come a point in the game, usually after about 10-15 minutes, where your real creative players have to show that composure. But early on in the game, it's got to be with the individual battles, getting up in second balls and really playing in the opposition's half.
It's always hard to replicate. Gordon Hughes always telling us they're a different life form. You know, 1 week has no relevance to the next, because you can almost imagine, if you're a Rangers fan, you are saying, well, just replicate exactly what he did in the first half last week. But presumably they're going to come up against a Celtic team who's going to try and not do what they did in the first half last week and try and do what they did in the second, which was successful for them. So it seems like it's a bit more difficult than just, if you're Danny Rose saying, just go and do what you did in the first half.
Yeah, because you come back with Martin and saying, well, just go and do what you done in the second half. Tactically it'll be brilliant today. I think Rangers will go direct, because they've got the two big guys up front. They'll go direct, they'll try and win second balls, they'll try and get it into the wide areas. Moore was absolutely dynamite in the first half last week, so they'll try and get him on the ball, get balls in the box, overlapping for their full-backs. Whereas Celtic today, for me in the first half, has got to get their foot in the ball. They've got to start making passes, getting the ball through the line. There's no point punting high balls up to Maeda when you've got two lads 6 foot plus in the Rangers defence. They'll just eat that up. So it's up to Celtic's midfield to get a hold of the ball and try and make the passing moves to try and open Rangers up. Tactically, I think it'll be brilliant.
And is that what Rangers have to do, Scott, is force Celtic to hit that long pass that they can't do particularly well with the personnel that they have?
Yeah, that was my biggest, when I was looking to the game on Friday night on the show. I was thinking about Sunday. If you're Danny Rowe, you'll find out a lot about him tactically, how he sets up for how Celtic take goal kicks or play out to the back, because if you get it right, I don't think Celtic are brilliant at building, especially with that makeshift back four again, so it's not something you get a lot of time to work on. If Rangers get it right and force them down the side, as Gordon says there, if it's long up to Maeda, that's your bread and butter, with obviously the presence that Fernandes and Giga have there. So Celtic, the build has to be really good, but then they need to get the combinations and try and move that Rangers team. But if Danny Rowe tactically has looked at Celtic, he'll know if the press is bang on, they will force Celtic into that ball. It'll be hard for Celtic to get up the pitch.
So I'd like to know a bit about the timing, Cammy, of, was Callum McGregor always going to miss this game?
Yep.
Was it late? How did it come about? Because you can imagine the mindset of Martin O'Neill, Sean Maloney, where, as Scott says, you're going to try and build, you're going to try and do what you did in the second half. That presumably so much harder though without Callum McGregor. Yeah, it is. Again, when you looked at Hatate when he came on last week, I felt as if he was the one we spoke about it. He took control of the game and allowed Celtic to get a foothold in that midfield, and it'll be the same today. I totally agree with the guys. I think when you look at Celtic's front three, you absolutely can't go long, not in any direction, whether it's direct down the middle or the two wide guys. There's no physicality there. So again, they need to get the ball. They need to have big games from Hatate and McCowan. They need to be comfortable in taking the ball in tight areas and playing it through the lines like Daz said. Whereas you flip it to Rangers and you look at Rangers, for me, they'll be direct up to the two strikers, but it's all about getting second balls. It's all about Mikey Moore, Scovolson, again Raskin getting up with play and getting that second ball to keep the attack in the Celtic half. So it's going to be fascinating between the two sides. Have we all learned, Hugh, all of us, every single one of us then, to not get carried away with the start of this game? Because it wasn't only last week, it was the previous one as well. Celtic, and you don't say this much about the time under Wilfred Nancy, were excellent in the first half against Rangers under Wilfred Nancy, and they lost the game comfortably in the end. We've spoken about it all week. The change from the first half to the second last week was remarkable. So do we maybe all try to not jump to conclusions at half time this week?
I think we've been overtaken. I understand your argument, and it's a perfectly acceptable one, but I think we've been overtaken by the loss of McGregor and Tierney. As I say, McGregor and Tierney represent the heartbeat of Celtic, and I cannot see anyone being able to replicate what they do. The team is makeshift because the club has been makeshift for a long time now. Bad transfer dealings, that's why people shout about the board as often as they do. I think Martin O'Neill was always there to delay the inevitable, and he has done a magnificent job. For Celtic to be second in the league with what Martin O'Neill has to deal with is truly remarkable. But I think the inevitable will follow today because of players who can't play for Celtic.
You see what I mean though, Gordon? If you're a player now, surely you can't escape your history. So if you are the team that's dominant in the first half, you know fine well that the last two meetings have flipped on their head in quite a spectacular way after the break.
Yeah, and I think we could get the same today, because I don't look at those two teams, Gordon, and think there's a 90 plus minutes of outstanding football in them. They'll give up territory somewhere, where it be Rangers got off to a good start, which you would be thinking front foot, try and get that crowd up again, and then all of a sudden you'll see Celtic come back into the game, or vice versa, because they two teams will not dominate this match for 90 plus minutes. So that's going to be twists and turns, and on top of that, you need a little bit of luck in these games, something to go for you, a decision, whatever, a wonder goal, a great save to get everybody going. I think a lot of people are looking at these teams and writing off Celtic right away, and I can understand why, because it's not the strongest Celtic team I've ever seen. But there's still quality players in there that can turn this game. If they play to their capabilities and Rangers don't, then you could see Celtic going through.
This would be a massive statement for me. When you look at the teams, you're right in what you're saying. You look at the teams, I think a lot of Celtic fans probably are there fearing the worst, to be honest. Yep. Again, when you look, you've lost your two biggest players, for me, as you say, the heartbeat of the team. If Celtic manage to navigate their way through this and get a victory, this asks huge questions of the Rangers management, because it would be a real failing for me if Rangers don't go and win this game.
Conversely, Cammy, if it turns out as I think it will turn out, the Celtic team is too makeshift to succeed, the converse of what you're saying is that Martin O'Neill will have been shown to be right, that the club have got themselves into a place where they're not capable of winning anything.
That's why they're in different positions, aren't they? Martin O'Neill could win every game from now to the end of the season and leave in the summer anyway. He could lose every game from now to the end of the season and leave in the summer anyway. Danny Rowell's trying to show the Rangers fans what's going to be built here.
I'm picking up on what Hugh said there about it shows that Martin O'Neill's. I think even if Celtic won this today, Hugh, and going to win a bit of silverware, I think everybody will recognise that the transfer window has been. I don't think it'll depend on this game, because everybody's looking and going, if Martin O'Neill can win a bit of silverware and get them over the line this year, it'll be remarkable. But it's just papering over the cracks. Everybody knows Celtic's transfer windows have been dreadful.
But remember, the last man who spoke out about the transfer windows and about the shape of the squad, the healthy state or otherwise it was in, he got the sack for saying it.
The good thing is Martin O'Neill's going, so he can say what he wants.
Brendan Rodgers
didn't get sacked.
Well, the parting of the ways came, and with a statement from.
Wouldn't he use my lawyer if you think getting sacked's the same as resigning?
Well, the statement from Dermot Desmond told you all you needed to know.
But that's my point. Martin O'Neill's leaving anyway, so what he says about transfers doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't impact what happens in the summer.
It's a heck of a statement to make in the days leading up to an Old Firm Cup tie.
It's just a truthful statement. Everybody knows it's not a statement that you go, oh my God, I can't believe Martin O'Neill Celtic managers come out with that. Everybody knows it. It's there in black and white. Their transfer signings have been dreadful.
15 minutes to kick off at Ibrox. We go back there next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Watch as well as listen. Check out our YouTube stream now. Rangers v Celtic. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
12 minutes to go if you're keeping count at Ibrox. Looking forward to this Scottish Cup clash, 7 days on from a bit of a classic in the league. Who will go through today, and what about the bigger picture? So much to look forward to. Gabriel and Scott Allan are there. Gabriel, this also something we've not mentioned yet, stands alone because 7,000 Celtic fans in behind the goal today.
Yeah, they are, Gordon. They been in here since just before 11. A penny arcade was played on repeat early doors when it was just them in, coming out of the Broomloan stand. As you say, 7,500 Celtic fans for the first time in several years. A sea of green and white in that stand, not seen for a long while, but it's an unbelievable atmosphere, Gordon, and we've still got more than 10 minutes to go before kick-off.
What does that mean for the atmosphere, Scott Allan? Because we spoke about whether we don't know if this was the exact reason, but last week maybe Celtic a bit spooked early on, the Rangers fans got up, but we then said you said in fact the Rangers fans then got nervy second half and that went against them. It's a much noisier travelling support this time.
It's really noisy, Gordon. The atmosphere's been incredible when the game's not even kicked off yet. Yeah, listen, I think atmosphere goes both ways, doesn't it? You see the first half, the benefits of it, everything was going in Rangers' favour. You're going to come back for us, and then that second half, fans react to what they're seeing in the pitch. Rangers start to get nervous, the fans get nervous, and together it then led to that second half performance. So it does play its parts on both sides of it for fans and players. But for me, if you're a player playing in this game today, you want to be the guy that goes out and steals the headlines, because it is absolutely jumping in here today.
It's very hard to apply an exact science to that, Hugh, because so last week, apparently within the space of the 90 minutes, it helped and hindered Rangers, if you like, or that was the projection. So maybe at the start, is it easier for the Celtic players to settle initially when they've got a much bigger backing than last week?
2018 since it last happened, the Brimlone stand given over to the Celtic support. I think it helps both teams. I think it gives such an atmosphere that it will activate both teams. Then it comes down to who on the day has the better players, who rise to the occasion.
I played in the fixture when it was the way it is this afternoon, and it's absolutely brilliant. You're right, Hugh, it works for you both ways, because inside you want to score into the Celtic fans, and then if it's the second half, you want to score a winner into your own fans. So it's the same for every player. It adds to the occasion. Let me tell you, as I said, I was very fortunate. I played there at Ibrox when the Celtic fans were in. The atmosphere, as the boys are telling you from the stadium, it's frightening to be in.
Yeah, I think it adds to the whole occasion. It sounds as if it's absolutely bouncing there at the moment. Celtic fans have been in there for a long time, and probably used a lot of energy as well by now. But they'll be delighted to be there, because we speak about it. I think it just adds to the occasion. I think Hugh's right. I think both teams will benefit from the atmosphere today. Yeah, I mean, as Hugh says, we're also not really sort of used to this in recent seasons, which is a whole different conversation about whether it should or shouldn't be and the reasons for it. But you just, is this all ultimately, is it a reflection on what happens on the pitch? Is it, kind of chicken and egg scenario? Do they inspire the players? Do the players inspire them? Yeah, I think it's the way the game starts for me. If Rangers start well, obviously their fans are going to react to it, but then Celtic fans have got a part to play in that as well. If they see their team struggling, they'll then be making noise to try and lift their players, to say, look, we've got your back, we're here for you to support you. I get what happened last week. Obviously Rangers fans get nervous. I've been there myself. They get nervous and make noises that then feeds onto the pitch, so that can happen as well. I just think the start of the game's going to be electric. Both sides will be absolutely up for it, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a frantic start. You can hear it. You can hear it building already inside Ibrox. Do you feel like, Scott Allan, is there an increased expectation amongst the home fans? Because first of all, that fact, their home advantage, then they look at that Celtic team, they must feel like that on paper gives them a boost.
Yeah, I think when you've seen that Celtic team come out, minus Callum McGregor and Tierney, the Rangers coaching staff and players would have got a boost, never mind the fans, and then you have that home advantage as we speak about. But you've got to make the most of that. Can they go and make this Celtic team defend? That's the things they'll be asking. More of the same as what they've done in the first half. Can they then transfer in the following week? Football doesn't always work like that. But as Cammy says, the way the atmosphere's building in here, this first, the early part of the game is going to be so frantic, and I think that suits Rangers.
It's lively, Hugh. It's lively. It's cranking up. I believe body blows are just that. They take the wind out of you, and I think the wind has been taken out of Celtic by the loss of Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney. For me, that makes Rangers overwhelming favourites today.
I'll throw one at you, Hugh. If McGregor was playing today, would you change your mind, go for Celtic?
I would be more confident. I just think that, and I go back to the point about Kieran Tierney. He scored at Ibrox last week, scored at Pittodrie in midweek. The loss of those two players, they are the two most significant Celtic players within the entire squad, and therefore the loss of both makes me feel that Celtic, to an extent, I don't see a leader in there on the park. I don't see anyone who can lead because they're too busy looking after themselves. Trusty can't lead because he's too afraid of making a mistake, and he makes plenty of them. Wade Scales is the captain, but he'll need to look after himself against Andreas Skov-Olsen.
And yet Rangers captain and vice captain are on the bench as well. So it's actually an interesting day for leadership. Across both teams.
Yeah, it is, and it's a day that, for me, I look at that Celtic team, a lot of these guys need to step up. We spoke about Hatate having that huge impact last week, but we spoke about him for long periods being ineffective this season and really, really poor. This is a big day for him. It's a big day for Luke McCowan again. If them two can get a hold of that midfield battle, then this could be key for Celtic. And as I look throughout their whole team, there's a huge opportunity for a lot of players. Liam Scales, he's the captain today. He needs to lead by example. He needs to have looked at Callum McGregor, who's played with him long enough now, look at his leadership skills and take them on his own way today, because it's a big day for him.
Just thinking, Scott Allan, last week we made a lot about the height difference between the teams, and it was quite stark, and spoke about the set piece threat, but it didn't really come to anything, did it? Am I misremembering? It's not like there was an aerial bombardment from Rangers from set pieces.
No, there wasn't. It was quite surprising. I actually didn't think the delivery was great last week, so it's all well and good having the height, but you have to have the delivery on point. One thing when you don't have James Tavernier in the team is that's one of his strengths, isn't it? His delivery. He's very reliable in that aspect for Rangers for over the course of his career. So I think today could be different. I think both sides will feel, even Rangers defensive at times haven't defended cross balls well. That is an opportunity. If you put the ball on the money, you get a chance of scoring, because both teams carry that threat now. Obviously Scales coming into that back line alongside Trusty and Arthur. There is a bit of height there. Raskin, one of the smaller players in this fixture, has shown that just having that impetus to get on the end of a cross, you can score goals. So I think today we might see more goals from set pieces. I think it's a really hard one to call today in terms of the scoreline, but Rangers strong favourites now for me.
Maybe that's levelled itself up a bit, Gordon, with an extra defender coming in for Celtic and Chukwani coming out for Rangers. It's a bit closer, maybe. And then again, Kieran Tierney and Dalziel and Maeda won quite crucial headers in the box last week.
For me, it's all about the delivery. We've seen it last week. Obviously Rangers had the advantage height wise, but didn't score from set plays. It's all about delivery, and I think Scotty touched on it there. Raskin's one of the smallest players in the pitch, and we've seen him getting goals from set plays and corners, whatever it may be. But it's all about defending today. It's all about being strong. It's all about being brave on the ball, because you can hear the atmosphere already. It's building up. It's absolutely fantastic, and the players have got to rise to this occasion.
Scott Allan is alongside Gabriel. Antoniazzi, the teams are in the tunnel. Liam Scales, the Celtic captain, in the absence of Callum McGregor, and Jack Butland, the Rangers captain, in the absence, the chosen absence though, the difference on that side of things of James Tavernier and John Souttar, the man in the middle. We'll mention him now, then we'll see how often we mention him throughout the afternoon, and for the next 6 weeks, depending how it goes, is Don Robertson, and they are ready and waiting to come out of that tunnel. Let's go back to Ibrox then for a final build-up, a recap of the teams with Scott and Gabriel.
Yes, Gordon, just listen to this place. The two teams about to emerge out of the tunnel. As we all know, we were here 7 days ago, but we are ready to do it all over again. Don Robertson, the referee, the man in the middle, picks the ball up, and captains Liam Scales and Jack Butland lead their teams out here at Ibrox. If it's anything like last weekend, we are in for a treat. But that's the question. How differently will it look to that 2-2 draw? Do the teams approach the game in a different manner, knowing that we will have a winner today? Well, the lineups are certainly different. No Kieran Tierney and no Callum McGregor for Celtic. Both were standing in their tracksuits watching the warm-up, not deemed fit enough to play. Let's go through the teams once more. We'll start with the visitors. It's Sinisalo in goal, Araujo, Arthur, Trusty and Scales to the back four, Negron, Hatate and McCowan in the middle, Yang, Maeda and Sunexi up top. A couple of changes for Rangers as well. John Souttar dropped from last weekend. That's the headline for them. So it is Jack Butland, the captain today, in goal. Sterling, Giga, Fernandez and Roberts is the back four. Raska and Diomande will play in front of them, with Skov-Olsen and Mikey Moore out wide. Naderi and Shemiti play up top in that 4-2-2-2 formation. 7,500 Celtic fans in here for the first time in many years, and a huge Rangers display, a huge crest over the Copeland stand, just creating this unbelievable atmosphere. Scott Allan.
Yeah, it really is. I didn't think last week any louder than it really is today. It's gone up a few notches. Incredible tifo there on the Courtland and the Celtic fans now with the flares. But this, it all makes for this game. This is going to be incredible. The atmosphere is at boiling point. Really looking forward to this, Gabriel.
Yeah, certainly, Gordon. You can hear it here. Wow. The flares going off in the Broomloan stand in the Celtic end as the team enter into their huddle. That's why the boos are ringing round Ibrox. It feels like a proper old school, old firm. The last 5 games here, 4 of them have been draws, but we will have a winner this afternoon. The question is who? Before I hand it back to you, Gordon, I'll get the prediction of Scott Allan. I'll put you on the spot.
Rangers win.
Scoreline?
3-1.
3-1 from Scott here at Ibrox. Dyson Maida is standing over the ball, Gordon. I think Don Robertson is just waiting for a bit of that green and orange smoke to clear off the surface here at Ibrox. But what an atmosphere, not an empty seat in the house. Everyone in here making as much noise as possible. Kick-off coming right up.
Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard Goal Flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy. Get set for the season with expert pharmacy support.
Live broadcasting from Ibrox on a day like this. If you heard any language that offended you, we of course apologise for it. But it is showtime. Don Robertson waiting, as Gabriel says, for some of the smoke to clear. Always looks worse on TV than it does in the stadium, but we should be nearly there. Scott Allan's given us his prediction. Why don't you 3 duds take it away in here?
For me, Rangers 3-0.
I'm going to go Rangers 2-0.
I'll go extra time and penalty kick.
And?
I think Celtic will win it.
On penalties?
Yeah.
It's a very specific prediction from
Like
you.
that.
Okay, we are underway at Ibrox. It was an extremely fast start from Rangers last week. Let's see what today brings in store. It's very hard to. That's the thing. I've caught myself after 20 seconds to reference last week. How can you not?
Yeah, it was a classic Old Firm encounter. But as I say, today everything has been overtaken by who's not playing rather than who is playing. So the question is, can Celtic handle life minus Tierney and McGregor? And who will show anything remotely like the kind of leadership that McGregor brings to Celtic?
Who is going into that specific role, Gordon Dalziel? Is it Rio Hatate or is it Luke McCowan?
It looks to me like it's Luke McCowan. It's just sitting in there with Hatate, and Nigrin will play forward. He'll try and get a bit of support to Maeda. Celtic will try and just play their way through, try and get the balls into wide areas. They've got their 2 wingers there, obviously, on both sides. They'll try and get their full-backs up as well. And it's sort of I know it's early, but Celtic have settled into a few passes, and
I was going to say,
them the world of good.
Cammy, snap judgment time after 90 seconds.
Yes.
But Celtic just a bit more comfortable starting off the game. They're taking the ball. It's not that sort of real panicked start like it was last week where they were unable to keep possession.
No, much more control. And again, what the a sore one there.
Tell you what, first heavy challenge, and it could be a booking already for Diomande. And this is the old thing about, do you let that first one go? Do you manage the occasion? But it did look heavy, and we're going to see how high that was actually.
Yeah. It's a booking, and do you know something? I would have probably put my bet on there.
It's never more than a yellow.
Yeah, it's a yellow card, but he puts himself under.
He's very late, isn't he? With the challenge, that's what it is.
It's a nonsense tackle.
His temperament makes it a long afternoon for him. If I was Danny Rule, I'd be thinking about
something. Yes.
Having said that,
when he goes down to 10 men,
he needs to be careful. You're right, Hugh. He needs to be careful because again, this game can grab you in, and you sort of lose where you are a little bit. So I think he needs to be very careful. But what I was going to say about Celtic is they started the game well because the ball went back to Sinisalo and they were just recycling it between him and the 2 centre halves, taking a bit of control of the game, settling themselves in, and they've started fairly decent, Celtic.
Yeah, and putting a little bit of pressure. That's good defending.
If you were hoping for a start, if you're Nasser Giga, to put any doubters at ease, you just got it, because it was an awkward bouncing ball. He was facing his own goal and he just brought it down with the outside of his boot, turned away from Taneke, turned away from Maeda, and drew a foul. That was really assured stuff from the Rangers centre back, because I think that if there was one in the Rangers team, that selection maybe would raise a few eyebrows, even though Souttar's not been top form. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think he's absolutely got it was tremendous the way that he just turned out of that and then drove with the ball. He's absolutely got that for me, but what else he's got is the mistake, the slackness, and again he just needs to stay switched on today. I think when you look at the Rangers team, that's probably the biggest one for me. That do you leave Souttar in? He didn't have a great afternoon last weekend, but it's going to be interesting because there'll be a lot of question marks if it doesn't work for Danny Rule.
First ball into the box from Rangers, it goes over the head of the strike force, comes through to Tour Romans at the back post. Can't do much with it. It was asking a lot of him. Just slides in and out it goes. I wonder how much he has replayed that chance he missed at the back post last week, Gordon, because that was at 2-0 in the second half.
That would have killed Celtic, there's no doubt about it. They would never have come back from that. The one thing that if you're a Rangers fan there, you're looking, balls come in for the right hand side. Rangers have got 5 players in there, so they're certainly going to attack the box. But it was well seen there that the minute Rangers got it, they hit a diagonal, Scales wins it, and it's a Rangers player picking up the second ball.
That's the second outside of the boot turn away from a presser though from Nasser Jiga in the opening 4 minutes or so. Good win. Oh, there we go. Rangers are through it. I thought it did look a foul, and
well, that's a free kick, is it not?
No, I think he just nips in front. Luke McKeown, but it's a sore one for Chermiti. I did think it was a foul on Benjamin Arthur in the first place.
That's a free kick.
Wow. I wonder if that goal would have stood if it had gone in, because Chermiti wasn't looking at the ball.
How's the referee missed that?
I know, that's the worry.
Because the slight problem you've got now is that's not a foul on Chermiti. Does he actually slice that? That just goes out for a goal kick.
I don't know if he kicks himself, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Have they given a corner here? No,
can't give a corner for that, surely.
I just wonder.
We should be given a free kick Celtic's way, because it is a free kick.
That's not going to happen now though, because play had sort of raged on since then. Danny Rule just assessing things.
We argue over VAR, and no doubt by the end of the day there'll be some VAR controversy. But when the referee has as good a look at that incident as Don Robertson did there, then come on, you must see that.
Last week was quite a depressing one, because I think all of us. That was just a penalty last week. It just was. It was a handball. But it doesn't stop the sort of relentless debates. Let's try and save our energy for something that is genuinely contentious.
Cammy, I don't know how you feel about back-to-back Old Firm games, in successive weekends. I always think that it picks up the last one left off, and the last one left off with a Rami in the middle of the park. And we've had the booking for Diamande straight away.
Look, McKeown just robbed there. Probably has to be careful. Chance. Good block. Is it a handball though?
Looked like it.
It looks like a penalty kick.
There's going to be a big shout here. It's very close to Austin Trusty, and he dives in.
You can tell the reaction of players.
No, but the thing is,
I know Rangers players.
It hits his arm in the box, so I've no doubt that they're going to claim. But let's get a look at it and see.
Right.
He dives in. I think that could be given, from Austin Trusty. He just slides. If we're talking about...
No, I'm not giving that.
Why not?
Because he's bringing it in.
I think his arm's in, Gordon.
Is it the right arm that hits?
Yeah. It doesn't hit his left, it hits his right, I'm sure.
Play on.
Yeah. A good decision, I think.
I think as well, his arm is outstretched first, and then actually when you see it close up, he's bringing it in, and it's almost in at his side when I think it hits his hand. So
it's a reflex action for supporters.
Well, that's good. We can talk about that for the next 6 weeks.
If the ball goes anywhere near your hand or your arm.
Yeah. That is a correct decision.
You see it again. It's a nice slow-mo. Yeah, it's the tucked in arm. That's a good decision.
Very good decision. There's nothing you can do about that.
I thought it was his other arm, and at that point there might have been a problem.
100%. If it's his other arm,
he does well to keep it tucked in, to be honest, again, because he's having to lunge in to try and block the shot, so he's done well to...
It's a very efficient check as well, that. Didn't labour it. You can see quite clearly on that slow motion.
And
replay.
Again, when that happened, Sinisalo was a ball into the box. He came sort of 15 yards to claim a ball, so that'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. We know he's a confident goalkeeper, and it's going to be a big afternoon for him.
Here's a wee tangle between Chermiti and Zach Trusty.
Yeah.
He just has a wee lash.
For goodness sake.
Come on.
No. I think the first one, he just has a wee flick at him, but Trusty doesn't need to accept that sort of a behaviour.
So it's a through ball. Chermiti and Trusty does well to get in front of him. Chermiti leaves a bit on him and he goes down.
Nothing in that, are they?
Oh, come on.
No.
There's nothing in that.
No.
Yeah, let's get on with it, for goodness sake.
When I played, that was a Roy Aitken handshake.
Trustees, you go back to the sending off against Hibs. 3 vital points lost to Celtic that day. First Hibs win at Celtic Park for 16 years. And you think to yourself, what are you doing? And I'm thinking, looking at this incident, what are you doing?
It's been a lively start. Rangers might be annoyed there because I think Mikey Moore was away from Julian Araujo, but the referee had already given a free kick on Diomande in the middle of the pit. Diamande's very animated, isn't he?
He needs to settle down a little bit. He's just getting caught up in everything.
Yeah, but you could have taken them off,
Yeah, 2 minutes, get the tracksuit.
Bath.
Yeah. Wouldn't he need a bath?
Yeah. Celtic
just put his gear on.
Celtic looked semi-assured for a couple of minutes. That's maybe gone a little bit. Rangers tails up a slightly, trying to come forward, trying to unsettle. Tanecki didn't look too clever there, keeping the ball in. And Rangers just suffocating it a bit more now, aren't they?
Yeah, they've settled into the game a little bit better, Rangers, getting into the 10th minute. But no early chances yet. Rangers just knocking about at the back. You wonder if Butland will go long here.
He's pressed by Daisen Maeda.
That's why he's in the team.
Good ball. Whether by design or not, that was excellent pass out to the right back from Jack Butland. Really good, because he was under a whole lot of pressure. Not only did he get it clear, he found a teammate.
Yeah, I think Celtic will be more, certainly if you refer to last week, they'll be happier with the way the game started, because they've had passages of play, they've had possession in the game, and it's kind of Rangers.
It's only 10 minutes. Giga has started really, really comfortably in this game, but he has.
Yeah, he has.
He brought the ball down there again.
And then took it past somebody, dribbled round him.
That's Fernandes.
Because he crossed over the last time when Giga came across.
But you missed the one, Gordon. The ball came to Fernandes from Giga. He just pulls it out of the sky, as calm as you like. He looks very assured. Just hope his defending's the same.
Could be in behind here. Mikey Moore, Julian Araujo will know exactly what he's capable of, because he started brilliantly last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
The on loan youngster, again, not necessarily holding it against him, because they all faded second half. That's poor though, to give it to Raskin. I think that's an ambitious pass.
I'd be very surprised if Martin O'Neill is not out that dugout having a real go at Yang just now. That's a nothing but what he's trying to do there. He's got to hold that ball in, take the ball, he just flicks it with outside his foot
and just hopes that it's a teammate in there.
Yeah, exactly. It's poor play from Young.
Not in this environment can you do that.
Not at all. Well, we've seen last week, remember the flick from Chermiti, and people say, oh, it turned the game. All of a sudden Celtic were on the attack.
Yeah, Rangers now squeezing them a lot better. Celtic are not as comfortable in position as they used to be from those
Can't believe
situations.
He didn't try an overhead kick.
Even Chermiti wouldn't have reached that one. Benjamin Arthur comes out to pay attention to him. Celtic will need to try and fall back into line, because Arthur's in that old position that the centre-backs don't really like being in, out wide.
Benjamin Arthur's thinking, it was never like this at Brentford.
It was never like this in the Brentford B team.
Yeah.
Yeah, this must be quite an eye-opener, atmosphere-wise. A wee taste of Pittodrie the other night, which was real competitive football, but this is up a notch.
Yeah, this is a different level.
That'll be the last time you see a crowd at Pittodrie this season.
We'll get to them later, I'm hoping. What a night that was last night for Dunfermline, and for different reasons for Aberdeen's season over, as Hugh alluded to. And that's what's so fascinating about this cup, because Dunfermline are waiting, Falkirk are waiting. Will it be St Mirren or Partick Thistle who go and wait as well? And obviously one of these two. 12 minutes gone, Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Not a chance to speak of, but lively enough. Booking for Diomande, a few other talking points, and that is about that so far.
They tend to play that diagonal ball, Rangers, don't they? They like to hit the full-backs and try and win the ball in the air and then go and pick up seconds, but Romans just missed.
How do you feel about that one, Cammy? I don't and this is not a Celtic Rangers thing. This is every level of football where there's a high ball, one player tries to head it, and the other one, some people would say they stand their ground. Some people would say they'll use their weight a little bit, they'll lean, and the guy that goes up ends up getting a real sore one. Yeah,
almost create a bridge, the guy that doesn't jump. Again, I think when you looked at that one there, Romans was never going to get the ball. I think the fullback does the right thing. I think he just leaves it, doesn't challenge. There's other ones, again, I think players do create that bridge and it is a foul, but certainly when you looked at that one,
poor from Benjamin Arthur. He looked a little bit flustered and just lashed it up the pitch, which I think Raskin it was that collected. Skov Olsen puts it in, and Tanecki gives it away as well.
They're giving it away cheaply, and it's causing them a few problems. They're going deeper and deeper. You can see the amount of Celtic players are now just dropping back into their 18-yard box. Rangers will be quite happy with the way this game's going just now.
We're in rabbits caught in the headlights territory here with one or two of these Celtic players.
Yeah, when it comes to them, they tend to clear it without much composure, whereas we said Rangers have managed to bring the ball down at the back a couple of times and work it, and they are certainly the ones attacking. Look how high Rangers centre backs are, and he's just swung a brilliant ball out to Skov Olsen. He puts it in, and it's headed behind by Reo Hatate for a Rangers corner.
That's a nothing ball from me, from the winger. I think he's got a bit of quality in him. He's got to do a bit better. He's got all the time in the world there.
I think his touch doesn't help him. It wasn't a great touch. It's still kind of bouncing ball for him, but Rangers recycled it side to side really well, and as you say, Fernandes is so high, and it puts a lot of pressure on Celtic defence.
Yeah, the corner worked back out, and it's going to be swung in again, headed away by I think Benjamin Nygren this time, who we've not really seen much of yet, but that's maybe him in a nutshell. He just comes alive when he gets a chance inside the box. That's not going to be a free kick. Rangers make half-hearted appeals, but goal kick.
Yeah, well, they've defended the set play well, Celtic there, getting the man at the front post just to head a danger away, because that will be a danger if they get quality balls into that box with the height Rangers have got.
Sinisalo complaining about something, I'm not quite sure what. But Rangers are ratcheting up the pressure. Nothing at all to concern Jack Butland at the other end, though.
Well, to be fair, you can argue that Sinisalo's not had a save either, Hugh. I do believe that Rangers will be the happier. They're just pressing Celtic high here, trying to make them, as Scotty said, from Ibrox go long, and that's what they do. And Maeda wins a great flick.
It nearly works this time. Nygren's just crowded out. It's probably not enough for it to be a foul, but you can understand why it's a frustrating one, that for Nygren. He does well, he takes the touch, but fair play. I think Rangers just get bodies.
I think Rangers' defence, as you say, they just crowd them out. Raskin does really well just to be there but not create the foul for him. But it was better play from Celtic. Maeda, key that he wins that first ball up, and then Nygren's obviously supporting him, trying to get through. So interesting.
15 minutes in, and to be honest, it's a closer game than I thought it would be.
Did you think that would have been about 2-0 by now?
Well, no, just closer. That's all I said. Come up with a phrase of your own and we'll listen to you.
Again, when you look at last week, Hugh, certainly Celtic will be much happier than the first 15 minutes from last week.
Yeah, dropped a little bit out of it now, haven't they?
Who, Rangers?
No, Celtic, after they looked a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, but all credit to Rangers. They're pressing them well, making them go long at times. Celtic just try to get that passing game going. You see the press here now. Rangers try to put them into their own box. There you go. Making it very hard for Celtic to play out, and they just give the ball away cheaply. That's Rangers' tactic today. That's where they'll have a time when they know when to go and press and try and make Celtic play it long, and then they can pick up at the back.
It's interesting that, because again, I think it's Arojo that plays the ball up. It is a 3v3 if they manage to get it right. It ends up being Yang, Maeda, and obviously Tanecki on the other side, and Rangers have only got the free back because of that high press. So if Celtic can get it right, it can be effective for them. Yeah, went back to Butland that time. Not as comfortable for him. He has to lash at it with his left, but he does get a fair bit of distance on it before it goes out the pitch. So
he's already fed up looking at Dalziel and Maeda.
Yeah, here goes Benjamin Nygren. Rangers do have decent numbers back, but this is the first chance for Celtic to try and build. But Hatate just bites off more than he can chew, drives in towards a few Rangers midfielders when he had.
He's got two players on the left hand side. He's got to get his head up and just keep the ball moving.
It's very early, but because of that, because there's not been that patient build from Celtic, is Yang and Tanecki far too quiet so far, haven't they?
Yeah, they have been. But that was an opportunity for Hatate to get out. Scales was up there supporting with Tanecki on that left hand side, and he drives into all the bodies. I don't understand why he done it. Poor decision.
I suppose it's that temptation, Gordon. Is that what this fixture does to you in the atmosphere, where you're just so keen to try and make something happen? You're Reo Hatate, you want to drive forward when I can't mind just rolls that ball out left to Tanecki.
Yeah, exactly, and just keeps everything going and keeps the danger there as well. He plays right into Rangers' hands. He's never really got to score from there. There's another ball, long ball again, and Rangers easily just getting it at the back. Jack Butland coming out there takes the pressure right off of Rangers. So I think Martin O'Neill will be looking for a wee bit better. If they're going to play balls in, they've got to play them in behind the full-backs and let Maeda or Yang or Tanek to get, put a bit of pressure on. The worst you could get is maybe a throw-in, or at least gets you up the park, but straight balls into Butler in the centre halves are no use.
Yeah, good tackle, Trusty. It gives it to Celtic, but they are definitely surrendering possession quicker. Rangers would be the ones that seem to have a few more options, and if they need to come back and then it's patient, it's not lost as quickly, it seems, from the home side.
Maeda keeps putting Jack Butland under pressure, but there's no focal point for Celtic up front. There's nobody to hit.
Liam Scales does pretty well in the end. I thought he'd got himself in trouble. He gets away from one, he's brought down by the other, and now it's just a free kick to Celtic. Scales wearing the captain's armband today, of course.
He does well to get out of that, because again, for a period you look, two Rangers players on top of him, looks as if they can steal the ball, and they were in a really good position to go forward and create something. Celtic don't convince me with the passing game. That they're not convincing that they can get it right. They're turning over possession too easy. Rangers are making it hard and pressing them really high.
Because even this could be Rangers in behind, it's flicked on, Trusty's there, but he's still in about the mix. Ryan Nadiri, he never really looked like pulling away from the Celtic defence.
He was running a skating rink there. He was all over the place. He was never getting there. He was never getting away from it. He's not got that in him. He's not a pacey centre forward, but
brilliant header from Chermiti, just to allow him to go through and goal.
Yeah, Celtic struggling to get to grips a bit more now, you would have to say, and Yang's defensive duties have
header by Trusty
not been very impressive early on in this one.
It's not his forte, is it? I don't know. I'll leave that one to Hugh to tell me what his forte is. But that was great defending from Trusty.
Benjamin Arthur took a chance. I wonder if he should have just let it go out. It's cut back, blocked by Trusty.
Still there,
but Mikey Moore, he's blocked as well. I actually thought Arthur had done really well initially. I thought,
and see, to be fair,
he'll learn quickly.
I think he did do well and he made a mistake there, but I think Sinisalo should come and take control of that situation. You see the ball coming through, I think he can come and collect that. He allows his defender who makes a mistake, and it presents the opportunity.
Chermiti just has a sort of a swipe with it, didn't he?
Look convincing.
No, I didn't look. He was never going to hit the target with that. But better from Rangers. They're putting Celtic under a little bit of pressure. They're controlling most of the game now, so Celtic just need to be careful.
Well, they're trying to be careful, but I think Arthur is showing signs of being a bit overawed by it all.
We've seen it last week, Hugh, with Dane Murray. Makes a mistake and you're thinking, he could fold here in this game.
Played really well.
He was brilliant second half, absolutely brilliant.
That's going to be a foul, and it might be a booking to Liam Scales. That's one each in the booking stakes, and this is where maybe Scales been out there at left back. Sterling's not a known dribbler either, but he kind of blitzes past Liam Scales, who brings him down, and it's stopping a promising attack, so it's a clear booking.
Liam Scales was signed by Celtic as a left back.
He played at Aberdeen, didn't he? And I think he's played there for Ireland, but
he spins him well there, Sterling, to be fair to him. He spins him really well. It's tight up against him, spins him, and then Scales is always behind him, and I feel as if he felt he had to make that challenge because he doesn't know what's behind him. But it's an opportunity from a set piece for Rangers.
So that's both teams with one player walking a tightrope. Liam Scales,
I think that's
Diomande.
A mismatch with Fernandes there, isn't it?
Half Arujo up to Fernandes' shoulders.
He's just looking up thinking he doesn't even need to jump.
Yeah, this is where Celtic do need to be extremely careful, because
they're going zonal, Celtic. If you see the 6-yard line, they've just put everybody.
And I tell you, it wasn't far away. They just put it into that area, and the sight of Fernandes when he comes and thunders towards it, it was just a bit too high even for him.
You think that's a dangerous tactic, the way Celtic are defending that zonal along their 6-yard line?
Yeah, so they're zonal for the 6-yard line, then they've got a couple of bodies picking up the bigger ones to probably try and do the block, to allow the guys in the zones to win the header.
Just seen that in the Deary chance. That's not a chance. He doesn't get away. But does it come from? Is that miscommunication in the Celtic backline? Because Trusty looks like he wants to win the initial header, then Arthur appears. So when Arthur loses the header, Trusty then can't get back.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just communication, but that's going to happen. They've not played a lot together. They need to learn very, very quickly as well today, because that one miscommunication can cost you in this game.
See, Dyson Maeda just tries to hold it up, but it's not his forte, but he does really well. Nygren is brought down, advantage goes on, so that won't be pulled back for anything. Tanecki. I know there's a school of thought that he's better when he comes off the bench for Celtic.
That's my thought.
23 minutes in, we've not really seen much of him.
No, I think he does make such an impact when he comes off the bench. It's a big game for him. But to be fair to him, wingers will tell you, as a centre forward, they'll tell you, you've got to get service, got to get the ball to him. And when the ball goes to him, I like to see my wingers being positive, so it'll be interesting to see.
It's a lovely pass from Luke McCowan. That's what Celtic need. Brave, incisive, goes through lines.
That one pass takes out the whole Rangers midfield, and they need that.
Oh, and then he's given it away with a loose touch. He tries to keep it alive, and Rangers do quite well. Chermiti, he needs to keep it there, and he's done brilliantly actually. He just manages to get it into an area for Mikey Moore to chase, and we saw at the start of the game last week how effective he can be on the dribble. He's got Romans joining up with him.
Doesn't he? He fancies that out in the left wing, because we've seen him, as you say, first half he was excellent, second half just fell out the game, but he could be a big threat.
It feels like Celtic moments aren't going to be too frequent, and if that's the case, they need to make them count a bit more than they have. You know, when McCowan makes that pass, what's next?
Yeah, I said that about the wide players, Tanecki for instance. The ball came to him there. The first thing he had in his mind was stop the ball and pass it back. Go and test the defender.
What's strange about that though, he was quite good last week when he came on, was he not?
Yeah, he was excellent when he came on.
He played against this opponent in this stadium, in this atmosphere 7 days ago.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
7 days. No idea, Gordon.
What, a bad night last night or something?
Well, I know one or two's got a bad night.
In here?
Well, probably sitting at Ibrox and now with his eyes closed, wondering where his car is. But I've got to say, another set play here for Rangers puts Celtic under a little bit of pressure.
Yes, it is indeed. 25 gone. It's very good start in terms of how frantic it is and all that sort of stuff. And we could be doing with a few more goal scoring chances. And the corner's well defended by Celtic at the front post.
Scales header.
Yeah, well, we said it before the game, didn't we? As much as there is the height advantage, that bit of it actually didn't really play out last weekend. So Celtic looking to counter. They used to do this so effectively. Nygren goes down. Don't think it will be a booking this time, but Mikey Moore probably a touch fortunate. He's in his own half. Maybe not stopping a promising attack, but maybe a bit further up.
Yeah, it was good feet from Nygren. Again, travelled with the ball, took it past Moore to try and start that counter attack. But yeah, the set pieces is interesting for me, because last week we were speaking about before the game and nothing really came of it. Today I feel like Rangers, when you look at Celtic's setup with that zonal and the physicality Rangers have, they'll certainly spoke about it midweek, that they need to try and get better deliveries into the box to allow the big guys to go in.
That Rangers press is becoming a bit more effective, and you're seeing what it does to Celtic.
A panic.
They just Sinisalo has to kick it, and it's not a kick that's like measured or aimed at anyone, so inevitably, and that's a good challenge though from Araujo, although a couple of players are down, so I don't know if the ref might stop this. It's one from each team, or does he let it go on?
He's got to let that go.
Just because there was a couple of
there's another player down. Diamandi in the middle of the pass went down, I think,
dropping like flies here. I don't know exactly what's going on. I think there was a collision initially. Good challenge, Araujo. I think one of his teammates then took the brunt of it somehow in a collision, and I'm not quite sure what Diamandi's issue is.
Here's Tanecki again. Is it back the way, Gordon?
Yeah, to be fair, Rangers are quite well structured behind him, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where he's meant to dribble there.
Problem is for Celtic as well, look in the box and you've got Yang and Maeda up against Fernandes.
Oh, it's a good ball. Liam Scales and Dalziel and Maeda dives, he stoops low, and I think it is a corner. I think Giga defended it well at the front post.
And again, you can't just stick any sort of ball in the box. That's a really good ball from Scales. It's a brilliant low floated ball into the front area.
Right, it's about 4 inches off the ground.
Look,
Maeda's made a go with the head.
I'm finding it very hard to criticise, because I scored a goal at Celtic Park like that. But that was no old days and you get away with it. I think he's got to go with his left foot there.
Has there been a generational change, which means you can't dive and header the ball?
Yeah, if you get back to the goal, you'll see what I'm actually saying. It was embarrassing, but it ended up in the back of the net.
It's better, travels a long way from Scales. That's the difference. I think, you should be able to read that maybe a bit better.
Yeah, I thought he could have got across with his left foot and caused problems. You only need a little flick.
I was going to say, not a great ball from McCowan, but it did seem to cause an unnecessary uncertainty for the Rangers back line, and now it's another corner.
I think it's a nervous looking game, Gordon. I think that both sides know that, look, the first goal's got to be so important here this afternoon. I know that we get 4 goals, Rangers 2 in the first half, Celtic get back into it, but it doesn't give me that confidence this is what's going to happen this afternoon.
better from McCowan. Rangers with all their big men in there, though it means that even I think it was Celtic contact first, but it doesn't really come to much. And Chermiti's just monstered Yang, but Yang has got back. There's a wee pull. Officials don't give that. I thought there was a pull on Yang as he tried to move away.
I'm surprised at that, because the assistant referee is over on that side.
Martin O'Neill is furious.
Good take.
That's a really good take from Taneki.
Right, here he is.
I know the difference now. Gloves off, literally.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's taking the gloves off. That's why he's getting a new lease of life.
Yeah, that's better then. It makes him run faster. If you're weighing yourself, you take your gloves off, don't you? So makes you lighter.
8th of March, bit sunny out in that left wing. I thought it was a strange choice to start with them. So
I thought Rangers were lucky there, because I thought there was a tug in Yang. I thought that it should have been a free kick, because nothing came yet.
It wasn't loads, Cammy, but Chermiti's a big old unit. Yang did seem to be away from him. Chermiti seemed to stick a hand out. Not saying it was a crime of the century, but it was the type of one you tend to see given.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's right in front of the linesman as well. You normally see that flag getting waved, but it certainly didn't.
Not a bad idea from Hatate to try and flick it to Taneki, but
are the Rangers fans, Cammy, thinking, hold on a minute, nearly half an hour gone here, we're not doing enough?
I think this game is crying out for a goal here.
I think you're right,
a shot at goals.
I think you're right.
Something exciting.
They both look a bit nervous, I think.
I'm looking nervous because we're only 5 if this goes to extra time. So let me tell you, I'm looking for a bit more goal-mouth entertainment here.
Yeah, you're right. We've all of a sudden reached that half-hour mark with, no chance really to speak of. Rangers had that half-hearted penalty shout for a handball by Austin Trusty. Once you see it back, it is the arm that's tucked into his body. I think even by any wacky standards now, I don't think that is ever going to be given. And Celtic haven't created anything. A couple of crosses into the box maybe. Romans has just crashed into Arujo.
There we go. There we go. I think Martin O'Neill will be the happier of the managers, right? Because this time last week he's 2-0 down, getting a real doing. His goalkeeper's not had a save to make. He's missing influential players. That's it.
I'd love to know what Tour Romans thought Haruko had done wrong there.
Yeah.
Again,
he was probably in the way.
He's not gave a foul for that.
This is what's interesting about refs when they because this must be murder. Let's be honest. This must be such a hard fixture to ref.
Yeah.
So they try and tread that line between not giving everything and letting some things go, but then you're like, I think that one that's also in Maeda presses Butland and it's out for. It's going to be a throw into Rangers.
Butland must be absolutely sick of the sight of him.
But he must know.
He knows. He had it before.
I know.
You know what? In Cammy, you would.
He had the warning sign when he was very close before, when he took a touch and Maeda was right on his heels. He managed to clear it, and we spoke about that clearance. It ended up being a good one, but again, he's not going to give anything up, so you've got to be that little bit quicker.
So throw in is all that comes of it, although it would be a heart and mouth moment, and I thought Moore would have been in there if the ball was better, but it goes straight to Aruko. But he's not been able really to find passes very often.
Free kick in the middle of the park again. It's a stop-start sort of a game. There's no rhythm to it. There's no excitement so far. I think maybe the players have just been caught up in the atmosphere. A lot of missed passes. No positivity for me. It just needs something to spark the game alive here.
As I say, for one of them, the trophy hunt might be finished for the season. It's Hearts' league to lose. St Mirren have got the League Cup. This might be the last chance for Rangers or Celtic to win a trophy.
Yeah, Celtic of course up into second this week after that draw meant that it was as you were, and then winning the game in hand up at Aberdeen. But this is all about the Cup today, which is interesting because I thought maybe during the week, when you looked at the reaction to last week, it was like everything's about the title race and you wonder how the feeling is today. Then you see what it means to everybody.
Well, you see,
there are no eyes being taken off this to look forward to the title race.
Let's be honest, when you see the teams that are in the semi-final of the Cup and who's going in tonight, St Mirren or Partick, hopefully not Partick, I couldn't live with that. Rangers or Celtic obviously go firm favourites to lift a bit of silverware. It might not happen like that with the season that they're having. It's the season of the underdog, isn't it? So I wouldn't be surprised if one of those teams went on to win the Scottish Cup as well. Could you imagine St Mirren winning both cups the season they've had?
What an imagination you've got.
Well, they've got an opportunity to be in the semi-final. And that's when they keep their best football. Their best 2 games have been Motherwell, Hampden and Celtic in the cup final.
The Rangers back to have marshalled Dalziel and Maeda really well, because Celtic had could be a chance now for Celtic to get down the right. This is about the most space they've had. Julian Araujo, a Yang screaming for it, and he gets it down the right side of the box. He's gone the wrong way though. Corner kick, well covered by 2 Romans. Yang can't see where Romans is coming from, to be fair, but I thought if he could have checked back in towards goal, Gordon,
on his left,
he had a real chance there.
Yeah, he was desperate to get that ball back onto his right foot. It's good defending, right enough, but it's a wee warning for Rangers. He's got space in the box there. I think he should do a lot better, Gordon.
He's got to come in towards goal, but he doesn't know where Romans is, does he?
I think but he goes wrong side for me. He should come inside and cause problems.
If he does it quicker as well.
Yeah, totally agree. And players on the other side as well.
Okay, corner 2.
Interesting to see if Celtic could score from a set play.
Celtic, it's actually a decent ball in, but what a header that is away from the Rangers back line. McCowan on corner kick duties. He comes back in again. It's flicked on.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Rangers 0, Celtic 1, and it is Dalziel and Maeda slides on his knees in front of the Rangers fans, who are not too impressed with what they've seen. Up the other end though, the Broomloan stand erupts. It's Rangers 0, Celtic 1.
Well, I said to you 5 minutes ago, do you think the Rangers fans will be getting a bit perturbed by not doing enough? They're perturbed now, and so is Danny Rule, because if Danny Rule loses this, the fans will say, get him out.
Yeah, still a long way to go, of course. But let's analyse the goal. I thought it was a brilliant flick on from Liam Scales when it comes back out. So McCowan looks up once more. Just need to see though if he's offside.
No.
Liam Scales.
Oh, Liam Scales, yeah.
I think there's a chance, so draw the lines.
Yeah, Maeda's definitely not off. But we have this argument about Rangers with the height they've got at set plays. There it shows you the quality of the ball. Cuts everything like that out. It's very tight.
There is going to be a question mark over Liam Scales, Cammy, because he's the one. But like we said, don't bother measuring your TV. Keep your ruler in your pocket. The protractor can stay where it is. Let them draw the lines, and let's see what it comes out with. But it's well taken by Dalziel and Maeda.
Yeah, and it's a good goal.
Should Butland do better?
Yeah, when you look at it
all day.
Again, what I would say is it's a brilliant ball in from McCowan, first and foremost. Great little flick on from Scales. Whether he's onside or offside, we'll soon find out. And then Maeda's there. I think Butland's taken a little bit by surprise. He possibly should do better. He tries to push it away and pushes it onto the post.
Don't
and goes
give
in.
me the goalkeeping union. I'm not having it.
This will be close, I think.
Butland should save that for
This
me.
is brilliant. This though, I always think with any team, what could the conversation with Don Robertson really be about here? He's just going to wait, and they're just going to tell him.
Yeah, he's saying to Diamandi, Shug thinks
he's got an easy job
off
here.
after 2 minutes.
It's just about Liam Scales, so they'll draw the lines, and like we
it
said,
did look tight, didn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's a left foot of Liam Scales, I think, which runs the risk, but you can't tell.
There's a lot of bodies in there as well.
No, but he's the front one.
Yeah, but I mean, like right along the line where obviously they're looking. So
it's a goal.
No, it's not.
No.
It is offside. It's Rangers 0, Celtic 0, and it is a huge let off for the home side, Hugh.
Yeah, tremendous. I can imagine how Martin O'Neill feels. He's the one who's already said that VAR re-referees games.
Oh, he is.
That's different. It's nothing to do with re-refereeing. He's offside. He's offside.
It would have been a pivotal moment in the game. You can't help but feel if Celtic had gone in front. But Celtic have played better than I thought they would. And we're getting towards the end of the first half, and I don't think Rangers have done as well as they should.
And in Planet Scotland, for the last few days, we were told that the lines are manufactured to help Celtic.
Yeah.
And where does that theory go now? It's in the bin after a couple of days.
I think you can see on that view in there.
I said it straight away because he just.
It's his foot that's trailing, and again, it's the correct decision they've came to. That's why we've got VAR for them decisions. They're the tight ones that are difficult to see, but it's a let off for Rangers. It's a warning. Will they heed that warning? We'll soon see.
Yeah, it's a wake up call for Rangers. There's no doubt.
Said this before, Gordon, where it's just so hard to corner Rangers now. It's so hard to know which way that works, because we've seen it before. It's a sign of attacking intent from Celtic. They've had the ball in the net, but we've seen in this fixture where, remember, Rangers did they get a goal disallowed, and then that sparked Celtic into life in one of the previous games. So it can happen both ways.
It certainly needed something. It could spark both teams, because Celtic could go and say, right, okay, we've shown we can go and score and hurt them. Let's get the ball up the pitch. Let's get some quality. Is it Fernandes with a header there over? No, it's Giga. He's done all right in the first half, Giga. A free hander, but
I don't think he's ever going to score from.
No,
He's sort of
it's a big
16 yards out when the ball comes in and he meets it.
For all of the disappointment that Celtic will undoubtedly feel, I think they can be more pleased with the first half than Rangers, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Martin O'Neill will be delighted because, as I say, he'll look at what happened last week. He could have been well out the league game. OK, they got a great response, but they've had the ball in the net. The goalkeeper away from home at Ibrox in a cup tie has not had a save to make in 39 minutes.
Yeah, let's see who finishes the half stronger. This could be a pivotal period. It's been nothing like the previous two fixtures where Jack Butland does collect in front of Dalziel and Maida. You're nothing like the last two where one team dominated early on. It's been nothing like that. It's been quite even.
I've got to say, I think Maeda should go a little bit early.
Yeah,
I know he doesn't fancy Yang to win the header, but you've got to gamble. Football's all about gambling, taking a chance. If he goes a little bit earlier, I think he gives Butland a wee bit of a problem there.
I like this Aruko and Rumans battle. Aruko comes out on top this time
of it down that right hand side, left hand side for Rangers.
Both sturdy, aren't they? Both quite physical, both at it.
I like that describing sturdy. Yeah, two wee sturdy players at it.
You would think that Celtic could do or should do everything they can to try to get Arojo on a permanent deal.
It's an interesting one though, isn't it? Because if you've got a fit Alistair Johnston, not saying you don't obviously you want as many good players as possible, but let's say it costs you a lot because he's an English Premier League player. Do you do that to compete with Alistair Johnston? Do you know what I mean?
Alistair Johnston would, for me, is the number one right back. I think the boy's done brilliant.
I think he's a good player. I like him.
That's
Arojo.
But I don't think he's as good as Johnson.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
because it becomes.
He's not played as many games though, so I think I really like him. I think he's very effective. But I totally get it, Gordon.
Because we speak about these things as if it's just a black and white decision. Do you take Aruko for 20 grand a week? Do you take him for 40 grand a week?
Yeah.
You know that's a different.
I think the fee and the wages obviously play a part. Whether they would explore that.
I'll tell you what, Don Robertson is doing his best to definitely let this go at some points and then not at others. I thought that was definitely going to be pulled back as well. We're just seeing the lines again actually, and as we said before, for all this talk, the other night at Pittodrie, Liam Scales is a good bit offside there, that left foot of his.
There's no arguments here. As you say, Gordon, unfortunately the fans will be putting their rulers back in their drawer, in their briefcases, because it's definitely the right call.
Well, that doesn't always matter.
That means nothing to the callers here.
It was the right call the other night as well, but it didn't stop people.
But I think the other night was a wee bit more close.
Yeah, it was closer. The lines were
certainly not close.
Well, there's Aruko. He's inspired by your talk about whether they should keep him, and he gives it away. But now Celtic, if they can find Aruko again,
they've got a chance here. Bill in early.
Oh, it's a poor one. Diomande, credit to him, gets in the way, but it's poor from Celtic, who had a real chance. They had Rangers stretched. AJ
would have had that in the box because I taught him that. Put it in early.
He tried to put it in early, just didn't do it very well.
But it's a good spell for Celtic. That's what I'm saying. They've taken a little bit of confidence from that goal that was ruled offside, correctly so, and they're finishing the first half probably the strongest.
Yeah, just maybe going to be fourth back here. I think Rangers' shape at times is quite good, Cammy. There's no obvious ways through it.
Yeah, but again, Celtic, I think they'll be comfortable with this. They get periods that they get to spend on the ball, and when you reflect to last week, they couldn't get their foot on the ball at all in the first half. So I think this suits Celtic when they get to knock it about at the back and then just probe Rangers. But Rangers have got a good defensive shape.
Out to that left side, Tanecki, but you can see why he's not always dribbling, Gordon. I said it. Well, no, hold on. I was going to cut him some slack. Not now. He's been absolutely robbed by Dujon Sterling. I was going to say he had a few bodies in front of him, but he's been completely robbed. Chance for Chermiti over the top.
Yeah, Martin O'Neill wouldn't have cut him any slack at half time there, let me tell you.
Is this why he doesn't start games?
100%. He's an impact player for me. I think he's got good ability, he's got good skill, but he can't do it for 90 minutes. That's a good effort with Chermiti. It's a good ball from Sterling. That's a good ball into a good area.
Yeah.
And Chermiti's in front of the defender.
Pop up off his shin or something.
Yeah, it's a difficult one though, isn't it? You know what I mean? You're trying to just make any sort of contact because you've got a defender right beside you. It's a decent ball in from Sterling as well.
And it'd have been a real good time to score, but Tanecki probably saying, you
could see him in the background when I was watching the replay there. You could see Tanecki just hoping that nothing was going to happen, and the hand went in the air.
what's the sign when a winger loses it like that? It's the running style changes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The head goes down and you just think, please make me run faster to get back here.
The veins in your neck get bigger and bigger trying to get back.
And when the cross came in, he had a little skip as well to say, please don't go in the net. So
that's...
Somebody bail me out here.
That's that jump into there where you hope.
Yeah.
Luke McCowan decides to stop the game.
Exactly, I can't understand that.
Don Robertson takes it. I think he
head
realises
knocker
that
in, is it?
Hattati's in a bit of pain. I do think it's more of a
hip.
Yeah, but like a collision, if you like, rather than anything else.
Impact.
It's Nadiri's shoulder as he falls goes into the back, and I'm sure it will be a sore one for Hattati, but you'd imagine he'll manage to shake that off.
The ones are quite sore, aren't they?
Yeah, it can be a
little dead hip, dead right side, dead. Whatever.
You want to say dead
leg?
You want to say bum cheek? That's alright. That's allowed.
Right, it
My
could
word.
be a dead bum cheek. I've never had a dead bum cheek.
Some of the things you say on here, and you're worried about bum cheek.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned there, especially on a Sunday.
Right, 44 minutes gone. I can't see a hugely long period added. There was a VAR check for the Celtic goal that was disallowed. So maybe a minute or two as we head towards half-time, where just because they're an away team and they've got some adversity in the team selection, Celtic will probably be the happier.
I think so.
But let's not kid ourselves, there's not loads in this game either way. There's the new left back for today, Scales, closed down by Skov Olsen. Has he been too quiet again?
I think, yeah, and that's why I was surprised. I thought Rangers would have went stronger midfield, gave Moore that licence in the top of a diamond, and played off the two centre forwards. The two wingers, in fact, Rangers front four haven't really been seen. I know Chermiti's made a couple of good runs, but Nadiri, for me, has not done anything in this game at all.
Well, that's what was interesting about last week. There's another reference. Because Rangers were so dominant in the first half, understandably people said that the structure worked and the two up top and you do it and it gets, but he personally didn't do much, did he?
No,
he was quite quiet.
Look, he closes down, he works hard to close down, you can't take that away from the lad, but so far he's offered nothing. Listen, see if he offers nothing and he gets the winner, nobody will care what he does. No. It's all about scoring goals, but for me I'd be looking for a little bit more out in my front two.
Last action of the half will be a free kick to Rangers. It is deep, but they've still taken the chance to get all the big men up, and it's just that flighted one. They know that it's all about the second contact here, or maybe the first, and it's just past the post. I think a flag had gone up, but that shows you what Rangers can do. They don't necessarily have to cut you open and create, but just put big bodies into the box.
Offside.
Yeah, there's a few initially offside there.
But again, it's just that chaos that happens, whether it's the first one that's offside or Chermiti on the second one. Sinisalo does really well
from the assistant.
Yeah, Sinisalo does well with the save anyways from Chermiti. He doesn't know he's offside.
Half time, let's go and speak to Scott Allan and Gabriel Antoniazzi.
Rangers 0, Celtic 0 at the interval. Goalless here, despite Dyson made a thing. He put his team ahead in the 35th minute, only for it to be ruled out for offside. It's been a bitty game, Gordon, very frantic, but very few real chances. It was an electric atmosphere at kick-off, and Rangers got a grip of the game after about 10 minutes, and Mikey Moore looked dangerous again down the left, beating his man several times and crossing balls in, but there were no takers. The Celtic centre-half Benjamin Arthur nearly made to pay when he was caught on the ball in his own box. The biggest moment of the half came when Celtic swung a ball in from the right. Liam Scales flicked it on and Maida was there to turn it home, but the Irishman's foot was just offside in the build-up. The Celtic end went wild, as did the Rangers end when VAR intervened. Yusuf Chermiti clipped one over after a fast break just before half-time, and then there was a chance in stoppage time. It was actually offside, so wouldn't have counted. But Scott Allan, there's not really been much in the final third for either team, has there?
Well, there hasn't. I think execution's let them down, and both sets of players on a good few occasions. So I think obviously after the goals last week you're expecting that, but I think what you can see is both teams have tried to negate what they seen last week. Listen, it's been really competitive as expected, but just that little bit of finesse in the final third letting both sides down.
Yeah, Gordon, we'll have to see if we do get that in the second period, but at half time it's Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
Always an interesting half, Scott Allan. I think regardless of whether we had as many goal scoring chances as we would like, it was interesting. How did it live up to what you expected? Because we had a lot of expectations given that they played last week.
Yeah, well, I think obviously Luke Keevins was basically taking the role of Callum McGregor between him and Hattati last week, and that's how they used they used that extra man in there to go out. What you can see is Rangers have went man for man, especially from the Celtic kickouts, and they've struggled at times, trying to be brave. But Big Fernandes is happy to be 1v1 against Maeda. That's the interesting take, but I think he's been excellent in the first half. Fernandes, Sinisalo's just doesn't have that long kick to maybe get it down the sides to get that, to exploit that 1v1. Rangers have, yes, in terms of the press has been decent at times. It's just been better. I think the execution, as I said, Gordon, and both teams, when they do have their moments where can they find the pass, they just haven't. So the Maeda goal, which obviously ruled offside, second phase, from a Rangers point of view, that would be a really disappointing goal to lose. But Celtic have defended their set pieces well. I think I've looked at the setup. They've got that zonal in the 6-yard box. So I think that's maybe why Rangers at times have went short, to try and move them to get a different angle on the second phase, and they just haven't really made the most of it, same as what we've seen last week. But listen, there's so much more to be played in this game. But a quieter first half than expected, but hugely competitive.
Because Rangers are at home, because they started fast last week, because Celtic have been dealt the kind of late Callum McGregor, Kieran Tierney thing, would Rangers fans be more disappointed with the first half? And I'm not pretending there's loads in it, but would they be a bit more disappointed?
Yeah, I think they would have wanted to trouble Sinisalo a lot more than what they did. What Celtic done early on, I thought, the first maybe 3-4 minutes of the game, they just tried to keep the ball. They were patient, trying not let the crowd get on top of them, and then Rangers kind of found their way into the game at that point. But they just haven't locked the goalkeeper enough for me.
Anything in particular that you think has been the kind of cause behind that? What's been lacking from that Rangers attack?
Listen, you can talk about tactics and all that, but sometimes it's just as simple as execution and quality in the ball. I think there's been at times have rushed the pass and just take that little bit of care, and that little bit of care, especially in the final third, can be the difference in what gets you in behind a defence. Obviously, I think it was Mikey Moore was pressing Ben Arthur. He had that little bit of hesitancy, and then I think Chermiti just couldn't quite get the shot on target. Just that little bit of finesse, taking care with your final pass, and then it comes down to decision making. That is what separates good players from the top players, and I just think both sides have just really struggled in that department.
Okay, let's wait and see what happens during the break. We won't know what's been said to the teams by their managers, but I would like to know, and then we'll see if either of them decide to make a change for that second half. It's not been anything close to last week. We're no closer really to a breakthrough. Let's see what the second half has in store.
Tackle the headlines. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Goals at the interval: Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Hugh Keevins.
Well, now we find out what happens when men go up the tunnel and come out as different men in the second half. That's what happened last week. Will there be changes in personnel straight away? But we also have the broom-blowing factor now. Celtic shooting towards 7,500 of their own supporters. They have exceeded expectations, I think, in the first half. On a day when they're minus Kieran Tierney and Callum McGregor, they have had a better first half than Rangers. Now we're back to that syndrome, the tunnel syndrome. What happens when they come out the tunnel? They come out different men. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think Celtic will be happier with the first half than Rangers, and I think that Danny Rule will be in there delivering some harsh words to his players, because if Danny Rule doesn't win this game, the Rangers fans will have doubts about him.
It's an interesting point you make, Hugh. Will he change? I don't see Celtic changing anything. I think Martin will be quite happy with the way the game's going. If MD was going to change, I'd say it was Rangers, but I think that the manager will have a few strong words, try and change one or two things, then make the changes. So I reckon that, unless I'm 100% wrong, I reckon the 2-11s will come out and start second half.
Yeah, I think the 2-11s will come out, but I certainly think Rangers and Danny Rule won't be happy with the first half showing. They've not shown enough goal threat. Scotty spoke about it at half time. They've not had enough shots on target. Sinisalo, it's been an easy half for him. They've had the press, which has been okay at times, but again, he'll be asking for a lot more. They're at home, and I think we're all going back to that point that Celtic are missing Kieran Tierney and Callum McGregor, so Rangers should be doing a lot more.
Scott Allan is alongside Gabriel. Gabriel, sometimes you get a clue. You could tell it last week straight away. Certain players sprint out at half time and go for a extended warm up. You can tell if there are going to be changes. Any sign?
No, at the moment, Gordon, all of Celtic's 9 substitutes are out here warming up, but there's no one in the Rangers half. I'm not sure if that's a sign of perhaps their subs are in there getting the team talk at the moment, but Celtic have just got all their 9 warming up. Rangers, no one out warming up at the moment. I'll let you know if we do have any changes when the teams emerge from the tunnel in the next 2 minutes or so.
If we're talking about lack of attacking intent, Scott, from a Rangers perspective, what does that look like? Is Skov Olsen, does he need to do more? Does Nadiri need involved more? What kind of personnel issues are you looking at there?
I think Nadiri's been poor for me. He just hasn't affected the game at all. I think you could maybe look at bringing Gassama on, put him on that left hand side, because what he does give you is pace, and maybe move Mikey Moore in. I think Gordon Dale said that at the top of the show. Could you put Mikey Moore in behind Chermiti? I think that's probably your best bet, because he's the best Rangers player who plays in pockets, and he's got that killer pass. He just hasn't had the ball enough for me. After I'm just looking, I think that's Chukwani potentially. He's getting warmed out. He's getting warmed up. He's come out. He could potentially come on, but Rangers just in that attack. Skov Olsen, how many chances are we going to give him? We're just not doing enough. I think his chances to deliver, doesn't put the ball in. Chermiti looked frustrated out there. I think from one of the crosses he was turning around shouting at Danny Rowe about just putting the ball in the box and going making Celtic defend. They just haven't done that enough.
As for Celtic, when they look to make an attacking change, Scott, they've got their options are so limited for a number of reasons that it usually involves moving Dalziel Maeda. You know, but he's moved back up front last week to try and get something out of the game, which means he starts up front today. But looking at the way the first half's played out, would it be any surprise to see Taneki come off, Maeda go left, and someone like Chivanchera go through the middle? What's the most likely adaptation that Celtic could make to their attack?
Yeah, it depends how Mark O'Neill sees it with Taneki. Very quiet in the first half. Jan Sterling actually played him really well. He was aggressive with him, but that would be the most likely. Chivanchera up, and then at some point you will see James Forrest, just because of the impact he's had over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think Martin O'Neill, I'll give it 15 minutes anyway. I think he'll be happy with most of the first half. Obviously they get the ball in the net as well. Their goalkeeper's not had a save to make. He'd have been expecting a lot more from Rangers. I think if MD's got to tweak anything, I think it'll come from the home dressing room.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you look at the home dressing room, potentially they might make a change, or will he give them that 5-10 minutes to go and show them what they can do and take this game to Celtic? Because I think Danny Rowe will be disappointed with that first half. When you look at it, I expected Rangers to get more opportunities, to be more dominant in that first half, and they weren't.
We've spoken all day about the makeshift nature of the Celtic team, the impact of losing Tierney and McGregor, and Rangers have done nothing to capitalise on any of that. So the manager must be frustrated, and the crowd certainly will be. Martin O'Neill, 74-year-old fox, he'll be quietly happy.
Stilian Petrov on TV and amongst the Celtic fans, and I knew that was going to happen because we met him on our Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard night out last night, and he said he was going in with the Celtic fans. So there you go, a man of his word, quite clearly. And amongst that improved allocation there, 7,000 behind the goal, it's led to a very, very noisy Ibrox this afternoon. Is that having any bearing on the game yet, Scott? Is it a bit early for that to have played out?
It's not having a bearing as of yet. Like I said, I thought Celtic actually done well in the first couple of minutes. Nice and patient, and took that Rangers intensity away early on, and then the game kind of balanced itself out. Listen, I don't think there's been any shots on target in that first half, and the possession's kind of fairly even, so it just kind of shows you the way the game's gone. But listen, we've got 45 minutes potentially. If the way it's looking now, I think we could be going to extra time.
Well, Gabriel, run us through the teams as Celtic come back out. We'll know if there are any changes or not, and if the answer is no, then remind us of who started this one and take us up to kick-off.
Yeah, Gordon, Celtic the first out of the changing rooms to the start of the second half. Players just coming out on the pitch now. Looks like they will be the same as they were in the first 45. So that's Sinisalo in goal. At right back, Julian Araujo, Benjamin Arthur and Austin Truss at centre half, with Liam Scales pushed out to left back. He's the standing captain today, with Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney out of the lineup. In midfield, it's Benjamin Negron, Luke McCowan and Reo Hatate, Sebastian Tunetti and Yang out wide. Dyson Maeda is playing through the middle as the main striker. You wonder how long Martin O'Neill will give it before he makes changes, because there's a few options on there. Perhaps Oxlade-Chamberlain. Spanchera will have to wait and see. Rangers just about to come out of the tunnel themselves, and Tochi Chukwueze is waiting to come on. He will be coming on in the place of Mohamed Diomande. Of course, he's the man who they swapped in the starting lineup, so Diomande came in for him after Chukwueze started last weekend. But Chukwueze is coming onto the park. The only change here at Ibrox. So the team will be Butland in goal, a defence of Sterling, Giga, Fernandez and Romans. Raskin and Chukwueze will be at the base of midfield with Skowalson and Moore out wide. A top two of Nadiri and Chimiti. All remains level here, Gordon. As I said, 4 of the last 5 meetings here have ended as a draw, but it won't be a draw today. If we have to, we'll go to extra time, we'll go to penalties, we will have a winner, and we'll have one of these two into the Scottish Cup semi-final. Nico Raskin stands over the ball, referee Don Robertson just making sure everyone is on the park, and we are underway for the second half at Ibrox.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Goal Flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy. Get set for the season with expert pharmacy support.
Your thoughts on that Rangers change? Gordon Dalziel, Chukwueze on for Diomande?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We said that if there were going to be any changes, we think it come for the home dressing room. He's kept the same shape. Diomande gets the early booking. He's not really offered anything. He get caught up in a couple of things early. So that's straight swap for me, and it'll be interesting to see there. Ball goes back to Butland, route one right away, so Rangers try to go on the front foot.
Early free kick to Rangers in a dangerous position. It was a late challenge by Tuneki. He tried to pull out from like the foot contact, but he still collides with Dujon Sterling. It was always going to be a foul, that one, and it means that Skov and I think Mikey Moore, just Mikey Moore now over the ball, a real good crossing opportunity. Tuneki and Maeda making up a 2-man wall, and Chukwueze's on. It's that extra height now that we spoke about before the game being reinstated, and Celtic playing that risk, that the line with all the every Rangers player is offside right now, but they're going to dart back on, and then it's a minefield to see who can get that decision correct. I think it goes all the way through for a goal kick.
Well, it was a cheap free kick given away by Tuneki, but Rangers have made nothing of it. Again, interesting to see when Celtic go to the other end of the park, what difference, if any, it makes to have 7,500 of your people there. But we've got to get out their own half, first of all.
I think perhaps a claim that Arojo touched it and it should have been a corner. I think if we're being honest with ourselves, very hard to tell.
Yeah, it sort of looked like that to me. But
listen, don't worry, because before long they're going to bring in VAR checks for corners.
Yeah, but
as if life isn't tedious enough with having to wait around. But there we go. It may well have come off him. It was hard to tell.
It was a little bit too deep for me, I think. The early on in this second half, you've just got to put it almost in the middle of the goal to ask somebody to go and get anything on the end of it, because it was a really good position to put it in the box, but again, too deep.
There's a reason why Celtic campaigned to get all of the Broomloan stand, and that's because of the inspirational effect it would have on the players. So now that is really tested.
This is nice from Celtic. Yep. And Negron's gone early, and Maeda,
what a ball.
Maeda just didn't quite read it, and he got there, but Romans does excellently. See if Maeda gets on his bike.
I said in the first
half a second quicker, Gordon. He's in.
He does the same. He's
excellent from Negron.
He's flat-footed. It's absolutely brilliant. He doesn't think
he's in so much space.
He has to be anticipating that ball coming there and getting onto it.
And I'll tell you what, he had Yang tucked in behind him as well, so see, even if he could have taken it in, if he had to turn back Cammy and find the pass out to the other side, that doesn't go down as a chance. But what an opportunity passed up by Celtic there.
Massive opportunity. Rangers were wide open. It was brilliant from Negron. He spots it early, plays it perfect as well. If Maeda starts running, when Negron starts running, he's in on goal. He's 1v1 with Butland.
It's not bad from Rangers, actually, wriggling out the Celtic press. They've done really, really well. They've crossed the halfway line. Mikey Moore shows nice footwork, and then in comes a tackle, and it breaks down. It's a mistake from Benjamin Arthur. Sinisalo's come, just about gets enough on it, but he's out his goal. Can Mikey Moore lob him? No, he can't. And cleared up the pitch it goes. It didn't look to be any danger on there, and all of a sudden,
you've got to say the goalkeeper has bailed him out.
Full credit to Sinisalo.
Yeah.
His speed off his line, and he anticipates that it's actually going to happen. Does brilliant.
Cue the question, Hugh. Does Schmeichel get there?
No. I don't think so. But I think Sinisalo now deserves to be seen in his own right. You know, we've all got our theories about Kasper Schmeichel and why he's not on the bench, but Sinisalo now deserves to be, after the save at Pataudry in midweek, etc., he deserves to be considered the man with the jersey now. And as Gordon said, he's bailed out Benjamin Arthur. We're reluctant to criticise Arthur because, as I say, he hasn't had 5 league games in his entire career.
What was that from Arthur though? Like flat-footedness? Or did he slip? It just seemed very...
He just get caught, Gordon, whether he slipped or what.
Oh, it's a nice pass. Rangers are in here. Good tackle from Luke McCowan. Tracks back. Really nice. Just takes
it's
it
a
off.
good tackle. Yeah, it takes the pressure off. But I've got to say, the goalkeeping's position is brilliant. Really bails him out. So he'll be happy with that. He's just got to be careful, because if you're Rangers, you're starting to put... See, if I'm a centre forward, I'm playing on him now. You know, I'm looking, thinking there's a little bit of nerve shown here. I'm going to start just playing on your shoulder and see what you've got.
Just thinking about that touch that Luke McCowan took to get the ball off the toes of Mikey Moore. He's done pretty well in that McGregor role, hasn't he? Because you forget what you need to do back the way. Yeah, we think about on the ball, but
listen, Luke McCowan's work rate's excellent for me. I think he's got the quality as well, and he's shown that at times in the first half where he's played nice passes. Remember that cutting pass that played right through the midfield.
He's done really well there to battle with Chermiti, but he can't really do much about the break of the ball. And now here come Rangers. Mikey Moore moving towards the edge of the box. Great cutout from Austin Trusty, and it sort of spins up and over the bar. I think it will be a corner.
Yep.
There's a sore one, I think. 2 Celtic players colliding, Trusty and Rio Hitati. Trusty did well to cut that out though.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant defending. We talked about it. I said that Martin O'Neill seems to like Trusty in that centre of defence, and
there's nothing to do with Hitati. Sorry, he's just there.
Yeah, you can see the reason why.
Great ball from Moore with the outside of the foot into that danger area, and then he backs it up with the second one as well. Trusty does tremendous with both challenges.
If Trusty doesn't get there in the day, he's got a tap in.
Yep.
He's got a tap in. So it's a very good defending. But
I was wondering where the contact really came from on Trusty. He must have maybe taken a kick. He's up anyway, but he'll need to defend this. Everyone's right on top of Sinisalo, and Rangers work something. A Scott Fry training ground move, perhaps. It comes in, there is a player round the back, but Benjamin Arthur does really well to get it off the head of Nadiri.
Cammy, does the goalkeeper come there and tell
I think pressure? So. I think when the ball goes up, I think he needs to take 2 or 3 steps off his line, and it'll put him in a better position. He's still tight to his line. If he steps up,
he's nearly behind his line by the time that ball comes in. So another corner to Rangers. You just wonder, over the game last week and now 51 minutes here, you just wonder if they can keep having to defend these set pieces, Celtic.
You can defend that all day long. What was that?
I don't know whereabouts in the Scott Fry playbook that one. I'm assuming not. I'm assuming it was a miscalculation from Skov Olsen, who passes it along the ground, along the line, and straight to the front post Celtic defender.
I can sum his day up. I forgot he was even on the pitch until I seen that. He's offered nothing. He's came with a massive reputation, this guy, and I think he's offered absolutely nothing to Rangers.
Is he on borrowed time again this afternoon?
Yeah, he needs to. 2
balls on the park.
There we go.
Yeah, he needs to produce something quickly, Gordon, for me. He'll be on a large salary, you'd imagine. He's come in with a big reputation. He's given Rangers nothing down the flanks. He needs to get something delivered in there for his centre forward.
It would be a lot. He would need to finish this season remarkably, Hugh, for Rangers to fork out £9 million for him.
The size of the fee makes it an impossibility that he'll be going on a permanent deal to Rangers, but the Celtic goes under siege at the start of this second half.
Yeah, you do wonder if Celtic can keep this up. They have answered every question from set pieces, but does eventually it become one too many? Mikey Moore did say it last week, you don't get much of a run up to take a corner at Ibrox. It slopes down, and that looks like a good ball in, and it's bouncing around everywhere, and somehow it is scrambled clear, and Benjamin Arthur fires it down the line, and it'll go out for a throw in just in front of the technical area. But Rangers come in close.
What a ball in it was from Mikey Moore, and you just mentioned it, Gordon. The longer these corners come in, it's just that one bit of quality. Brilliant ball in from Fernandes. I don't know how that stays out. It's a scramble on the line. Celtic managed
I don't think
to
Fernandes knows either, because you can see him laughing if they say, how did that stay out the back of the net? Warning signs for Celtic. Rangers started better in the second half.
Well, I say it's the second half syndrome here.
Yeah, and you're seeing what Chikwani brings, just that absolute power to just move Luke McCowan out the way and take the ball off him and launch another attack. So Celtic struggling to get the pressure off them here, aren't they?
Yeah, Rangers have started saying how better now. Great ball goes in there, good take from the goalkeeper. Celtic just need to get into their passing rhythm. Rangers are all over them at this moment in time.
Yeah, Yang tries to come forward. I'm not sure he does. McCowan to that'll be a foul, I think, on Luke McCowan, who turns back, and I don't know why.
Is he looking at Maeda to ask him to come and offer?
I think that's daft from Romans. McCowan's on the ground, the whistle has gone, so there's not that excuse about trying to keep the ball alive, and he keeps kind of flicking his foot and pretending he's trying to kick the ball. And he gets a clear booking. Fernandez up, glances at it hits Giga, and then Chermiti though. How can Chermiti not convert that? That's
if that doesn't hit Giga, that's going in the back of the net for me. Definitely going in.
But what does Chermiti do from the follow-up?
I've no idea. Just swings at it.
So we're seeing Roman steps on the foot. It's a clear foul.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't know what he's getting cut up with it for.
Whistle goes, and then he's just kind of kicking away at the ball with Luke McCowan. You're just asking for a booking. I just don't see the point in that.
Silly.
Some players get caught up in this atmosphere. He's come in, everyone's going on and on about the Old Firm game. He's getting too wrapped up in it all.
Ball over the top from Arthur. It's a free kick, goes all the way through to Jack Butland. He's wiped out by Maeda. I think it was terribly untoward. Maeda's actually taken a sore one.
He comes off worst.
Yeah, definite.
You can see he was just trying to put some pressure on. He doesn't actually even do anything. He just gets
just runs into him.
Just a battering from
Celtic
Jack Butland.
badly need Maeda to stay on the park.
Because
yeah.
If it hits his head, if it's his head that's taking the knock, he could be in bother. I don't think it is though. Was it his shoulder?
Yeah, I think it possibly is. It was a big impact. Good goalkeeping from Jack Butland. Reads the situation. Maeda takes a sore one.
Any form of threat.
A substitution.
Oxlade, Chamberlain and
Chavanchara.
Any form of threat in the front three up until now comes from Dalziel and Maeda. Tenekti and Yang have been anonymous, totally anonymous.
And does Chavanchara's inclusion mean Maeda's going to go out to the left?
Yeah, I think he might look at Hatate.
Really?
Yeah. Where's Chamberlain got to come on and play? Middle part.
This fixture must be hard enough without the constant, see when there's a big decision to debate, fine. What could the conversation with Don Robertson really be right now? Do they feel that Maeda did something terrible there to Jack Butland?
Yeah, I think.
It's Luke McCowan.
Luke McCowan's done alright.
Yeah, I knew obviously Chamberlain's got to come in there and play in the middle part. So
interesting.
He was going to sacrifice one of his midfield players. He'll not take Nagri.
What do you make of that? Because it's 56 minutes, it's quite early. It all looked a bit fast for Oxlade Chamberlain last week.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be any slower out there today.
Yeah, Martin will be hoping he learnt from last week, certainly, and he'll come on the pitch and have an impact. But I'm surprised McCowan's came off. I think he's done well. I think he brings a lot of energy, he brings bite as well for Celtic, so a little bit surprised in that one.
You need to take your hat off a bit to Luke McCowan, Hugh. I don't think anyone pretends he's the level of Celtic player that takes him to the next level or whatever, and came from Dundee. But I think Scott alluded to earlier, he plays... Hold on, need to hold that thought. It's hooked away for now by Arthur, and the wait till the attack breaks down. It's not though, it's a bit of pinball at the edge of the Celtic box. Dujon Sterling looking for the quiet Skov Olsen, but it might be a good time to come up with some magic. Christina Salo takes it really well.
Does well.
Yeah, Luke McCowan plays away European games wide on the right.
Yeah.
He then sometimes has to play in midfield. Today he has to go back to the Callum McGregor role.
Yeah.
It's quite an ask of him.
Yeah, you are being asked to take the place of the man, and he's done it well. Oxlade Chamberlain really needs a good half hour because he was showing up last weekend and taking off. Chavanchara, 1 goal in 9 games. This is his 10th game for Celtic, and he's shooting towards the Celtic fans. They would like to think that he's got something in him.
It surprises me because you said there, Hugh, that Chamberlain half an hour. This could go to extra time.
Yeah,
I think that's a big ask for him.
I think it's too early.
Yeah, but Martin O'Neill obviously does it, and the coaching staff have decided to make that change.
Especially when I don't think McCowan was showing any signs of struggling.
No, I thought he was working hard. He was grafting away in there. Hatate had been quiet for me. So that was the one I thought. Keep him for his goals.
Dane Murray.
Wow.
coming on.
Is this a Benjamin Arthur's not able to play all this? Somebody's down as well, actually. That's
trusty. Looks like trusty to me.
Yeah, he's spending a lot of time writhing around holding his knee. Now the camera's gone on to Chermiti to suggest that he's done something. And as usual, the pushing and shoving,
and Raskan right at the front of it all as usual.
To be fair, I agree with the sentiment, but I think he was pushed by Chivanchira on that occasion, who had raced from a position where he doesn't need to get involved either. So it's just nonsense, like it was. All of them, all nonsense.
As I said to you, 2 games on successive Sundays. Now, what is he doing?
Oh no!
He's tried to hit the ball out of Trusty's hands, but I've never known somebody to be late at it, and you just know what people are going to say and say about Trusty when he slapped at Hibs and all that stuff.
That's a bit. Just got on with the game, guys.
Silly.
That's just ridiculous.
Nothing in that for you?
Absolutely not. No, it's just I don't know why Trusty made such a big thing of it.
Common sense again. Stupid from Chermiti. He gets involved in something he doesn't need to, but again, there's absolutely nothing in it. Trusty does not need to go down from somebody almost just slapping his knee. It's a bit of play acting there. Yep.
Dane Murray comes on for Benjamin Arthur.
An interesting one. I think Arthur obviously made that little mistake in the second half. The goalkeeper bailed him out, but
Sinisalo, he does punch, but he took a little pause. I was wondering why he was hesitating. He does well in the end, but
that's a Superman punch.
By the way, I think he does really well. I think the ball checks back up and doesn't come through as much as he initially thinks it's going to. He does everything right and stretches out and punches it clear at. I'm going to give him credit in that situation.
Wow. Aruko tries to go down the line, fires it out of play. That is what Oxlade-Chamberlain is good at. If he can get up to the pace, it was played into him, and that he wraps it out wide, Gordon, and gets Celtic moving. I think that's obvious. You don't lose your range of passing, do you?
No, he's got good ability, and you've seen that when he came on at Celtic Park for his debut. Terrific goal he scored. He just needs to get up to the pace of the game, because as much as we're looking at TV and it doesn't look that great, but the atmosphere's still there. It's the importance of the first goal as well. You've got to track your runners. You've got to do your work and back the way as well.
Free kick Rangers. There was a shirt pull there. You could see Chukwani's shirt number. I'm not asking you, Hugh. You don't need any encouragement. But has Yang toiled a bit today?
Yeah, he has.
I wasn't asking you, I said.
Yeah.
On you go.
I'll answer first.
I'll give you
I did say that Tanetki and Yang were both anonymous. Tanekti's now gone off. Yang has, in a forward-going sense, contributed nothing.
I think off the ball, Gordon, he struggled as well, hasn't he?
He struggled big time today. But listen, he's not been alone. I think it's been a scrappy game.
Can Scott Olsen produce? Because he's been quiet, but he's out there with a free kick. The one thing people keep saying is his delivery is good, because again, that's something that should be a sort of constant if you're a player of that CV. It's a very high loopy one, but sometimes that's deliberate. Not sure it was exactly what Rangers would have wanted. Chivanchira's on now, so it's a bit of extra height for Celtic defending set pieces. Going to come back to Romans. There could be a chance on here for Celtic if they can launch it up the pitch. Oxlade-Chamberlain just taking a bit too long to assess his options. He gets his pass off. I think Rangers had managed to regroup, because Maeda looked like he might have been in a good area there.
Tati getting into bother here.
I think he did well.
Yeah,
he's done very well. Aruko not so much, but Celtic do keep it, and then that's the pace there. So Oxlade-Chamberlain doesn't really know what to do. Tries to pass it around the corner, and out for a throw-in.
Yeah, he's not settled into the game yet, but as you say, one bit of quality for him could change the game.
I think he's had a couple of passes that have worked, but that one he was closed down a bit too quickly.
Well, we're over a 60-minute mark, and we're still not further nearer to see who's got to be in the semi-final draw tonight.
No, we are not. It actually doesn't feel like we've played nearly 20 minutes of the second half, does it?
Oh, it does.
Was it dragging for you?
Oh, it does. I feel this is Monday.
As in, because we had a night out last night, and this might be going to extra time. Is that what you mean?
Well, you know that I left very early because I'm a professional.
I know,
unlike
but I thought
the other people that are, I will not mention names, like Scott Allan, people like that. But I was expecting a better game.
You were away very early.
Yeah, I've had a little
which makes me wonder what you were up to.
No, I had a head cold, Gordon. I wasn't feeling that great, and I thought, right, get home and get prepared for an exciting game today. But that's not happening. And then I've realised if nobody scores, we're on to 5 o'clock, which is another added pressure. So
yeah, extended
you will
show.
hear me cheering a goal, whoever it comes from.
Extended show for the team. If this doesn't go to extra time, we're off here at 4. If not, 5 if it goes to extra time.
I'm honestly, I don't care. I'm telling you now, the listeners, I don't care who scores, I'm cheering it.
There we go.
Professional to your fingertips.
We need a goal.
You departed early as well.
We need a goal. I was home by 8:30.
You had experimented with the red up until that point, though. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, that would be very accurate.
No.
I was enjoying the company of the Dazzler and Marvin Bartley, and it was very pleasant altogether.
Yeah, I think Scott Allan's the one to watch, isn't he? Just keep an eye on.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I'm surprised I actually made it.
His car's still in my driveway. Incidentally.
Yeah, I'll be there for a long time probably.
Right, Arujo can't keep it in. He was out for a throw in. It's scrappy. It's not been great in terms of goal scoring chances.
It's like the kind of game where one goal, whoever gets the goal, it's yours.
It's a sub.
Yeah, Rangers going to make something in an attacking sense here because
no surprises.
Yep,
no surprises.
Skov Olsen off. Gordon, it's another week down towards the decision of do you pay 9 million for him?
Oh God, 9 million for him? Absolutely no chance. He's offered absolutely nothing. Look, maybe he's came in with a big reputation. He's obviously got very good ability, so you can't knock at the boy for that. He's had a good career, international player, everything. Maybe Scottish football just isn't the sort of a football that he can adjust to, because he has given Rangers absolute nothing since he came in.
That fair, Cammy?
Yeah, I mean, you expect a lot when he comes in with the CV that he has, and he's just not delivered again. Probably a different type of player than I expected to come in as well. He's not a player that
Sinisalo heads it 25 yards out. He does really well. We're seeing though, Gordon, it's not that it's worked brilliantly for Rangers as a team, but individually the power of Chikwani anytime he gets it.
Yeah, he's a strong midfield player, isn't he? I was a bit surprised they left him out.
Hold on.
It's Sterling.
Yeah, so he'll probably get into the book for that one. He clatters Dyson Maeda, who was away from him, down the line, and it is a booking indeed.
Yeah, deserved booking, can't argue with that.
I'm just thinking we're 20 minutes into the second half and the Broomloan factor hasn't been tested at all. Celtic have done absolutely nothing in front of all their supporters.
Yeah, they've really struggled. Rangers very dominant in the second half so far, but this is an opportunity. Celtic in the Rangers half will try and play forward to get a bit of possession of the ball.
Yeah, I think no is the answer. I mean, you look at the difference when Rangers get a free kick in that area, everybody goes up and it goes in the box. This has been passed to Oxlade-Chamberlain. It's now back in the centre circle.
Celtic need this though. They need a period where they can get on the ball and move it about, whether that's in defence and side to side, because they keep on turning the ball over, which they've done again.
Yeah, but can't keep it in. Dujon Sterling out for a throw in. So there's very, very little in this game. Either way, nothing would really surprise you from this point. Is it a moment of inspiration? Is it a moment of magic? Is it a mistake?
Yeah, just something really to get the goal. I'm with you. I don't think we're going to have a classic with lots of goals. I think one goal could swing this tie for either club.
It opened up a little bit for Rangers here to just try and play.
Looks soft to me.
It's gone all the way across here. Well, the arm goes up from Dane Murray. Usually wants to know, so Mikey Moore's going to get the chance to play on. And I've criticised him off the ball. That's actually really good from Yang. Comes back, takes it away from Mikey Moore, and gives it to Oxlade-Chamberlain. It's that next. Oh my goodness, that might sum it up for Celtic though. Now hits Yang in the back. The pass up the line just hits him in the back. And in fact, it was a Negrin, sorry.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not really coming together for either side in an attacking sense.
No. Compared to last week's game, it's a non-event. But one goal will win it.
Do you think there's a goal here, Hugh?
Yeah, I do.
Please.
I don't know who scored it though.
Well,
Salmon does well.
It looks like Rangers just now. They look the better side, but Celtic have still got that threat in the break.
Now, what was...
he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Could be a chance here. Chermiti blocked. Celtic will be annoyed because Don Robertson I think he did do the right thing. He tried to play on the advantage. Celtic felt they didn't get the advantage, but it had gone on a couple of seconds. It was one of it was right on the line there of when you would pull it back, I think.
Nygren was asking for a free kick as well, and it wasn't. Again, he gets caught on the ball.
I think the first one was.
Yeah, I know, but then Nygren's asking the referee that's a foul, and it isn't a foul. He loses the ball in a bad position, and it presents the opportunity for Rangers.
Right. Do you know what, actually, see something that we haven't really identified or elaborated on? Is Chivanchira actually come on the left? And Maeda stayed through the middle?
No, I think Chivanchira's... No, Maeda's...
Was that just a temporary thing, right?
Yeah.
I just saw him track back. There he goes now.
Yeah.
He was the one that tracked back there, down the left-hand side. That's another good tackle. Moore's not dribbling as effectively as he did last week, is he, Cammy?
No, and again, you've got to give credit to Celtic. I don't know if that was Yang that made that challenge again. I'm unsure, but again, when Moore gets on the ball, Celtic are getting close to him very quickly, not allowing him to get up to full pace, because it's difficult to deal with, and they've learnt that from last week.
Well, here we are, we're 20 minutes left. Nadiri, maybe hard done by, got his foot in the ball. Is it that old one you're not allowed to tackle from behind? We're seeing Yangs again, we're talking marginal touches on the ball here. Here's a stat, Hugh, that might just sum it up. Total shots on target in the match.
I would say 1
for Rangers. Celtic have had 1 shot at goal in the match. Rangers had 12. Possession fairly even. And by the way, not to really bum that up, because there was a couple of close things, but I'm not sure many of those 12 Rangers shots have been particularly close either, but at least it's a
been a nervy cup tie, you've got to say. Both teams really are a bit concerned of losing that first goal. I think the 1 goal is enough to put somebody into semi-final here. 1 goal, that's all you need.
Yeah, not a great deal in the game. I think Rangers with the home advantage, and they've definitely offered more.
Yang gives it away again.
I think he needs protected here.
Who, Yang?
Surely with 20, well, might not be 20 minutes, but 20 minutes of the 90, when do you look to James Forrest?
I'd be looking now. As much as what I think...
This could be a problem for Celtic. Gassama running at Scales is what Rangers are trying to do. Scales in a booking as well, but Maeda comes and helps. Of course he does.
I think what's helping Yang is his work off the ball is excellent. You can't knock him for that, but the minute he gets the ball, he's got no quality going forward just now.
Celtic not really managing to get out their own half, and yet, Cammy, it doesn't feel like total domination from Rangers either. It's such a strange half.
Yeah, it is a strange half. Again, it's probably not total domination, because the stats that you throw at us, there's been 1 shot on target. So Rangers have had moments, but they've not made the best of it. There's been no real quality. This is another opportunity to put the ball in the box. Really good position on Rangers' right hand side to whip the ball in. They've got a number of big bodies in there, so good quality delivery.
Yeah, you do wonder if it is going to be a set piece. It might be that, because as much as Rangers have had this territory and stuff, they've not created, they're not carving anything out or opening Celtic up. It is generally with balls into the box. So Mikey Moore's going to get another chance. We said earlier, how much longer can Celtic withstand the set piece deliveries, just even on a numbers basis of doing it time and time again. Moore's delivery is not great. A bit of improvisation from Raskin to try and force it towards the goal, and Sinisalo collects.
Rangers are a severe disappointment. They must be a big disappointment to the fans inside the ground. On the day when you play Celtic without McGregor and Tierney, this is not an acceptable level of performance.
At the same time, Gordon, you can at least kind of see where a Rangers goal might come from. We just mentioned it, the set pieces and the crosses. Yeah. Where does a Celtic goal come from?
I have no idea, because they're creating absolutely nothing going forward. Their forward players are doing all the work defensively, tracking back. They've no out ball at all. Butland's hardly seen the ball in the second half. But it takes one bit of brilliance. It could even be from a Celtic set play, as we've seen the first half when Scales was rightly called for offside.
I mean, they're now not even getting in areas to force a set play.
No, so if you think a goal's coming, you probably think it's coming for Rangers, but it's been one of those games that just a bit of magic or a bit of luck or whatever it may be, set play might just turn the tide for Celtic.
Celtic changes haven't had an impact, Cammy, either, have they?
No, they've not. Oxlade-Chamberlain's hardly been in the game. Again, Celtic keep turning the ball over. That's a problem. They're not keeping it.
So do Rangers. I'm looking at this is
totally
pinball, but no, you're right.
Celtic need to retain possession to get out of their half, because as Con says, that they've hardly. Jack Billing's hardly seen the ball.
We said Mikey Moore hadn't dribbled as effectively, but he's done well here. Down the left, Romans. Dane Murray eats that one up and out for a throw in.
No, it's not play on.
There it is.
Big pitch, Ibrox, Gordon.
The grass must be longer than I thought.
You played in that, haven't you?
Yeah, once. Certainly felt big, believe me. Dujon Sterling has it. Celtic very much just back in a shape. That's all they've really managed to do in the second half. The possession stats are not massively in Rangers' favour, but it does feel probably more.
Celtic are just hemmed in. There's absolutely nothing going the other way.
Yeah, Sterling's ball this time, and maybe Mikey Moore he lashes at it. It's left-footed, it's sliced, it's horrible, and it's out for a goal kick.
The Celtic fans behind that goal must be extremely frustrated. You know, they've come to try and get the ball over the line for the team, but the team's playing in the other half of the park,
and they've been in for nearly 4 hours already.
Yeah.
How are they feeling?
Worse than Scotty?
No.
No.
Well, Danny Rule looks a kind of perturbed man, because it's all on his head. If you don't beat Celtic on the day, there's no McGregor and Tierney. But second half, absolutely nothing from Celtic in a forward-going sense.
Should just shake hands and agree to go straight to penalties if this ends at 90 minutes.
I would get back to the old days. Get the coin out. We can give them a beat the pundit coin.
I don't know if we need 30 more minutes, but there we go. Listen, it might come to life. We've seen all sorts of unpredictable episodes in this fixture recently. Hitate's been robbed of it. Gassama come forward. There's a run. I think it was Moore. Nadiri's still on. He's been pretty quiet. Gassama corner to Rangers.
Well, the siege continues. To be fair to Celtic, goalkeeper's done well. They've all done well in repelling Rangers. They have nothing to offer in a goal-scoring sense for themselves.
To be fair to Celtic, Hugh, I think Trusty's been excellent.
He's been good, really good.
He's been excellent at the heart of that defence today.
I've said this before, how many times, backs to the wall defending, he is good.
Yeah.
It's when he has to run into channels with strikers and anyway, corner kick, are we going to get the breakthrough? I'll tell you, that's a really good take from Sinasalo.
Brilliant from the goalkeeper.
As I say, I think you have to treat this man with respect now. Give him his place and not constantly refer to Kasper Schmeichel. He's done enough today. He's an outstanding game for Celtic as Barami comes on for Rangers, but Sinasalo has the jersey. Kasper Schmeichel will just need to grin and bear it.
Nadiri maybe coming off here, maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to think who else he would sacrifice here for. Mikey Moore. Yeah, well, that's a big call. He's keeping his 2 strikers on. I don't think Nadiri's offered anything, I've got to say.
Nadiri, did you say?
Yeah, he's offered nothing.
Yeah.
Mikey Moore's not had the impact that everybody
certainly
was looking
not what we've seen in the first half last week, but again, he's had flashes where he gets the ball and you think something's going to happen, but it's just not been his day to date.
Yeah, Barami's a funny one. He kind of feels like he drifts in and out of.
He does, doesn't he?
The reckoning.
Yeah.
Sometimes feel as if he's a good impact substitution for Rangers at times. But going back to Sinasalo again, it was a brilliant take there. When you're under so much press, so many bodies in there, he comes and takes it. Excellent
for your goalkeeper.
Yeah, excellent.
You imagine the amount of centre halves that were let down with you, Cammy.
Oh, I used to stay in my line, mate. Don't you worry about that.
He coming out, Cammy Bell.
Yeah, but I mean, it's actually 20th appearance of the season, I think, for Rangers, but obviously fleeting sub-appearances and kind of goes through these spells. Came on against Livy, didn't he? I think that was the last time, that 2-2 draw. Played the Queen's Park game before that, so it feels like every couple of weeks he gets brought out to try and make something happen. What a moment it would be for him to try and come up with something here.
Well, it's certainly got to be a 1-goal game, isn't it? In the 90 minutes, it's a 1-goal game. Next one that scores wins.
And you just can't see Celtic getting at this moment in time because they've not been up the park at all.
Substitutions.
Scored in that 3-3 draw, didn't he, last season, the League Cup game that Celtic went on to win in penalties. Barami.
Maeda off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, interesting changes. Maeda and Yang off. Forrest and Mvuka come on. We've not seen a lot of Mvuka at all.
45 minutes.
This was the one that Martin O'Neill thought, people thought he had killed off his Celtic career when he spoke about him last week in the press conference.
Yeah, 45 minutes, hooked by Martin O'Neill at half time, not seen since. It's a quite remarkable call from Martin O'Neill, because you always think, OK, Celtic are not getting any joy going forward, but if somebody's going to get joy, it'll be Maeda.
What about Maeda, Gordon? Also, because even though if he's not having a brilliant game or whatever, and I don't think this is his worst necessarily, as crazy as this is, if it's going to go extra time, you know he's not going to get tired.
No, exactly.
You know,
I'm a bit surprised with that, and he's the only one that's had the ball in the back of the net. Yeah, I think if you're a Rangers player, you're happy with that.
Jack Butland certainly is.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the other thing, yeah, it just changes it's not like the Celtic press has led to much in the second half, but you'd rather have it than not, you would imagine. And Joel Mvuka is a real fascinating one. The backstory is important. Celtic were going to fork out money for this guy. There was an issue in the medical. They decided to go for a loan deal. He played 45 minutes against Dundee on the 7th of February, and that is it. Now he's on to try and win a cup tie at Ibrox.
Yeah, it's a big call from Martin O'Neill, but I felt like Martin O'Neill had to do something. I felt like there's been no quality from Rangers, but just the pressure, the set pieces, you felt as if something would happen. Celtic need to get up the pitch.
And Hugh, this is one of those comments that if this works for Celtic, if they win it, it doesn't matter. It's a cup tie and you just do your job in the day. But when the dust settles, you have a conversation about trying to win a tie at Ibrox, and you're finishing with a front three of Mvuka, Forrest and Chivanchera.
Yeah. Again, it speaks to the threadbare nature of the squad. It speaks to bad transfer windows. A guy who did 45 minutes and was unceremoniously hooked by Martin O'Neill, and now, as you say, he's on to try and win a cup tie. But we're into the last 10 minutes. It's anybody's game. A story has still to be written in this match. Somebody is going to write that story and win the game.
A few blank pages so far. Oh, that was actually so late that I don't think Don Robertson's noticed. I think it was at Nadiri, thundered into. No, it might have been. And then slack. Oxlade-Chamberlain gives it away. Is this the chance for Rangers? He does quite well to get a foot in and get back and make something of a recovery, but Rangers still have it.
I don't know if Oxlade-Chamberlain's finished or what, but he cannot handle this fixture. He just can't. Yeah,
it was a slack ball, wasn't it? Puts his team under a little bit of pressure. But
also think that was more worryingly, Gordon, quite an easy one. You know, there were times last week where he got caught in the pace of it. Fine, you know, this is a frantic game. That was just an easy one.
Yeah, that's a run-of-the-mill pass. He should be able to execute that, no problem at all. It was slack play, put his team under a little bit of pressure, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, even James Forrest, who, although he's slowing down and all that stuff, does use the ball really well, James Forrest. But even he's gone
overplays a simple pass,
fired one down the line. And Jack Butland, fair play to him, because I think Chivanchera did come into him late. He didn't go down or anything. The Rangers goalkeeper he could have done. Foul on Chikwani by Nygren,
who's also been anonymous all day long. 19 goals for the season, but he comes into the category of I'd forgotten he was playing.
Well, to be fair, he tends to only come alive in the box, and there's a big issue here.
But he's never been in it.
Celtic haven't been in the box.
Second half, Celtic haven't offered anything at all. Not a thing. To be fair, Rangers haven't been great either. In fact, I'd sum it up as a very, very poor cup tie.
Have we used up all of our excitement from the last two meetings of these sides? Were we due one of these?
Yeah, do you remember the first one?
Well, that wasn't great either.
Oh, that was terrible.
Bookending the two good ones in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose though, this is cup football, so
I was going to say
we're going to get something here. There is an outcome that will be exciting, but the road to that just might not be very entertaining. Mvuka is done late by Sterling, which probably suits him, because I think he had...
Sterling needs to watch. He's on a yellow.
One more.
One more.
I think he'd overplayed the pass, Mvuka, hadn't he? So probably happy to
late that. It's very late.
Tell you what, he's a bit lucky there.
You don't really get booked for them, do you? Because Mvuka's sort of not going anywhere as such. But that doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's okay.
I think another one, and he'll be up the tunnel. Let me say that.
It could be. What about that though? See if you're Rangers, Cammy, and you want to go and win this game. We always pay a lot of attention to, bringing on attackers and so on. What about your skipper? What about the captain, who's, for whatever flaws he apparently now has, is still a big attacking threat for you?
Yeah, again,
it's 83 minutes gone,
and you would certainly think it will be playing a part now that Sterling's made that challenge. Will he bring him on? Because you're right, Celtic have offered nothing going forward, so you're trying to look at your own threat to try and create a goal. Set pieces have had so many.
Hatate booked now. I'm seeing this quite a lot. So Hatate does really well to win it back, then Nadiri does well to win it back, and then Hatate swings a leg and brings him down. I think in the play before, Oxlade-Chamberlain did really well this time, shrugged off a couple of challenges, drove forward. But for both sides, it just breaks down far too quickly, doesn't it?
Tate's been caught on the ball umpteen times in this game. But Daz, I'm afraid it looks like extra time.
Yeah, I was just thinking that big piece of silver side I've got in the slow cooker will be overdone by the time I get home tonight. But you never know. There could be a match winner somewhere.
There could be. And it might come from a mistake from Celtic. Here's Nadiri, he's got Chermiti outside him. I think did keep his run just about onside. Gassama blocked and hacked away by James Forrest.
Well, Celtic survive another onslaught, but Rangers
they're making a half for ourselves
in front of goal. Yeah,
it's their own mistakes. I was
going to say it's either a set piece or a ball into, or a mistake.
Pass. Yeah, slack pass.
Look, it's a terrible pass from Scales.
The front two for Rangers, they don't look sharp enough today for me. Nadiri,
Trusty's blocked a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's been brilliant for
another
Celtic.
corner.
Right, surely if Rangers are going to score, you would imagine it comes from one of these set pieces, because they've not really managed to, even for all the territory, they've not carved much out at all. And you can see Fernandes usually licking his lips at these as it comes in. It is flicked near post, but it's cleared by Nygren this time. How many times have we seen that Raskin front post run?
Brilliant. He's great at it.
He gets the header on it.
Yeah,
and he does really.
They're all concentrating the big guys, and he just sneaks in there. It's a lovely header. You just wonder.
He scored in this fixture doing the exact thing, hasn't he?
I don't know if he's a wee bit frustrated that nobody's getting across this.
It's good defending. Again, Celtic,
I don't know even, is that one definitely going in? I don't know if it is.
It's not going in, but I think he's maybe looking at somebody getting across and getting on the second ball, because he knows he's not scoring for there.
You need to give Nygren credit. He stays with his man, he defends it well, he drops into an area where he can affect it and clears the danger.
86 gone, Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Rangers definitely the more likely, but even at that, not by much, just that they've definitely had more sights of the Celtic goal. Celtic have had none at all, really, of Jack Butland in this second half.
They don't seem to have any shape or idea about them.
I think they just can't keep the ball, can they? It's almost like you can't even find out about the shape. Forrest tries to run, Romans does well, ball into the box, headed away though by Fernandes. He is about 9 foot, so you have to get it up in the air to get it over him.
Yeah, you just wonder if the game will stretch now.
Sign of intent though from Forrest.
Yeah, but it was good. I like that. I like wingers that get the ball and be put. There's a chance here.
Sinisalo gathers easily, because again, Forrest, everybody keeps pointing it out. He's obviously not as quick as he once was, but he can still shift it, and he knows when to do it and get the delivery in.
But then again, when Rangers defend that, and then the game, we mentioned it there, is stretched, that's an opportunity, because Rangers have faced a defence of Celtic set in a good shape, made it difficult for them. There's not been the quality. That was an opportunity, and again, it was just lack of quality into the box.
But is that not the thing about this Rangers team? See, even when they've been good, even when they've won games, that's not what they're good at.
Yeah, no.
They don't pick teams off like that. It's balls into the box, crosses, and that's not bad. You can different ways to win a game, but even when they're at their peak, you don't fancy them to go and string all these passes together.
No, I do agree.
And Celtic again, even a half chance to go and threaten, they couldn't take advantage of there. Romans brings down Forrest. That's going to be a foul. He's been booked as well, hasn't he, Romans?
Yeah.
You need to be careful.
He'll get away with that one.
Yeah, he will. No doubt about it.
You talk about impact players. We were praising Martin O'Neill last week. His substitutes, apart from Forrest, I think looked okay, but his substitutes have offered nothing.
Yeah. But now finally Celtic maybe sense this. There's 88 minutes gone. They have a deep free kick, and it's really deep, but Rangers would put this into the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
Celtic do eventually do it through Oxlade-Chamberlain, and it's not bad, Trusty's there at the back post, and they've won a corner.
Unpredictability. Put the ball in the box, make the opposition defend. If it's a half decent ball, then as we say, they moved the ball first there. Rangers are then moving about, so Celtic get their first corner of the half.
Is this the first corner of the second half?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I've hardly seen them up in this half.
Austin Trusty doing his best cheerleader in front of the Celtic fans, because remember, they are in front. So much said about this different atmosphere and that big stand and all that, but the game has really not lived up to it either way.
Yeah. This could be a big moment in this cup tie.
Oxlade-Chamberlain with the corner, the left arm gets raised to signal his intent, and he delivers. It's not bad, but it's headed up into the air. Rangers just repeat ourselves, but so physically imposing in those situations. Oxlade-Chamberlain does well, throw in Rangers.
Well, we're seconds away from the end of the regulation 90. We'll see how much is added on.
I can't imagine much. It's been low key a second half.
I would just keep playing it for a winner.
Golden goal. Would you bring that back?
Yeah, earn at all right now. Honestly, you've no idea the pain I'm going through.
It's not a privilege to be here, knowing.
Yeah, it is a privilege, but
what is skills?
I watch another 30 minutes. Well, I did say extra time, didn't I, boys?
Yeah. So
you went all the way to
penalties. Your prediction. So can't take umbrage at your own prediction coming true.
Well, I only said it because I thought it'll never come true.
Well, here we have what Cammy's been talking about. You know, it's seconds away.
Yeah, so this is Celtic.
Throw it in.
Get the goalkeeper up.
Well, he's going to take. He's taking the free kick, so that would be problematic.
Goalkeeper, he's the best header of the second half.
Exactly. Get him. Oh, it's 3 minutes.
That's just the subs, isn't it? Really, and what was a half-hearted thing for Trusty and not much.
Yeah.
Sinisalo needs to put this on top and hope that the Rangers' aerial power doesn't work, but it does.
Good area.
Initially, Trusty's up.
Trusty's
it's not clear yet. If you're Celtic, you're just hoping it falls to somebody. But now Rangers could be in here. Somebody might need to take one for the team, but they're all on bookings. Hatati can't, Scales can't, Chermiti's in here if they can find him. Scales does well. Gassama, Chikwani, edge of the box. Nice footwork.
Super Scoreboard
Snuffed out
podcast
once
with
again.
White and Mackay,
He
full of
never
half-formed
looked like he
and
was
loudly
confident
voiced
to score,
opinions.
did he?
It's like
It
your
was
local
good
pub
play,
on
good
Clyde One.
counter-attack,
Smoothly does it.
but he never looked confident he was going to get a shot off there at all. Murray obviously took a knock there, done well.
I was going to say, surely we're not now going to have to go beyond the end of the 3 minutes added, because there's been a bit of a stoppage within it, but no, we get underway fairly quickly. There's a chance for Rangers. Celtic have to defend again.
Yeah, ball in the box here.
Yeah, again, not great, but oh dear, I think Celtic got themselves in a bit of.
To be fair, I don't think he could do
pretty great
anything.
at a lot of things, like helping you tap into your field's latest industry trends and insights. We can't stop your colleague from tapping her pencil.
At the back, which
LinkedIn can help you find new jobs that align with your career goals. We cannot help find the source of that weird smell in the office fridge.
1.5 minutes left.
Ew. And while we
so
can't
this is-
stop your colleagues
You know,
from
this
bringing
could
their
be the
hobbies
chance,
into the
and if it goes
office,
in, that's the ball game.
LinkedIn
as they
can
say.
help bring your career to the next
Right,
level.
this will be it.
LinkedIn
Exactly.
is the network that works for you.
Said it.
You
Best
can't
chance
do
got to
much
be
in
from
under
set piece
5 minutes.
Barami.
Boil an egg.
Wing
Sure.
this ball
Cook a roast
into
dinner.
the danger area.
No
Old
chance.
Chavancera's up, but he can
Comparing
only head
car
it back
insurance
across.
prices with
Murray shows good
mustard.co.uk.
composure to find him.
Easy.
Vuka.
See what you could
Not
say
too much of him in
in
a
just a
Celtic
few
jersey.
minutes.
What can he do?
Mustard.co.uk.
Not a lot.
Authorised and regulated by the
back.
Financial
I don't
Conduct
think he had loads of
Authority.
options.
See
He
website
still
for
should have done
details.
better than that.
What's on TV? The answer is a lot. There's never been more choice over what to put on the box with an abundance of great new shows, but you can miss them all if you don't know where to look. And that's where the Pilot TV podcast comes in, your essential guide to every show that matters. Each week we sift through the very best in prestige TV to help you decide what's worth spending your time on. So join me, James Dyer, as well as venerable TV critics Boyd Hilton and Kay Rivero, and let us help take the stress out of your downtime. Pilot TV podcast, because you can't watch everything.
Boots it way over the top from a simple crossing position.
Clyde One.
Celtic he needs more, Cam. He always feels like at times he's better off the ball than is on it. Into extra time at Ibrox Rangers nil, Celtic nil after the 90.
It was a good position,
and if we're being honest, very much a 0-0.
Between the goalkeeper and defence, and just gets it all wrong.
Surely. Some
almost just sums up
full time. Let's speak to Scott Allan and Gabriel Antoniazzi.
Yes, Rangers 0, Celtic 0 in the Scottish Cup quarters final. These two cannot be separated once more. We are going to extra time here in Govan. It's been frantic. There have been goal line clearances, but neither keeper has had a save to make. Celtic have not had a shot in the entire game. But they did have the ball in the back of the net in the first half, but Dyson made his header was ruled out for offside in the build-up. For Rangers, Mikey Moore was bright again, but anytime he burst through on the left, he only found a Celtic boot to clear the ball. And there were two goal line scrambles. The biggest was the first one when Emmanuel Fernandez got onto an in-swinging corner, which has looked Rangers' biggest threat. He hit his centre-back partner Nasser Chiga. The ball somehow stayed out of the net, hooked to safety. Atochi Chikwani thought he might grab a winner in stoppage time, but another Celtic defender was there at the last ditch. Nerves and pressure clearly play a part in this, Scott Allan. What have you made of it all?
You're looking at this.
I think the second half just continued the same as first half. A lot of poor quality on the ball, decision making in the final third. Keep the chances there. There's going to be a goal. Looks like it's going to come from a set piece, doesn't it? Fernandez as well. Can't quite get in the back of the net. Celtic just looking for an attack. Offered absolutely nothing going forward. A lot of changes. Heard the Dazzler there speaking about Vuka when he's come on, and he's just looked miles off it. But for me, listen up. Going to extra time, it might just be a mistake to let someone in that goes on to win this game, but real lack of quality throughout the whole game. As Scott says there, the real lack of quality in the final third is evident for both teams. The fans won't care here. All that matters is progressing. If we don't have a winner in the next 30 minutes, it will be penalties. The two teams currently getting team talks, pep talks from their managers before going out for another 30 minutes. Full time here, Gordon, but going to extra time. Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
This game, I'm looking at
the Clyde One Super Scoreboard podcast was brought to you by White and Mackay. A calm head amongst the chaos. 18 plus. Keep the heat and always drink responsibly.
Dane Murray, free kick.
Everyone seems to be in a spin about energy prices. But Mrs. Thing isn't.
This time added
because
on
last year she was one of 953,214
but nowhere near likely enough
British gas customers who saved money by switching to a fixed tariff. Well, that puts a positive spin on things, Mrs. Thing.
The reason why we're in
see what you could say.
Is because
search British gas fixed tariffs. Eligibility and T&C supply. Savings based on customers who switch to a lower fixed tariff versus standard variable rate available at point of sale.
Derek McInnes always gets upset when people draw attention to Celtic and Rangers. You're top of the league and good luck to you, but what a state they're in. Well, they're giving a fine example of that being the case today.
Oxlade-Chamberlain nicked it off Romans, thought he had won the throw in, but it goes the other way, and it's just really more of the same. It's more of the same pattern. Celtic had a brief glimpse up the pitch at the start of extra time, but it's back to sort of Rangers dominating possession. Rio Hatate no handball according to the ref. If they can find him, Vuk, I think he's offside and it might not get there anyway. Tries to put it across. I think he could. Oh no, jeez. Yeah, we're now at the making random noises stage of this broadcast.
Yes, and I hate that, and giving a professional player such a hard time, but my God, he's dreadful. He is absolute. I don't know how he has got onto that pitch this afternoon,
because those who are not on the pitch are even worse than he is.
This was one of the January deadline day signings to go and.
It just doesn't look a boy. It's like Balakwisha. When we seen him at first, you knew right away.
So is he better than Balakwisha?
I think you could mould the two of them together and not get a player out of the two of them.
Balakwisha cost 5 million. Mbuka nearly cost 4.5 million. So he's just out there.
Yeah, he's not doing anything, is he?
He's just a shirt.
Nadiri tries to flick one through. He might get it back. He goes down. It's scrappy as it has been. Challenge for us is to find new ways to describe this for the next 25 minutes. We said earlier, maybe just take it to penalties, get it done with.
Yeah. Is Majowski on the bench?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm honestly wondering why Nadiri is still on the pitch.
Chance for Celtic to nick it back, but again, we talk about that power there, that even when Rangers players look like they've lost it, they've just got that physicality to. Yeah.
That's a poor decision.
No, to be fair, I think he's given the first foul. It has to be. It cannot be that one from Chamberlain does get in front of Chikwani. That cannot be a foul. but it must be the first one. Oh no, he kicks him first. Sorry. There you go. That's why. Yeah. It wasn't the second piece of the action. And again, although Rangers again, there's a different feel now because they're now
not putting the ball in.
They're not putting the ball into the box, even though
they've got to try and play it short, are they?
Or at least into a channel. They're not. Put it this way: the centre backs are
it's
staying
in now.
Yeah, but the centre backs are staying where they are. It's flicked away by Liam Scales.
Here he comes.
Oh, it's a good ball down the line. No, it's not.
That's not the worst. That's fine. No. We need to not get hysterical about it and apply our biases onto it because we've decided that he's not looking up to much.
Where did he come from, Gordon? What was his background?
And he was playing in French football for Lorient up until January.
I had my fair share of working with French players when I was a manager of Wraith. I think he looks like one I worked with.
Flicked on. Can Chermiti get in? I don't think so, unless Celtic make a real mess of it. And Sinisal, not a real mess of it, but it's not a great kick. James Forrest brings it. I mean, he can't make anything of it. Goes out for a throw now, but that ball was high. It was spinning. Forrest brought it down really well. But when he turns, there's nothing in front of him.
No. Again, what he done, he was probably the only thing he could do is just pop it down the line. It goes out for a throw-in, but that's where Celtic are at this moment in time, not offering anything going forward.
If you're looking at Celtic now, they look a team that would say, do you know what, we'll take our chances with penalties.
Yeah.
Which is quite a theory, given that Jack Butland saves penalties for fun.
Yeah. But Sinisalo has had such a good day. Everything he's done with confidence. So
Butland saved 8 out of his
and again, good goal.
8 out of his last 9 for Butland, but that doesn't include shootouts actually. So maybe worth bearing that in mind. Yeah, we've played 98 minutes. Celtic have had 1 shot on goal and none on target.
Yeah,
98 minutes of football,
and they don't look as if they'll have a second shot.
But you've got to be honest, Rangers have offered nothing.
No, but just on the shots. Because bear in mind, this is last week. Celtic scored twice. Luke McCowan passed up a good chance last week. It was only 7 days ago.
Here we go.
Chance.
Yeah, chance. Chermiti. And it might just be us blocked again. I thought that was, and because Aruko was going to get there, he was blocked off. But I don't know if that would have been enough for a foul to be given. You can see Aruko's going to try and get round. Nah, Gassama's an accident. Gassama doesn't do it. That's poor from Chermiti.
By the way, he's not even hitting the target.
No.
Have a look at the angle of that. Yeah. He's not even hitting the target.
That's going wide. Yeah.
That's going wide. A player that scored one of the goals of the season last week.
What a chance it was. He was almost 1-on-1.
His 2 goals were good last week, but he's not looked up to it. But I'll guarantee him or Nadira will put the ball in the back of the net.
Corner.
10th corner for Rangers. They've had a few bites at it. And just a delay, the usual. What is it? A bit of pushing and shoving. Giga, Nigrin, referee Don Robertson giving them a talking to.
First chance for Tavernier to put a ball in the box.
Yep, not seen a lot of the Rangers captain in these fixtures, and not this one and the last one, which is not something you would have said over his time at the club.
Well, the one thing he can deliver at times.
Yeah, he can. That looks right on the money, and it's headed, and it's in.
With M&D Green Pharmacy.
Rangers 1, Celtic 0. Emmanuel Fernandez wheels away in celebration, and wild scenes in the Rangers end. It has not been a busy afternoon in front of goal, but in cup ties it sometimes doesn't matter. Rangers hit the front.
All the Celtic players complaining about something. I don't know what, but looking at it.
I think it's his hand, and he's the goal scorer.
It's
his hand again, so that's not going to count.
It's a 2-handed goal. One there, and then I'll just put it in with this one.
That's not going to count.
No, he can forget that.
I'll tell you what though. Why does he celebrate with so much enthusiasm?
And he celebrates with
he slaps it into the net.
Again, what I just said though, the quality from Tavernier, the ball in the box makes that. I know it causes a lot of chaos, but it's a brilliant delivery.
It is not going to count.
There's not a chance that's counting.
Because he handballs it twice.
Yeah,
exactly.
If it does count, the game's finished. I don't mean this one. I mean the game in
general,
its entirety is finished.
There's absolutely not a chance.
I don't know why he's almost saying that he's not handballed it, but you can clearly see he slaps it in the net.
Either of those handballs,
no goal.
Yeah, there we go. No goal. Rangers 0, Celtic 0. That's a disallowed goal a piece. I mean, because when he tries to win the first header, he handballs it. It then drops to. So if that one had gone in, it wouldn't have counted.
Yep.
To be fair, the Nigrin kick might have sort of reset things here? Nigrin kicks it off his hand. It's just never counting. We know the rules now. If it goes in off an arm, the goal, I think it's a coin or something has been thrown. Don't like to see that, obviously.
Well, for the sake of public order, it's good that both of them have had a goal disallowed by VAR now.
But see, especially that one, we know this rule, whether you like it or not. If it goes in off an arm, or the goal scorer handballs it even in the lead up, it just doesn't count.
It doesn't. Worries me there. Why sell it? He must know within himself. He's away celebrating, giving
especially the last one. He literally handballs it over the line.
Yeah, and you're thinking, I'm never getting away with that, but I'll just go and celebrate it anyway. Look, the game's that bad. I would allow the players just to throw it in with their hands. I wouldn't care. I would just say, if you can get it in the back, in it.
Because what was the one? Was it Burnley last week? Late drama, and he thought he'd scored late on.
Burnley Brentford.
Hit the hand. In fairness, there he maybe didn't actually quite know if it had come off his arm. That hit him kind of the hip area.
Yeah, that's Fernandes. Yeah, you
must have felt that.
You
would
have felt it 100%. It's not going in unless he slaps it in the net. So again, clear, correct decision. And a couple of changes there.
Magoma coming on,
and Bernardo for Negrin.
Well, that's your goal scoring threat off. For Celtic, Hugh.
Did they have one goal man?
Well, he scored 19 goals, so
they need to be up the pitch to do that, though.
You probably say he's a threat. With a caller on Thursday saying that he was big player of the year.
This might be the first penalty shootout that ends 0-0.
No.
You surprised that though? Just given that if you have no goal threats in your team, do you keep on the guy who's shown that he can take chances?
Well, unless Martin O'Neill's just looking fresh legs, I'll take my opportunity at penalty kicks.
Could have taken Hatate off though.
Yeah, true.
Hatate maybe give you a bit more energy, a bit more work rate than Negrin. Again, we don't know, is he tiring?
Oh, and Adiri's done really well. Spun in behind here and he's cut it back. Hatate
dribbles his way out.
Still in.
Really good footwork in the box from Hatate. You just know the next pass isn't on for Celtic. It never has been all day.
Chavanchera just
quiet.
Just runs about and doesn't offer anything, and he's a big lad. He's got everything in his locker. Just go and hold the ball up and get Celtic out for
Tavernier ball in. Oh, it's past the post. That might be one of the bigger chances we've had today. Cross from Tavernier, swept finish from Chermiti, and it drifts beyond the post.
He should score because Sinisalo is rooted to the spot. To be fair, he's done nearly everything right.
I think it's
miles out.
It's a brilliant ball, and again,
it's miles out.
Rangers have had 2 chances within the last 10 minutes, and they both came from Tavernier. Just again, a dead ball, set piece, great chance. Fernandes scores, rightly disallowed, and that ball in's just clipped into.
I thought that was close until I seen the replay. It was miles
he should do better though.
Oh yeah, it's a great ball in from Tavernier.
None of your centre backs by trade, but what is it that when you're going back the way, if you're Dane Murray, that you just get kind of drawn towards your goal and just forget where Chermiti is? You're right next to him to begin with.
Yeah, you're trying to cut out the ball that's coming across. Yeah, you're trying to do the front post thing and say to the winger or Tavernier in this case, you need to be a quality ball to beat me. But Tavernier certainly got that in his locker. And we just trying one here right down the throat of the goalkeeper, no problems whatsoever.
Bit better from Rangers though, again trying to get.
Rangers are looking at a team that if it's going to be a goal, I think Rangers are the ones that are going to get it.
Crazy, the most interesting thing that's happened is the question mark over why Emmanuel Fernandes celebrated like that. That's the only thing that's interested me in the last
when he knows it's
the game.
Never got to stand.
Couldn't possibly.
No.
I can give you a glib explanation that most players are basically thick.
I think let's not be too unfair.
Another corner.
He might be a Mensa member for all you know.
I
think it was a corner. I think Aruko didn't do very well at. Because I wondered if he could have played the ball back inside.
Yeah,
kept it.
Tried
to spin and put it out for a throw in.
Right, this is the last action of the first half of extra time.
Yeah, it's going to be a corner from James Tavernier. They scored from their last delivery, but it was ruled out for a handball correctly. It's a similar delivery. Dane Murray does brilliant. Gets up half so well. And Vuka kind of heads it up into the air. Tavernier, this is primed for him to shape in. Celtic have defended those well. Dane Murray has.
My goodness.
Vuka makes a mess of the clearance again.
I hate criticising players, but what is
you
this
sound
guy
like you're
doing?
enjoying this.
No, I would check his boots.
Right, last chance of the first half. Truly last chance of the first half as the cross comes in. Oh, and it's poor from Tavernier now and out for a goal kick.
Kicks.
When you look at Celtic's prospects of scoring, for example, Mvuka and Shvanchara, they're just not capable Celtic have nothing going forward other than James Forrest.
Half time and extra time. Scott Allan, give us the view from inside the stadium. Is it any different? Are we being cynical?
Maybe a wee bit cynical. I think once the game obviously lingers on and it looks as if it's heading for penalties, the Rangers fans are obviously going to get more nervous. But it looked like, listen, they look like the only team who are going to score a goal if there is one. Obviously the one chalked off, and then that great ball in from James Tavernier. Chermiti drags it past the post, but Celtic are just hanging in at this moment in time.
What's this lacking though? Because if you're Rangers, they do look the more likely to score. Not a huge compliment though. They've had so much territory and still don't look that likely to score. Why is that?
I think, to be fair to Celtic, I think Celtic have defended well throughout the game. At times they're getting bodies behind the ball. It's then limited on them creating going forward. But Rangers, just in their moments, they just haven't had the finish sheet with Chermiti there. Just goes wide of the post. I think it took Bajrami the first time that the goalkeeper was actually worked in this whole game, and that's just a reflection of how the game's been. Rangers against this Celtic team in extra time should be looking to be knocking on the door. There's no getting away from that.
You alluded to something there. Is there a nervousness creeping in the longer this goes on?
Yeah, it's between nerves and frustration. I think Rangers fans are obviously looking at that team that started the game and now looking at that team that's finishing the game. It's got to be better from a Rangers point of view. I think if they weren't to come through this tie, there would be questions asked, huge questions asked.
Interesting watching Martin O'Neill. He appears to be directing his team talk solely at Liam Scales. He's interested to know what that is. If obviously he's a captain and the one who then carries the message on, but they're in a huddle, and who knows, Hugh, maybe it is a word of wisdom here. Maybe it is a bit of G'ing up for the manager, because it needs something. It needs anything. John Souttar's coming on for Rangers.
Martin very animated there, and they're again shooting towards that Broomloan stand with 7,500 Celtic fans in it. But the squad that Martin O'Neill has, the fact that Mvuka is on the pitch at all, he cut Celtic down to 10 men, and Fanchara, I don't know, he runs about, but he has nothing to offer really. This is his 10th appearance for Celtic. He scored 1 goal in 10 appearances. So it's either penalty kicks or Rangers finally get a goal that they've been threatening to score now for 105 minutes.
You've got to ask yourself a question. What does this say about Rangers? This is one of the poorest Celtic teams I've ever seen for a long, long time. Really. I'll cut James Forrest slack because he's been brilliant for Celtic. But the forward line, oh my goodness. Playing with Celtic, they wouldn't have got in the door years ago. And they're taking Rangers now. And you're right, if Rangers looks like they're going to score, it'll probably be Rangers. But they could go and win this with a penalty shootout.
It's just like for like. John Souttar on for Nasser Jiga. He's done quite well, hasn't he? Given
listen,
over his inclusion.
I was concerned again. I felt as if he had that mistake in him, but he done really well, very well. Again, not tested a huge amount today. John Souttar will come on, and again with Rangers with so much control of the game, can he offer that pass that he can do through the lines, with Tavernier as well to free him up, get him out wide to deliver balls in the box. But yeah, listen, the game's been poor. It's crying out for a goal. Are we going to get one? We'll wait and see.
Well, Rangers are adapting the long throw in now. Just try to put bodies in that box and cause a problem. Celtic clear it well.
But it's when Celtic clear it, they're clearing it to nobody.
They're not going up. Oh my God.
Can you explain that one?
What's the series of grunts that just came from the studio?
I'm watching a guy that I feel pain for him.
Who?
You know who?
The listeners don't.
Joel
Mvuka, yes, but I just feel for him.
I hope he has a big moment in this to
so do I,
because
I feel for him. Listen, I've been in that position. I remember having a poor game once, and I feel for him. I really do, especially in this arena.
He joins Balikwisha in the sense that neither gets into the team because both can't play football.
At least I can't believe I'm saying this. At least when Balikwisha went and played in this fixture earlier in the season, his main crime was he was too safe. I don't want to join you in being too critical, but Celtic would take that from Mvuka right now?
Anything at all. He's offered nothing, Gordon. He just looks a bag of nerves, the lad. Me personally, and I know it sounds bad, take him back
long
off.
throw. Long throw in from James Tavernier. Something we didn't really see from him over his Rangers career
I
until
know, he's
semi-recently.
just developed this, isn't he?
Brahmy, good ball in.
The
Celtic
long throw
have
is back to stay.
Scott Allen's right. Celtic have defended cross balls really well, but can they do it all afternoon plus extra time? That's when we'll see.
Well,
even,
they've only got 15-14 minutes to go.
Even they are not tidy as it should be from Bernardo. He was favourite to just clear it and didn't, and it's just head practice for the Celtic backline. Chavanchera can't even. Well, they're Suter and
here's a chance.
Chikwani got themselves in trouble.
Yeah, gets them up the park. That's better for them. They'll be happy with that. But if you're Celtic now, you'll take this chance. Penalty kicks. 100%.
Jack Butland with his penalty record.
Listen, they don't look like they're ever going to score. It's as simple as that.
I'm trying to think of anyone though who looks like he could score from a penalty.
Do you know something? I was looking at the penalty kick takers.
Because Hattati's still on, but he missed twice from that range last week before putting
Bernardo will certainly take one.
Chavanchera might. I don't know what his credentials are. James Forrest maybe.
You need to bend the box to take a penalty. He'll struggle.
James Tavernier will take, obviously. Right, anyway, we'll wait and find out. Still a bit of time. Still about 12 minutes left. What Celtic did do there was get up the pitch, and that is, I know that's now been seen as a success, but it's been that type of afternoon.
And now they're reduced to just launching it. Just kick it anywhere.
Take the chance.
Aye. Gets them up the pitch though, Hugh. That's what it does. Rangers don't deal with it.
Yeah, Bernardo's on that.
He started okay.
When he's in the box, and he just takes a heavy touch. Or was it Suter? Did Suter poke it away from him? Right, Mvuka has it. Can he make something happen? He's at least dribbling towards the box. He does go to the byline. Slices it behind for a goal kick. Better from Celtic, Hugh, and I'm not saying it was great, but my goodness, the bar is low, so better.
You back to what Martin O'Neill said. This squad is miles away from winning anything, and it's a wake-up call for the club. If the sight of Mvuka this afternoon is not a wake-up call for everyone at Celtic Park responsible for recruitment, I don't know what is.
I don't think he's alone, Hugh.
No, he's not.
I'm looking at the squad here.
It's quite striking.
Yeah,
so
it's
I don't want to pick on him, but this is a stark
it's
example.
striking that they brought him in as a player, so that's a real concern for me, that they think he is good enough for Celtic Football Club, and he's absolutely not.
Because see, when you went to scout and wingers in January, who was below him on the list?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again,
who wasn't as good as him?
Looking at that, Gordon, as well, what I would say is, why don't Celtic have wingers in their academy that are better than him?
Yeah, to throw on when things are desperate.
Yes.
Bernardo's going to be booked. He's been in about it. He's just maybe lacked that little tidy touch. He danced into the box quite well, but he couldn't get away from John Suter.
It's a clear yellow card.
Yeah. I think young kids, Cammy, in Celtic and Rangers Academy, they want to go and play in England, like Ben Doak, who got an Old Firm game under his belt before he went off to Liverpool. They do that.
If I'm a young Celtic player and I'm watching that, I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying to my parents, get me a set of golf clubs. I'm giving this game up. If I can't get on that wing, get me a set of golf clubs.
Oh, somebody's taking a whack in the face, but no, they're up actually. They're kind of half appealing. That's where you've got to, if you have been whacked, it's a head knock and then fine, but you can't just half protest. Then the play isn't going to be stopped for that.
See, as much as we're having a go at Celtic,
slip from John Suter and Chavanchera, and Jack Butland bails him out.
Rangers' deliveries for the wide areas have been poor as well. The Rangers have been dreadful as well. It's been a poor game.
Cammy, wow. John Suter has made Rangers look less secure than they were when Nasser Giga was in the pitch.
Yeah. It's not ideal as well. You could see a lot of the Rangers players.
Sorry, Barami down the line just in case corner Rangers again.
You could see a lot of the Rangers players G and Suter coming on and again making sure, because he's probably feeling a little bit down, he's been left out, but at moments like that,
fair play to Jack Butland, because you're not expecting to have to race out your box there.
No.
Yeah.
And for all Chavanchera's quiet and ineffective today, he's no slouch. We saw that with some of his run at Tynecastle.
His eyes must have lit up there. But as you quite rightly say, Gordon, your goalkeeper's out there. monitoring that situation.
More defending.
Yeah, and he gets to it. So here's another set play.
Magoma now on
and swinger
duties from that side. At one point you'd imagine one of these tails for Rangers. They did have it in the net, but it was a handball.
We've been saying that since 1 o'clock now.
That from Tavernier is just, even that just flicks a foot at it and hopes that it goes back towards the box, and it doesn't really. Back with Jack Butler now, 112 gone. Does certainly look like penalties, but we've been saying that for a while. You just never know. That did show you that John Souttar, that can be just a moment. Chermiti's taking advantage of Liam Scales, then he goes in heavy, and later Bernardo free kick Celtic.
I think Rangers front two have been poor as well.
Bernardo's done okay since he's came on.
Yeah, Bernardo's been lively. Do you know something? See, as the games went on, I think Scales has done very well.
Yeah,
he got into a lot of good positions, headers. So is Murray, and Trusty's been excellent.
I think you look at almost the back five with the goalkeeper included. I think Celtic have defended very, very well, because they've had to do it for such a long period, and not to switch off is so important, and they've been very good today.
So 7 minutes left of the 120. It looks like we are heading to penalties, but there could still be something, even if it's again maybe more likely to be a mistake than anything at this stage.
I'll go back to what the Dazzler was saying a few minutes ago. We've given Celtic what for bad recruitment and laughable performances and everything else. Rangers, who have spent millions in the summer while Celtic were spending nothing, and in the January window, they're just as bad.
Only marginally better, he would say today. Chivanchira, I think he's making life uncomfortable for Souttar.
Yeah, Souttar looks a bit edgy, doesn't he? Just try to get into the game. Nobody wants to make a mistake now. It's so crucial. Anybody scores, it's good night.
He's surprised at how quiet Chivanchira's gone. I'm not saying he's ever been outstanding, but was it his debut? That run down the left.
There's an opportunity.
Yeah, there is. Let's hold that thought. Chermiti, he's down the right. He's going to try and chip one into the box, but it goes onto the chest.
Brilliant.
Back to Sinisalo. Yeah, remember at Tynecastle, Chivanchira had that run, didn't he, and set up the goal. At Kilmarnock, he did really well for the Arauco winner. He's surprised at how quiet he's gone. I'm not saying he was ever outstanding, but
it's been difficult for him. He's not getting the run of games that he's probably come in to look for. I don't see in him, Gordon. Really.
But what I'm saying is there were a couple of flashes there.
Yeah.
If you're talking Mvuka or some others, there has been literally nothing.
Yeah.
At least at some point we saw a bit of life from him, but that seems to have dropped already.
Yeah. Maybe players just know how to play him now, but he's not. We keep coming back to Celtic's recruitment is dreadful, but you're right when you highlight Rangers as well. They spent a lot of money, and you don't get a better chance at home. It's Souttar once again just doesn't look confident.
And I'll tell you what, Butland get away with it because James Forrest should probably.
It's lack of communication though. It's a ball over the top from Sinisalo, goes all the way through, and again, if Souttar and Butland communicate properly, one of them take charge, none of them take charge. Souttar pops it back, a poor ball, and you're right, Butland gets away with a poor clearance.
Chukwani does really well, skips away from a couple. Arauco will be next in the book.
That was a good foul to give away. James Forrest gives it away so cheaply, cuts inside, gives it away in his left foot. Poor, but that was a good foul.
I'm thinking of the team now. I'm thinking of the phrase bragging rights. Somebody will win this game, probably on penalties.
Are the two of them at it again? Look, Raskin getting involved again.
Yeah, it always picks up where it left off. I told you, these two were at it at the end of the game last week, and they clearly have no time for each other. But as I say, bragging rights, what would either side have to brag about?
Well, I suppose the difference is when it's knockout football, that's what you're bragging about. You've knocked your rival out, you're through, they're not. You're speaking about the prospect of a trophyless season for the loser here. So I mean, there is that, but we're not seeing vintage versions of the teams in this fixture, clearly.
No. But
that can wait. The Rangers fans will enjoy this if they win. And so will the Celtic fans.
It's all about just getting your name into the hat.
100%.
Especially now. You just shake this off, try and get yourself into semi-final. It's a Hampden. Take your chances for there. You'll get favourites.
It's not been a good day for either. So again, you're right. Just get yourself into the hat. Hopefully they'll be hoping they can progress and do better in the semi-final.
We might as well go to penalties now, gentlemen. Let's be honest. Just let that settle it.
Well, at least that'll bring excitement.
Hold on,
for Rangers.
Yeah. moving along the edge of the box. 117 minutes. Magoma, in fairness, he was on his weaker foot. You could tell he didn't really want to take it on. Nogasama can cut in though. He decides to go outside this time, then chop back. There's a player in the corner of the box. It is Magoma. Does well, cleared away, front post Oxlade-Chamberlain, I think, with the header.
Celtic have defended okay lately. Some balls coming in and they're just getting their heads down
all day, really.
Position, yeah. So Martin O'Neill will be happy with that aspect.
Oh, and there we go, is the tussle that was going on off the ball. Raskin's got the better of Aruko on it.
Away from...
Yeah, we're nearly there. We are nearly there in terms of going the entire distance.
My prediction is not bad.
You did say, you said penalties, didn't you?
Yeah, I went for Celtic.
Did you?
Yeah, okay. Extra time and penalties, Celtic.
It's the old toss of a coin, lottery, usual whatever.
After watching this, I don't really care now.
Whatever you want to call it.
Are we going to get drama, Hugh?
Nah, they're two bad lots.
Well, certainly, again, we've said this for a long time, and it doesn't count for much.
That's out.
Yeah, Tavernier, channel ball, Tavernier aiming for Barami, goal kick.
I'm just trying to figure out who Celtic's penalty takers would be.
Hatate, even though he's missed.
Bernardo.
Hatate, Bernardo, probably Chivanchera. If you're an attacker of any.
Would Forrest take? There's a Forrest a penalty kick taker.
I think you're going to Scales, actually.
Scales, yeah. I was going to say Scales.
Trusty.
Oh, Chamberlain, certainly.
Chamberlain, yeah.
Yeah, they'll get plenty in there.
Well, listen,
I know one that's not about taking a penalty. I'm going to tell you that.
He might, you know.
There's absolutely.
How do you know?
Love it.
How do you know?
Love it.
How do you know he's not a penalty specialist?
Mate, honestly, you would need to check his boots before he went up to the spot. There's not a chance he's hitting a penalty kick. Not a chance.
1 minute to go. 1 minute.
Don't think we're staring at anything significant additional. Usually get one, probably. Has there been a change? Not even in this period. There hasn't. That's nice from Hatate. I think Chivanchera's got to be on his toes because he's offside.
He's offside.
So he couldn't come back, but he shouldn't have been.
Yep, poor.
Right, here's Tavernier down the right, but he's not in front of Scales, so Scales will just push it back to the goalkeeper, who goes, I say long, it's not really long, it's a kind of safe one, but Forrest's going to get it here if he can just release Chivanchera over the top. But it's just not on. Scales shows good composure.
That's good.
Yeah, Celtic do well.
Excellent.
Vuka's in. If he can just find the right touch, he's got Forrest alongside him.
Oh, it's a chance here for Celtic.
Into the box. And it's cleared away.
Great defending by Suter.
We've not seen a lot of Celtic attacks. That's about as good as it's gotten, believe it or not. Forrest down the left. He couldn't get the shooting opportunity. He was on the left foot. He had to square it across, and John Suter out for a throw. And Celtic don't have a long throw. What is Liam Scales thinking, taking it from right? He's been advised.
Yeah. Put it in the corner.
It's
all over. Oh, there you go.
It's got Allan and Gabriel Antoniazzi.
Full time. It is Rangers 0, Celtic 0. This place is stunned into silence after 2 hours of a stalemate. We are going to need penalties to separate these two eternal rivals. The pre-match and the atmosphere promised so much, but the game fell flat. Such a lack of quality in the final third. 2 hours, there was one save made by a goalkeeper. Both sides had goals ruled out by VAR. Celtic's was for offside, Rangers for handball. Celtic defended well, they're clearly undermanned, but they offered next to nothing going forward. Rangers will be kicking themselves, they've not won this game outright, and now it is up to penalties. Scott Allan, what have we just witnessed there?
A real lack of quality throughout the whole game, but I think the length of time we've been here, we're now about to see a bit of excitement. Listen, Celtic haven't offered anything going forward, but they have defended well. Questions will be asked of Danny Rowe in this Rangers side today. Celtic obviously off the back of this is now their fourth really difficult away game, so they'll take positives from it if they are to come away with the victory. But Rangers just didn't ask enough questions throughout the game, and we go to penalties.
As you say, Scott, Celtic have now played those 4 daunting away games and not actually lost any of them, but it will matter very little if they lose this match on spot kicks, Gordon. The two managers with their teams surrounded by them, just selecting who the brave 5 are going to be, who's putting their hand up, who's going to step forward, who doesn't fancy it. What an atmosphere it is, and this perhaps is where the 7,500 away fans could make a difference as well. We'll let you know when we hear which end it's going to be. Viliami Sinisalo just walking out now, beating his chest going into the Celtic huddle. but Rangers being lifted by their crowd here now. They're finding their voice again. What a game! Not one for the history books, but we will certainly have a winner in the next 10 minutes or so.
Wow, this for a long time has looked like it would be settled by penalties. In all honesty, a game really, really lacking in anything resembling quality from both. Celtic have been probably even below Rangers in terms of the threat level that they've carried, but that's a pretty low bar anyway. I don't think the Rangers fans will be too impressed with their attacking performance. It is going to go to penalties, and it means we're at least guaranteed drama, Hugh Keevins. This is cup football. One of these goes through to the semis, one doesn't. One of them keeps their trophy hopes alive this season, the other might be staring at a trophyless season.
The cliche is that it's a lottery, but it's less of a lottery when you've got a goalkeeper like Jack Butland. And I'll throw in the fact that Sinisalo has had an outstanding game for Celtic, but Jack Butland is almost freakish in the number of penalty kicks that he saves. So I think Rangers start with an advantage because of their goalkeeper.
Yeah, listen, it is a lottery. We don't know who's got to take them for
He does
Celtic.
have the track record, Jack Butland.
But Sinisalo, he can make himself a hero as well. He's had a very good day. He's been very confident. Everything's done, Gordon.
Can't be easy though going into shootout
look,
knowing the goalie saved 8 out of his last 9 in normal time, Cammy. That doesn't include shootouts, that stat, so maybe not as relevant as one during open play. No, but that's a scandalously good record.
Yeah, and it certainly for me it plays a part in the mentality of the players walking up, knowing you've got a goalkeeper that you know saves penalties, so that's got to play a part. You've got to be sure.
Just double check, I think Rangers to take first, but at the Celtic end, is that right? Hold on, I don't want to give you false information. I was trying to lip read the toss of the coin and Don Robertson explaining the permutations. Let's have a look. Still, no, actually,
I think it's the other end.
Yeah. They seem to be walking down that way.
It's the Copeland stand and not the Broomloan stand.
Jack Butland and Viljami Sinisalo getting the pep talk. That is always the case, telling them what they can and can't do. Yeah, Tavernier taking first in front of the Rangers fans.
Nervous times for both.
Huge
place in
moments
the
ahead.
semi-final.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slog, let's be honest, but that's that. The celebrations will be absolutely wild here for whoever wins it, and yet it's been not great.
Dreadful.
Always nice, I suppose, to have the option of somebody who is generally as reliable as James Tavernier to lead you off. You're talking about who would Celtic's main penalty taker be on the pitch at the moment. You at least know who Rangers is.
Yeah, I think it's nice with it. Like, again, you would expect him to put the ball in the back of the net, but it's never a guarantee. But you've got somebody who's been in high pressure moments. This is certainly a high pressure moment, so it's a good person for Rangers to have step up first.
When he's in the pressure ones, he sometimes goes down the middle, doesn't he?
Yes,
he's got that reverse one as well.
I think he'll go reverse today.
Goalie's right.
Goalie's right.
Reverse it. He does that one quite a bit when he needs.
He usually strikes him brilliantly.
Yeah, stuttered run up as always. Oh, it's over the bar. It clips the bar and goes over from James Tavernier. I did say sometimes goes down the middle when the pressure's really on. He went down the middle, but he went too high.
You can't go high. Well. You can't go high. If you're going down the middle, you need to make sure it goes in the middle of the goal. When you go high, there's always that chance of hitting the bar.
What a boost. Who would have thought James Tavernier would miss? And it is Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain who's going to lead it off for Celtic.
Now, if you're going to take a penalty, that's the one to take.
Yeah, you're relying on
the first one.
Oxlade-Chamberlain's experience of playing at the highest level at Arsenal, Liverpool.
Can't even remember. Is he a penalty taker? To be fair, he'd have been surrounded by star-studded teammates in those teams.
It shows you the lack of choice that Celtic have. They got to turn to him.
Did Butland not start behind the line the last penalty kick? He's on it.
Or the confidence from Oxlade-Chamberlain, who's willing to use that experience and lead from the front. Rangers could be doing with a miss. Celtic could be doing with the goal after James Tavernier hitting the bar and going over. Mind gained from Butland. He's pointing. He stands up straight and it is stroked home. That's how you go down the middle from Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. He puts it high, but not too high. And just lovely composure.
Yeah.
A raise of the fist up the other end towards the Celtic fans. And that is composure indeed. Celtic with the advantage.
Yeah, he waits for Butland to move, and that's the way, as you say, put it down the middle. You don't go too high, you go straight in the middle of the goal and just almost clips it in there. Excellent.
Yeah, Nadim Barami. We said he doesn't play that much for Rangers. It's kind of fleeting appearances.
This is huge pressure. Now you've missed the first one. The second person has to score this penalty.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, Nadim Barami, he hasn't played loads of football as much as he normally would, like we said, but he's been in and out and he scores. He goes down the middle too. Well, it's the feet of Sinisalo. It's harsh to say should save it, no?
Oh, I think he falls in that.
No,
he's let me see it.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Under him. No, I thought it.
I'm saving that.
I'll hold my hands up. I thought it went down the middle and it was his feet. You're right. He goes
under
his
him. Body again. In Sinisalo's defence, I think he's expecting to go wide. So again, in penalty shots, goalies end up diving probably further. Yeah,
are they hard? Those ones
they're
that go under you,
and you're almost better saving it with your foot if you can move your feet quick enough. So
Austin Trusty, the man to try and keep up the advantage for
Left
Celtic.
pegger.
Yeah,
very interesting choice, but we said they don't have obvious ones for Celtic. He's been sent off a couple of times recently. He's not had a brilliant spell of late. Is this going to add to it, or is it redemption? Goal, low, bottom corner. Goalkeeper goes the other way. Austin Trusty, I like that one. Celtic back with the advantage, and now it's over to Rangers.
That's cool, calm and collective.
Yeah.
He just picks his spot, head down. Butland goes the wrong way.
You don't even need to strike it well, do you?
No.
That bounced twice before it went in. But as long as you pick the corner and outfox the goalkeeper.
Here's Nadiri coming up.
Yeah, interesting for Ryan Nadiri.
I'm
very quiet 120 minutes, didn't he?
I'm not going to be surprised if he doesn't put this in the back of it.
You're not a fan of his, though?
No.
I feel like you're on him a bit.
I don't think he's offered in for me.
Well, he did survive the full game, which maybe says a lot about.
Maybe it's because they wanted to take a penalty kick.
Sinisalo's very active in that goal, trying to put him off.
Yeah, he is, and here comes Nadiri, and it's in the corner. The goalkeeper nearly gets there.
Ooh, good
well
penalty
done,
kick.
Well done, Nadiri, because
Good
the goalkeeper
penalty kick.
went the right way.
Yeah, if that's any closer,
it's into the inside of the side netting.
Yeah,
I think because it's arching away from him to the goalkeeper's right and going away from him. He just can't get onto it. Brilliant penalty though.
And this is high stakes. Doesn't matter which team's involved. The way the pressure swings, because Celtic have got the chance to obviously keep the advantage, but with that comes its own pressure, and it's Rio Hitati. And you wonder the psychology
You'll not
here.
get 3 touches this time.
Jack Butland saved from him last weekend. Then he saved his rebound.
That's right. So does he put it in the same position?
It was a poor penalty last week.
Rio
Hitati against Jack Butland once again. The goalkeeper came out on top last week. Goal this time.
Good penalty.
Much more confidence. Rolls it, strokes it into the corner, and back with the advantage for the green half of Glasgow.
This is the best part of the day.
That's a good penalty.
Awful game, awful extra time, but this is the business now.
Much better from Hitati. Just the pace on the ball. Even
conviction.
If Butland goes the right way, it's a difficult save for him to make.
You talk about pressure. Here's pressure for you.
This would be hugely damaging for Rangers, and it's Jedi Gassama.
Here is pressure.
Jedi Gassama should pretend he's cutting in from the left hand side.
Right, and whip it in, yeah.
He should run in from the left and hit it. That's where he tends to be at his best. Jedi Gassama up against Vuljami. Sinisalo has not saved any yet. In fact, neither goalkeeper has. First one.
I would go. If I was goalkeeper, I'd dive to my left.
Gassama steps up over the bar as well. It is a huge advantage to Celtic. It's a dreadful penalty from Jedi Gassama, and the Celtic fans know they are within touching distance of a return to Hampden.
Well, remarkable. 2 very bad penalties from Tavernier, and even worse from Gassama. So, advantage Celtic.
Hugh, could we rewind back to 2 o'clock?
Yes.
My prediction.
And now comes the man, Ranchera.
Celtic
2 goals at it.
Okay. And
we've seen this.
Have you watched Scottish football this season?
Easy.
2 goals.
Until it's done.
Thomas Chivanchera for the chance to send Celtic to the Scottish Cup semis at Hampden and send Rangers crashing out on their home turf. What is it going to be? Has Jack Butland got one final trick up his sleeve to keep this going longer? Chivanchera steps up right-footed, scores, and Celtic go through. Scott Allan and Gabriel Antoniazzi.
Yes, you hear that, Gordon, as Celtic fans are starting to run onto the Ibrox pitch and celebrate with their team. That's because they are through to the Scottish Cup semi-final. A dreadful game, but a 4-2 win on penalties. Thomas Tranchera scoring the vital spot kick after misses from James Tavernier and JD Gassama, both of them blazing it over the bar. Several Celtic players now celebrating with the Celtic fans that are on the pitch here. Of course, 7,500 in the Broom Loam stand. And now all the Celtic players are coming over to the Celtic end, where there are fans on the pitch and flares being lit. Scott Allan, where to even begin with the football, the penalties, and now the scenes on the park?
Yeah, well, that'll be the end of the allocation after seeing what we're seeing in front of us, both sets of supporters. Talk about the football first. Listen, James Tavernier, always Mr. Reliable, isn't he, for Rangers? Goes off the ball and over, and then JD Gassama plays over. Celtic held their nerve. You always felt the longer the game went on, they defended really well. Once it got to the penalties, could they then show that composure, and they did. As these scenes, incredible really in front of us, Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon, truly unbelievable scenes here. Lots of Celtic fans on the park. You're now getting Celtic members of staff telling the fans to get back off the pitch and dragging all of the winning players away from the supporters. We're starting to see that now, but you can hear the atmosphere in here. Celtic as loud as anything. Oh, and there's unfortunately, it seems like there's a Rangers fan running on as well to try and start a fight. Thomas Tranchera getting involved. And now Rangers fans also coming on from the other end. Totally unsavoury scenes here, Gordon. Rangers fans running towards the Celtic fans. We've got police on the pitch as well, trying to intervene and make sure nothing happens. Some Celtic players still on the park as well. Totally unsavoury scenes here at Ibrox after Celtic beating Rangers 4-2 in a penalty shootout to reach the Scottish Cup semi-final. It's descended into absolute mayhem here. You've got Rangers fans attacking Celtic players, flares being thrown on the pitch as well, descending into madness, Gordon. I don't know what the pictures look like at home, but there are plenty of police on the pitch now trying to separate the Celtic fans and the Rangers fans. It looks like all of the team and staff have managed to get towards the tunnel area. This is not what you want to see, especially on the day where the whole Broom Loam stand has been returned to the Celtic fans.
Hugh Keevins, spare me any complaints about who did what, who's at fault, who did it first, who's as bad as the other. This is disgusting, and it is an absolute embarrassment. Adults, a stain on our game right now.
You're listening to the Clyde One Super Scoreboard podcast, the home of Scottish football, and it's proudly sponsored by White & Mackay Triple Matured Whisky. Now let me make one thing crystal clear right from the start. If you've tuned in tonight looking for balance, for moderation, or for a gentle exchange of views where everyone nods politely and agrees to disagree, you are categorically in the wrong place. But if you've tuned in because you know Scottish football isn't about balance, it's about belief, it's about tribal loyalty, and it's about being absolutely convinced you're right, even when the evidence is screaming otherwise, then you are exactly where you should be. So get comfortable, pour yourself a dram and brace yourself, because at some point tonight, something you hear will annoy you. This is the Clyde One Super Scoreboard podcast with White & Mackay Triple Matured Whisky. Smoothly does it.
Right now, Scotland is living in a climate emergency, and household emissions are part of the problem. But a brighter future is still possible. Two of the most effective ways we can reduce our emissions are choosing a healthier way to travel by driving petrol and diesel cars less, and fitting a heat pump for a cosy home powered by electricity. More and more people are taking action to tackle the climate emergency. If we keep it up, we'll build a better Scotland for all of us. Find out more at netzeronation.scot.
Everyone seems to be in a spin about energy prices. But Mrs. Thing isn't. Because last year she was one of 953,214 British Gas customers who saved money by switching to a fixed tariff. Well, that puts a positive spin on things, Mrs. Thing. See what you could save. Search British Gas Fixed Tariffs. Eligibility and T's and C's apply. Savings based on customers who switched to a lower fixed tariff versus standard variable rate available at point of sale last year.
LinkedIn is pretty great at a lot of things, like helping you tap into your field's latest industry trends and insights. We can't stop your colleague from tapping her pencil. LinkedIn can help you find new jobs that align with your career goals. We cannot help find the source of that weird smell in the office fridge. Ew. And while we can't stop your colleagues from bringing their hobbies into the office, LinkedIn can help bring your career to the next level. LinkedIn is the network that works for you.
When laughter's guaranteed, when there's fun and games with big names, when it's something everyone in the family loves watching.
Who do you think the surprise guest is? No way they'll top last week's. I think they have.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And the TV licence covers you to watch all TV channels plus BBC iPlayer, packed full of entertainment for a big night in. Search TV licence together.
This Cheltenham, get £40 in free bets when you stake £10 online with Betfred. Back a horse for their form, their trainer, their rider. Or because you got a tip from your mate whose barber knows the jockey. However you pick him at Cheltenham, get £40 in free bets when you stake £10. Want to bet? Betfred. New online customers only, selected odds. Sport £10 free bets, T's and C's exclusions apply. Offer ends 13th of March 2026. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Welcome to the Speed Coaster.
With PlusNet, great broadband isn't just about award-winning routers. It's also about speed. Whoa! Before the 25th of March, whoa! Get full fibre that you can rely on with speeds up to 900 megabits available from $22.99 a month. That's a plus. $26.99 from the 31st of March 2027. New customers only. Limited availability. Terms apply.
Wrong tool for the job? Don't make that mistake with your van. Get up to 30% off selected new Toyota vans and pickups with a warranty up to 10 years or 100,000 miles with every qualifying routine service. Visit your nearest Toyota centre or visit toyota.co.uk/van savings for more details. Savings on selected vans and pickups ordered by the 31st of March 2026. UK residents. See toyota.co.uk for full details. T's and C's apply.
Private healthcare sounds pricey.
At Benenden Health, it's less than £16 per person per month.
Just for GP calls.
For a 24/7 GP helpline, physio, diagnostics and more. Now, tell me.
All about my medical history.
No medical questionnaires or hidden charges. We like to call it
healthcare done different.
Spot on. Benenden Health. Healthcare done different. Fee review periodically. 6-month wait for some services. T&Cs apply. Selected surgical procedures after 6 months. 24 in Northern Ireland. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
This Mother's Day, there's a Moonpig for every kind of mum. Like the mum who's your rock through every high and low. The nan who always has time for a cuppa. Or the mummy who's there for cuddles and the chaos. So add stickers, handwriting and photos to the UK's most personalised card. Plus get 20% off with code MUM20. Because this Mother's Day, everyone deserves a Moonpig.com. To verify, see moonpig.com/personalised.
Well, the game was bad enough, but this is even worse. This is a descent into madness. This underlines the hatred which exists between these clubs, and the Rangers fans are lobbing flares into the Celtic crowd. It's extremely dangerous. The police have now formed a line in front of the Celtic goal, but hundreds of Rangers fans on the park now. And, if you cannot handle cup football that ends in a penalty shootout when your team loses, don't go to football, because you're just exposing yourself here as antisocial, as Neds, and it's a shocking indictment of what goes on. But the Celtic fans came on after the winning penalty, and that encouraged the Rangers fans to do the same. It's a throwback to the Scottish Cup final when Hibs beat Rangers. We had awful scenes that day, and there are people just running all over the park now. It's quite bizarre, it's quite shameful. It does Scottish football's reputation no good whatsoever. They're all in hoods and all the trappings of people who are sinister, in my opinion. They go to football not because of the football. They go for this stuff. It's sinister, it's shameful. The day was bad enough for Rangers, who couldn't beat a Celtic side without their two best players, and this is no way to react because you lost. It's Rangers' fault that they lost. They had 2 hours of football and they were the dominant side and couldn't score. Now they've lost a penalty shootout in which they missed 2 penalties. So Rangers' fault that they lost. Celtic's tremendous credit that they held on and held their nerve during the penalty shootout. I thought these days were over and done with. There's one more derby to be played at Celtic Park with possibly a league title at stake, and who knows what that will have to be policed like now. But that was an awful episode. It shames the country.
What an absolute embarrassment, Gordon. Look at the state of that. Honestly, see, before you start getting into the actual specifics, that is mortifying.
Yeah, I thought, like Hugh, I thought these days had gone, Gordon. People just can't behave themselves at a football match. Yeah, you're disappointed you've lost it in such a situation with a penalty shootout, but I'll just get back to, I've always shouted for supporters to get in, because I think it makes a game that, if there's 7,500, whatever it may be, Celtic supporters there, atmosphere. But if it's going to be like this, there's no place in the game for it at all.
No. Because, Cammy, there's a line that we always all tread and we always celebrate just how fierce it is. There's no derby like this, and this allocation, and look at the atmosphere and the rivalry and the bragging rights. You sometimes wonder if it's worth the hassle. No, that's a disgrace.
It's an absolute disgrace, and it gives me memories of, I was involved on the bench the day when Hibs beat Rangers in the cup final, and them really horrendous scenes on the pitch, and it just brings back memories. And it was so wrong that day, and you see the same scenes today. Thankfully it looks as if the police and the security have got under control now, but listen, it's completely wrong, because we want away fans in the stadium, but they need to behave. Yes, Rangers have lost the game in a penalty shootout, but there's no need for any sort of fans to enter the pitch. And again, it's just really disappointing and horrendous scenes.
They go to games dressed in black and with hoods on. That's not football. That's a gang going to a football match. And Rangers, they're trying their best to modernise the club. They have American owners, and they're trying to reshape Rangers and put millions into the club. If you lose a penalty shootout in a game of football, and you feel you must run onto the park and lob flares into a crowd where there are children, that makes you an idiot.
I mean, it's not a place for fans to go and celebrate either, so I would say that. I don't think the football pitch is a place for any fan to be on, so I'm not defending either Celtic or Rangers fans. I think no fan should enter the pitch. That's for the players and the officials only. And again, you celebrate in the stand with your own fans, so again, both parties are completely wrong here.
And this game's getting showed worldwide, Gordon. Yeah. What it does for reputation of Scottish football is absolutely disgraceful. So
and I'll guarantee you this, Daz, you'll never see that Broomloan stand full again.
No, and that's what the disappointing thing. As I said to you, I've cried out for Celtic fans to get in, Rangers fans to get in. It makes such a better atmosphere for a game. But if it's going to behave like this, you can't have it at all. It's disgraceful.
Because this is the whole problem of it, Hugh. Out of 50,000 people, actually would still be quite a small number, but my word, far too large a number for that to be of any comfort.
Yeah, it shows you that people cannot contain their emotions when it comes to this particular fixture. The penalty shootout was excitement, the most excitement we've had all day. Drama, call it what you will, part of football, a very rich part of football, a penalty shootout. Nerves tingling. But somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. Now, because you lose, there's no need to react in that particular fashion. The Celtic fans have come on and they cannot be exonerated, because they've come on and will say it was only celebration. You have to stay within the stands. Yeah. And because they came on, the Rangers fans, in the depths of their disappointment, the guys dressed in black with hoods, they've got to come on. So, shameful. It will be the stuff of news bulletins all night. It'll travel worldwide. And the bottom line is, you lost a game of football in a penalty shootout. If that's the way you react, don't go to football.
Yeah, but look, the Celtic fans, the jubilation makes them go on to the pitch. Clearly not meant to do that. the Rangers fans, this tribal stuff, Gordon, almost that you could see the Rangers fans who went on initially inviting their fellow Rangers fans to come as if, come on, we must defend our stadium. Like seriously, grow up.
I've got to say, you're totally right, Gordon, and it was probably kicking off outside as well, but I've got to say credit to the staff, the police and everybody. They got on the pitch as quick as they possibly could. They diffused a real problem. But this behaviour here is not what we want to see in our television screens. Yes, it was not the greatest game that we've ever witnessed, but it was exciting at the end, and Hugh's quite right. Take your disappointment, shrug yourself off, get yourself up the road, but the scenes that we're seeing here at Ibrox are disgraceful for Scottish football.
So, what did you make of that? I know there's the temptation, and by the way, we're going to talk about it, there is no doubt about that, it is important. Let's not forget what just happened in a football sense though, because there was a Scottish Cup quarter final. It was rotten for 120 minutes, it went to penalties. It cannot be a more dramatic outcome, and it is Celtic that head through. They keep their Scottish Cup hopes alive. What does the rest of the season look like now for Danny Rule and for Rangers? Big question marks ahead, Hugh.
I'll say two words to you. Martin O'Neill. Martin O'Neill has held a football club together since the appointment and sacking of Wilfred Nancy. He's second in the league, which is borderline miraculous for me. And the way he spoke to his players before the penalty shootout, this is a 74-year-old man who is the main source of inspiration. Danny Rule is in big trouble with the Rangers fans, because they will say, on a day when Celtic did not have McGregor and Tierney, on a day when you dominated the match for 2 hours but could not score, how have you managed to be out of the cup and possibly looking at a trophyless season, because it's Hearts' title to lose? And for Danny Rule, this has been a woeful day.
Gabriel, has it died down now, I take it?
Yes, Gordon, most of the Rangers fans are outside of the stadium, but the ones that are leaving just by the Broomloan stand are still having it out with Celtic fans over a barrier of police. Now, the horses are just in the corner as well. Hopefully, thankfully, they won't be needed. As I say, most Rangers fans are now outside of the stadium, but the Broomloan stand still packed full of Celtic fans. You can hear them saying, you'd imagine they're going to be kept in here for a while. Gordon, I mean, when most supporters had left the stadium, the ones that were still here were still throwing at each other. Rangers fans throwing bottles and missiles at Celtic fans, and Celtic fans throwing it back at Rangers supporters, even with police in front of them. I can't see one person in front of us currently receiving medical attention. That's the only person I can see at the moment, so we can't confirm how many people have been hurt by this, but many people were running off in all directions. It was absolute pandemonium in here, bedlam. Scenes that we've not seen since 2016, as we were talking about at Hampden, for Rangers Hibs after that game was won right at the death as well. But it's not what anyone wants to associate with Scottish football after a magnificent penalty shootout after a poor game, but that is going to be the talking point, Gordon, and I would expect these Celtic fans to be kept in here for a long time after the game.
Right, how do you sum up your feelings after all that? The 120 minutes wasn't worth talking about, but the penalty shootout, then what happened after? 01419511025. Let's do our very best to talk about the actual football in amongst that, whilst giving those disgraceful scenes at the end their rightful place as well. Get your calls into us, and the live stream's about to be switched on as well, so if YouTube, Facebook, Twitter is your thing, head on over there right now and we will speak to you next.
Rangers v Celtic. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Quite the afternoon at Ibrox. The main headline should be Celtic are through to the Scottish Cup semi-finals after beating Rangers on penalties after an uneventful 120 minutes. A lot of the headlines will be about ugly scenes at the end with fans on the pitch, and it really did spill over there at Ibrox. Let's start with the football outcome, but keep the calls coming in. 01419511025. I'm sure there'll be more. We're going to hear from both clubs, I'd imagine, at some point. We've not heard the end of all of this stuff, but Celtic are through to the semis.
Celtic are through to the semis without having a direct shot at goal in 2 hours of play. It's an astonishing finale to the game. Rangers' 2 penalty misses were horrendous. James Tavernier, the penalty king, starts the ball rolling. Sinisalo in goal for Celtic has done well, but the Gassama penalty is even worse than Tavernier's. But there's something about this man O'Neill. it's never over till it's over with Martin O'Neill. He has fashioned a result that no one saw coming. And we're looking at television pictures of Thomas Svanchara, who has blood on his jersey. And we have to speculate on how that got there. So, shameful day for Scottish football. Photographs that will go worldwide. But if we can mention the football, I don't believe that anyone other than Martin O'Neill would have got that result at the end. He has come in on 2 separate occasions, replaced Brendan Rodgers, replaced Wilfred Nancy, has Celtic second top of the league, and now in the last 4 of the Scottish Cup. The job he has done has been magnificent.
If cup football is all about what happens at the very, very last bit, Cammy and who goes through, then this is all about joy for Celtic, and I wonder where Rangers go.
Yeah, full credit to Celtic. They got the job done. They managed to handle the penalties and handle their nerves. Sinisalo was brilliant in goals all day. Again, their defence was excellent for long periods. They had to defend. They done that. Trusty, again, excellent in the centre of defence. But yeah, listen, there's big question marks over Rangers for long periods. They had a lot of possession in the Celtic half. Didn't really create that many clear-cut opportunities in 120 minutes. So there's massive question marks over what happens with Rangers now and where their season goes, because certainly it looks as if it's a big ask to go and win the title, and now the Scottish Cup's gone.
I agree with the lads. I don't think it was a classic. It was always heading, especially when it went into extra time. It was always heading for the excitement of penalties, and you get that. And Celtic, and everybody was looking at the form of penalty kicks from Jack Butland, who's been absolutely brilliant at saving them. But it was Celtic come out on top. And I think Cammy's right. Defensively, I thought Trusty was excellent for him. The goalkeeper was very good indeed. They handled everything Rangers threw at them. You look at that team, and I think a lot of Celtic fans would have feared when they seen the team coming in at 2:00, and they're thinking, well, it could be a long day for us. But Hugh touches on it. Martin O'Neill, masterclass again, gets to penalty kicks and gets into the semi-final, where they'll be probably firm favourites to go and win it.
Also in the passing, Svanchara, 1 goal in 9 games before today, and after 90 regulation minutes, 1 goal in 10 games. But he had the nerve to come up and take the penalty kick that put Celtic into tonight's semi-final draw, having not had a fruitful kick at the ball at any other time he was on the park today.
Sean is a Rangers fan to kick it off. Sean, how does it feel out the cup today?
Well, it's absolutely gutter. Hearts are going to win the league. Celtic, Paul just gave Celtic the Scottish Cup. Celtic's meant to be having the worst season in history, and Rangers have just flown it. Danny Rowe's not the man for Rangers. It's time for change. Keep Danny at the end of the season, but bring in Frank Lampard for next season. Danny, beat it.
Well, listen, Frank Lampard's won 6 in a row with Coventry and is top of the English Championship,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure. But let's talk about the sentiment rather than the specifics.
It was always going to be the case. The first caller last week, when the Celtic drew 2-2 at Ibrox, the first caller said roll out. And now Sean has repeated that call because they're out of the cup. It was always going to be the case. Rangers now have to take over from Hearts at the top of the league in order to salvage the remainder of the season. But the way Rangers played today, that will not happen.
The problem is he's been backed heavily. He's been backed with a lot of money to come in. He's got his own players there. I thought tactically today, I don't understand how he kept the 2 centre forwards on the pitch. Rangers offered nothing. Celtic were there for the taking, but all credit to them. You know, they're minus good experienced players there, and add into the mix Carter Vickers, Johnston, Jota, players like that as well. Tierney today, McGregor, Schmeichel, okay, you can go back to Sinisalo, was excellent and probably number 1 goalkeeper now. But you look at that Celtic starting 11, and Rangers would have fancied it, but they've not got the quality to dominate a game for 90 minutes. And I thought that it was a poor game, and it was always going to come down to that penalty kick shootout for me.
I felt as if Rangers lost today, there was going to be huge question marks over the manager, and again, purely because of Celtic. You mentioned it, Daz, that they're missing so many key players. If Rangers can't go and beat Celtic at Ibrox, missing Cal McGregor, Tierney, Carter-Vickers, Johnston, then they're in a really tough moment of this with the players that they've got, because it's just not good enough. And again, you're right with regards to why is Miovski not came on the pitch. Again, Nadiri never offered a lot for me. You could have brought off Chermiti as well. I don't think it was his day, but again, Miovski's sitting on the bench. You know he can score goals. You're not making that change. So yeah, listen, I would imagine there's a lot of frustrated Rangers fans out there.
I think Danny Rule has to win the league to save his job.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Is that the bit that stings that Sean mentioned in the middle of that? It is almost that feeling where the Rangers fans are thinking, if you can't beat this Celtic team,
exactly.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about this being like one of the lowest ebbs for Celtic.
And I think the Celtic fans will be honest and say this is one of the worst Celtic teams they've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah.
But what they've got is a manager who knows how to win, and they've managed to get through a game today without 4 of their top players,
and they haven't had a shot at goal in 2 hours of football.
No shots on target.
Shots on target.
You look at the front three, and I always give Forrest a pass because he's been brilliant. But Celtic finished with front three that hardly kicked the ball, hardly seen the ball, never created anything. Midley Park were just running about. I thought their defence today, I thought Trusty, and then towards the end, Scales and Murray really put their heads on every single ball that came in. Rangers ran out of ideas. They ran out of ideas. They didn't change anything at all. Played right into the hand. I think Rangers were looking for a set play that was going to give them a 1-0 victory and move on to semi-final. There's a lot of work to be done. Martin O'Neill knows. He's come out and said, look, my recruitment's not good enough, but Rangers, they fancied this today. They fancied to go and win the Scottish Cup. Poor stuff from Rangers.
Sean, do you think, so you don't rate Rangers' chances of winning the league? You think today secured the trophy this season?
They'll win the league, even Celtic will win the league. But the Rangers chairman, part of the 49ers guy, was there tonight. I don't think he'll be happy, and he's been heavy back. He's probably been one of the best back managers in recent times. I know he came in for the worst Rangers manager ever, but he keeps going on about, I came back with all these points, but you seem to be losing the points or not. I think he has an improvement to Remedi's improvement. Let's be honest, Hugh Keevins would be an improvement to Russell Martin. But I will say tonight, guys, and I'll say it to the listeners, Frank Lampard will be Rangers manager next season.
No, he won't.
That's you doing. You're now doing a Hugh Keevins. What sort of prediction is that?
Well, if Frank Lampard
gets
wins
promoted
promotion
and doubles his Coventry
to the
wage.
English Premier League, there's no way that Frank Lampard leaves the English Premier League for the Scottish Premiership. No chance at all.
Let's not spend too much time on who Rangers' next manager is going to be. But you sort of knew, Gordon, and this is cup football. This came to a penalty shootout today. It wasn't a good game. No team was good. Rangers were probably the better team. They looked like the team that would win it. It comes down to James Tavernier, of all people, hits the bar and it goes over. Gassama fires one over. But that's the life of a manager, isn't it? Like, that's not necessarily Danny Rule's fault. And if James Tavernier puts his under the bar and Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain hits the feet of Sinisalo, Rangers win this. And then we don't get calls for Danny Rule to lose his job. Yeah. Is it fine over the top or
fine? No, because he had 120 minutes there. He changing things and causing Celtic problems. You seen what Celtic were doing. They were digging and they would have taken penalty kicks after 90 minutes, no doubt about it. Yeah. Celtic were offering nothing as a threat going forward. They decided, we'll dig in here, we'll make sure we defend our box brilliantly, and that's what they achieved, and we'll take our chance in penalty kicks. Danny Rule, forget penalty kicks. He can't dictate what happens, influence what happens in penalty kicks. But what he can certainly do is, and you've got to ask the questions. I'm not a great fan of Miovski either, but I watched Nadiri, for instance, 120 minutes. The only thing he did was he slotted away his penalty kick. He offered absolutely nothing. Chermiti, not a lot. The middle of the park as well. They just got the ball wide. They looked like a team that was playing for set plays. And if you spend that sort of money, you're at home against a Celtic team that's very weak, then I'm sorry, you've got to do better for me.
Okay, thank you, Sean. What about Josh in the other corner? How pleasing was that outcome for a Celtic fan, Josh?
Yeah, it was really pleasing. I thought Martin was tactically superb. I thought the lads were committed, determined, resolute. They put the bodies on the line, nullified the threat from Rangers. It was a bit last ditch at times, but in the absence of Callum McGregor, I thought Liam Scales stepped up as captain. Remarkable captain's display. trusted the same. It was all about that first and foremost, keeping it nice and tight and organised. I want to ask Cammy about the goalkeeper as well. He was coming out collecting crosses. He was, coming out of his area, making that last line of defence, wasn't he? So it wasn't just about the saves he was making. It was the presence, the organisation, the mucking around in the penalty shootout, trying to sight the players out as well. I noticed that as well, Cammy.
Yeah, no, again, I mentioned it before, Sinisalo was excellent today, and you mentioned it wasn't all about his saves, it was his presence, he was commanding and taking crosses at the right time when Celtic were under a huge amount of pressure. Your defenders always look at the goalie to come and take command. He'd done that on a number of occasions, and also the balls over the top. You seen how sharp he was off his line. There was a couple of mistakes where he had to bail out his teammates, but that's what you want from your goalie. I thought he was absolutely excellent today, and again that breeds confidence. The longer you've got a goalie who's coming and claiming crosses, coming out and sweeping up behind you, then you start to believe that you can keep that clean sheet, and I certainly think that fed into the defence today.
The backs to the wall defending that Celtic did, Gordon, clearly was that was the high point of the performance, if you like.
Yeah, I thought Trusty was brilliant today. And obviously backed up with his goalkeeper. Look, the goalkeeper didn't have save after save after save because Rangers didn't create those chances, but when he was called upon, his positioning was correct. You looked at after making that mistake, he was out, he smothered that right away. Any cross balls that come in, and Rangers put a few in the box, then he went and he handled them very well indeed. I totally agree. I thought Scales playing at left back looked a bit edgy early on, but as the game went on, him and the minute Murray come on as well, they just went and dominated the box. And, at the end of the day, Martin and Neil say, we're away from home, we've lost key players, we dug in deep, we took our chance in penalty kicks. They're in the semi-final, they're favourites for the Scottish Cup now.
When you look at the last 4 games Celtic have played, in Germany, at Ibrox in the league, coming from 2 goals down to get a point, at Pittodrie, and I know Aberdeen are in a poor state, but Celtic had to go to Pittodrie and get all 3 points, and they did. And now today, as Josh says, back to the wall, but got there, Martin O'Neill.
What does this say about the character that's in that dressing room, Josh? Because I think, if I know our listeners as I think I do, we'll get calls questioning Rangers' character in a minute. So, but on the flip side, have Celtic got a bit of that if they're lacking elsewhere?
Keep going to the end of games. Well, the amount of times we've been popping up with 90-minute equalisers, 90-minute winners. If it happens once or twice, you could say it's a fluke, but it's happened so many times. It's down to the hallmarks of that character, the determination, the belief in each other, the belief in the quality of the squad as well, because, a lot of people overlook that. There is quality within this Celtic group, and it sort of comes to the fore time and time again this season. In terms of the title race, I've still got Hearts as my favourites. I came on air saying that a couple of weeks ago. I think Hearts will look at a well-balanced machine. The fans are on side as well. There's no kind of stipulations with that where, the fans are going against the board. The likes of the Celtic fans are going against the board, aren't they? And the Rangers fans the same to an extent as well. So, yeah, Hearts for me are still in the driving seat. But with performances like that, Celtic can sort of turn it around, and they've proved it time and time again this season for me.
Good man, Josh, thank you. Back to Rangers then with Thomas, a Celtic team that had no shots on target until their first penalty, and Rangers didn't manage to go through. How does that feel?
I didn't realise that was the start. I'm phoning to say thanks very much, Danny, for steadying the ship, but he's not the man to take us forward. Gordon Dale kind of summed up everything I was going to say, in as much as Rangers are very, very one-dimensional in their play, and I feel that opposition teams know how to play against us, and they know what we're going to do. I mean, that Celtic team today, they won, fair enough. They were 2 terrible teams. Celtic were rank rotten, and if Rangers cannot beat a Celtic team like that, what chance have we got on anything else? There's no creativity in the midfield, which is why we keep playing the long ball so often. And once they took off Mikey Moore, I said to my son, that's it. The creativity, any creativity we've got in that team has now gone, and that proved to be the case. No midfield, can't change a game, and can't manage a game. Motherwell and Celtic being key exhibits, how he couldn't see out a game when his team were totally in command. And today was actually an embarrassment not being able to beat that Celtic team.
This is the bit that's going to keep coming through, Hugh. There's no nice way of losing this fixture. There's no good way. But if you're up against a really, really good opponent, and you almost know that you're second best, you'd never admit it, but you know it.
Yeah.
It's the hope that kills you, as the phrase goes. All the Rangers fans are thinking, surely we beat this Celtic team. We chucked a 2-0 lead last week with home advantage again. Oh, what's that? Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney are out as well.
Yeah.
And still disappointment.
And that's why I say Danny Rule has to win the league or lose his job.
We've had genuinely that black and white.
Well, we've had two callers now, Sean and now Thomas, both Rangers men, and both said the same thing. They don't want Danny Rule. Now, I think he now has to rely on 49ers Enterprises, who might be of a mind to say, look, that's not the way to conduct your business. But the fans have turned against Danny Rule over the last two Sundays. And today, to have that weakened Celtic team and to have 2 hours of football and not manage to score a goal, next Sunday they're at Paisley against a St Mirren side who are fighting relegation. And I shudder to think, if Rangers drop anything in Paisley next week, that's it, the season's done.
Are you surprised then? Because somebody at some point will remind you tipped Rangers to win 3-0. Did you show more faith in this Rangers team than they deserved?
Without doubt. We're all agreed that the nature of the job is that you give your prediction before the game starts. And I looked at the Celtic team minus Callum McGregor and Kieran Tierney, and the lack of depth that Martin O'Neill has in terms of the squad. But Rangers were woeful. From start to finish, Rangers were woeful and couldn't even handle a penalty shootout. The charge is always levelled against Rangers that they are suspect, mentally suspect. And today, 2 awful penalties. Celtic get 4 penalties, score all 4, put them away with aplomb. And here you have the 74-year-old Martin O'Neill as the hero of the hour, and the 36-year-old Danny Rule, a man on borrowed time, according to the Rangers fans.
Because this is the bit that you can't say with as much conviction, Cammy, when you're winning, and Danny Rule has, because people are very quick, and it's not that it's wrong in the moment, but say, look, if you find a way to win games, that's fine. But see, when the result doesn't go your way, it does totally highlight that for all the improvements Danny Rule's made, this Rangers team seriously lacks creativity, doesn't it?
Yeah, huge amount. Again, you look at it, and I think Thomas is right. When Mikey Moore goes off the pitch, you lose a lot of creativity. I would have left him on the pitch today because
wasn't good today either,
he wasn't good. But again, what he's got is he's got a spark, he's got an energy. He's maybe got that moment of magic. He was by far nowhere near his best today. But again, I still would have left them on the pitch because Rangers were so dominant in that game with regards to possession. Celtic never threatened them throughout the whole game, but that was their game plan. That's the way they approached the game. After long periods, they realised they were just going to have to dig in and defend. And Daz was right. After 90 minutes, they would have took penalties, no problem. And so would have Martin O'Neill, because it was the sort of game plan, the way they were playing. So I think there's massive question marks over Danny Rule, and there's been a number of games now when you look back, certainly the Motherwell one where they were 1-0 up and then he makes that change to go defensively. There was question marks after that. It was a little bit of pressure comes towards him now. Obviously last weekend plays a big part, and you're 2-0 up at half time, you can't handle the second half. And then today there's even bigger question marks. So yeah, he's going to start feeling the pressure. There's going to be huge question marks over what happens next and how he takes this Rangers team forward, because if that's what Rangers have got to offer, it's nowhere near good enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Thomas is right when he says that there are 2 very, very average footballing teams. Let's be honest about it, and I think Celtic and Rangers fans would admit that. You look at that today. If you defend your box like Celtic do and go and win headers, Rangers don't cause you problems. They've not got MD or crate from the middle of the park. You get Raskin in there, Diamande, when they started. They never play a telling pass. They never split defences wide open. They depend a lot on set plays with the height and the power that they've got, i.e. why they brought in a set play coach. But if they don't score from that, look, Rangers are a very average team. I said it before the game. those two teams can't dominate a game for 60, 70, 80 minutes. That's why last week was so exciting. Celtic, Rangers had the first half, Celtic had the second half. It was the same at Celtic Park under Wilfred Nancy. Celtic had the first half, Rangers had the second half. Today was a dire game. It was always going to penalty kicks, winner takes all, and it happened to fall in Celtic.
Thomas, what if he wins the league? Or am I to assume that you don't think there's much chance of that?
I think there's very, very little chance of that. The one thing that I am fearful of is Hugh is 100% right.
Oh.
Every now and again comes a manager. We had Walter Smith who could just tweak poor teams, get a result when the odds were against us. And Martin O'Neill, I hate to say it, has got that ability as well. I mean, as a rotten Celtic team, I have to, and I'm not just saying that because it's Celtic, but he can get a tune out of the players, and that's where my fear factor is. I don't see Rangers winning the league. I don't see them coming on top of both Celtic and Hearts. Again, just due to the lack of creativity. Danny not being able to change a game. I mean, his substitutions, they don't change a game. It's like for like, and it's continue as you are. So when we're up against, I mean, we're talking about the Celtic games quite a lot, but what has cost us 4 points, and that's when I started to turn, was the Hibernian game and the Motherwell game. He couldn't break down that Hibs team to get the winning goal, and he couldn't manage, the same as against Celtic last week, he couldn't manage that Motherwell game where you were 1-0 up and Motherwell down to 10 men, and he couldn't see out the last few minutes, and he couldn't see out the last few minutes last week as well. It's that lack of game management together with not being able to change things that I think is going to be his downfall. No, I don't see us winning the league, sadly.
Not a lot of love for Danny Rule out there after today. How are you all feeling? 0141 951 1025. We'll speak to you next.
Rangers v Celtic. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
I was going to say dust settling on events at Ibrox, but far from it. Today, really poor. In fact, it doesn't even cover it. It's an understatement. Scenes at the end. With fans clashing on the pitch and so on, but it was a big football match first and foremost with a big outcome, and let's keep going with that because these phone lines are lively. But if you've any other thoughts, let's hear from them. Graham is a Celtic fan. What did you make of that, Graham? No shots on target, but through to the Scottish Cup semi-final.
I would have taken it before the game, put it that way. I saw the team sheet, and at first I didn't notice that McGregor wasn't playing, and I thought he was going with maybe like a 3 at the back, and then I realised Sarachi wasn't playing, or Tierney. So I kind of thought it was going to be a long afternoon. I texted my uncle, in fact, at the start of the game and said this is going to be a long afternoon. The midfield's too lightweight, they'll bulldoze us. And to be fair, first half I thought we did okay. Second half, an extra time, Rangers dominated the ball and we created nothing. And but within that, I would say I didn't feel overly stressed or worried, because it just did that feel that we were quite comfortable. It's a risky strategy, because I don't think it was deliberate, but I think you're probably going to take the risk that you could lose a goal that we nearly did at the corner. But what I was phoning for was to say, if the Celtic board have got any sense, out of respect, regardless what they want to do or what their plans are, out of respect, they should offer Martin O'Neill the position for next season. I don't think he would take it. And if he doesn't take that, then maybe look at offering some other position within the club, because of the situations that guy's inherited this season twice and the resources he's been left to work with.
Graham, you've hit the nail on the head. Other position within the club. I don't think you can let that kind of expertise leave the club. I don't think he'll be the manager, but I do think there's a place for him at Celtic. Without Martin O'Neill on 2 separate occasions this season, I shudder to think what Celtic's season would have looked like. They certainly wouldn't be in the last 4 of the Scottish Cup. They certainly wouldn't be second top of the league with a still viable chance of winning the league. And it's all down to Martin O'Neill, strength of personality, call it what you will. And he's pulled off another amazing feat today by getting into the semi-final. So I really do think, whether they make him chairman or whatever they do, that there should be a place for Martin O'Neill. But Martin would be the first, I think, to say Celtic have to look at the manager's job and appoint the right man. He has said this weekend the thought of being without a trophy should be a wake-up call to the Celtic board. The Celtic board have been fast asleep for a long time now. Martin O'Neill has to stay within the club in some capacity, but not manager.
Similar to the question about, are we getting carried away with the criticism of Danny Rule? If it's penalty shootout here, real toss of the coin stuff, and if that goes the other way, Graham's not phoning in to suggest Martin O'Neill becomes the manager. He lost at home at Hibs a couple of weeks ago. Nobody's phoning at half time last week. But then, I accept on the flip side, is that a Martin O'Neill inspired comeback in the second half? So the point I'm trying to make is it all feels very delicate, all very in the balance. Because what if Martin O'Neill now tails off quite drastically in the league? You're not going to make him the manager. So does everybody, maybe on both sides here, in terms of their managers, need to calm down and wait and see what the end of the season brings?
Yeah, emotions are run high after a game, obviously, and fans are calling for a Rangers manager. It wasn't that long ago they were saying he's the best thing that's came to Rangers for a long time, and all of a sudden he loses a penalty shootout and he's under pressure. Martin O'Neill's certainly come in, and Hugh's quite right to say about the job that he's doing. It's absolutely brilliant. I don't think Martin O'Neill's any chance of being the manager next year. I think these two clubs really need to sit down at the end of the season and see how they're going forward, because what I've witnessed today is two very poor Celtic Rangers teams. Two very poor teams. Signings, you could go through a lot of players. At one point, and we were talking about it in the studio lightheartedly, Celtic played with 10 men. They made a substitution with Vuka. He come on, and you're looking thinking, I can't understand how he's even in a Celtic squad. So Martin O'Neill makes substitutions, he does the tactics. They dug in, they went for a penalty kicks, they offered absolutely nothing in the last 30 minutes of extra time, got their penalty kicks in the semi-final. They'll probably go on and probably win the cup, and they've still got a great chance to win the league. But as two clubs with the players and the squads that they've got to get to the end of the season.
You know, like to pick you all up in the words, is it a great chance of winning the league? Would you go that far?
No, I think it's Hearts to lose. I think that Hearts, maybe looking at that today, they got a lot of confidence, because I don't think Celtic or Rangers are going to get into the split and win every game. I don't think they've got it in them. So Hearts, and they're getting one or two players back, they're in a great position with the points that they've got. So look, would I be surprised if Celtic went on and win the league? No, I wouldn't, because that's just the way that the season, what's happening in the season. But I would probably say I do not fancy Rangers to go and win this league.
Is there a bit of character about them, Graham, when you think about being poor today, but even in the penalties, and I know there's people call it a lottery or whatever, but to stick them away, to do it at Ibrox, do it up the other end, you know, they show a bit of character today to withstand everything.
I think defensively they were strong throughout the game, and I think a lot of that came from Sonny Salo over his performances in the last couple of weeks. I don't think Big Casper will get back in short of an injury to Sonny Salo. He's earned the jersey, but what I would say is, as Hugh mentioned, you know, it's definitely down to the Neil factor. I mean, because that's as Gordon was saying there, that's a poor Celtic squad. You know, it's a poor Celtic team, and I don't think any of the two of them. If you're Derek McInnes or a Hearts fan today, you're watching the two and you're thinking, you know, they're going to drop more points between them. You know, all we need to do is win 5 or 6 games and we're probably going to win the league.
I think Graham's right as well, though, with regards to keeping Martin O'Neill within the club. Certainly, whether it's a football consultant to the board, and again, why would you want that footballing knowledge to leave your football club? Look what he's done to Celtic this season. He's gave Celtic every chance of winning the Scottish Cup. He's gave them a chance of potentially being champions again. So again, I think it would be crazy for Celtic, where they are in their footballing department at this moment in time, to let him go, step away from. I don't think he'll be manager, but I absolutely think they should be keeping him involved in the club as a consultant to the board.
There is no guiding light at Celtic Park other than Martin O'Neill. The board do not run the club properly. The principal shareholder is persistently at loggerheads with the Celtic support. There's no other figure who can hold the club together other than Martin O'Neill. But Celtic will assuredly go for a new manager at the start of next season, and I can only hope that Martin O'Neill is the one who offers advice, because I wouldn't trust the board to get it right after Wilfred Nancy.
It's difficult, wasn't it, to know the inner workings of Celtic, what his role has been behind the scenes, what his role would be. Like today, I don't think today's the day to criticise Martin O'Neill. I'm genuinely asking the question, what if Martin O'Neill's the guy that picked Joel Mvuka? What if Martin O'Neill thought Thomas Chavanchara was really the man to go and fire? So do we need to know more about what has happened and what would happen behind the scenes to know that like what role he could go into?
But you will never find out from Celtic because they have an aversion to transparency. They must never inform, never speak out in public. But Martin O'Neill said in so many words, when he said a wake-up call for the football club, he is telling you that Celtic are poorly run.
Let's thank Graham and bring in Mark. Mark, were you at the game?
Yes.
And how did it look in the stadium?
I won't tell you about the subway after the stadium, after the game. I agree with what Hugh Keevins has said, sadly. Been phoning the show 25 years, and facts don't lie. Rangers started the season with Russell Martin, and they're ending the season with Danny Rowe, and there isn't an improvement. That's the facts. The facts are Celtic came to Ibrox Stadium today with their 8 first-team players, including the goalkeeper, by the way, which doesn't seem to be included. 8 first-team players that would have all started injured or not in the squad. 8. Rangers, so that's one fact. Rangers have spent £40 million. Heart of Midlothian have spent £3 million. That's another fact. Celtic are on their knees. There will not be. I have not seen a poorer Celtic team in, 35 years maybe, come to play Rangers. And Rangers over 2 games, not just today, nothing to do with the penalty shootout result. Rangers could not beat Celtic. Martin O'Neill, credit to him. He's come back after not managing a club maybe for 10 years. He's done a great job, yes. However, Rangers need to find a manager. Now, whether it's Derek McInnes or whoever, a Gerrard, whoever, they need somebody that will guide us going forward. Because what's clear is they cannot afford to allow Danny any money, any new signings. He cannot be the manager next season. Because what he's shown is he will not win. Rangers will not win a trophy with Danny Rowe in charge, sadly.
So he won't win the league. He won't win the league.
Listen, think about roulette. I think there's 36 numbers on roulette. Now, I'm not encouraging anybody to gamble. There's 36 numbers on roulette. Rangers have to go to Tynecastle. Rangers have to go to Celtic Park. Rangers have to play Motherwell and Falkirk away. No chance. There is no chance that Rangers are even in this title race now. So let's wake up. You're telling me this Rangers team over two games couldn't beat this Celtic team with 8 players out, with no manager, with nothing? There is no chance. The league is done. So there's no point in waiting till the end of the season, as Gordon DL said. The Rangers ownership, who have put a fortune in and have got more money to put in, need to say, right, who's going to be the manager over the next few years? Who's going to be able to do this? Because under Danny Rowe, sadly, Rangers will not win a trophy. And the other thing is we don't have a captain, we don't have a leader. The 2 captains, Suter and Tavernier, are on the bench. Tav's not, I don't think, started the last 6 games. So we are badly lacking a captain. Somebody, whether it's going to take 10 million to go out and sign a big centre-half that can guide Fernandes and guide the team, they don't have a captain. So that's my points.
3 Rangers callers, 3 Danny Rule out callers. I know it's a small sample size. However, I genuinely believe it is indicative of how the Rangers fans feel. He has to win the league in order to be the manager next season, because the fans are finding too much fault in everything that he does. So he must win the league. But as Mark has pointed out, there's some very, very awkward games between now and the end of the league.
I don't think there's any chance that Rangers can win the league in showings that I've watched. I went up to Fir Park and I watched them as well. Mother went down to 10 men and still schooled them in the pitch. You look at the last 2 games, they're 2-0 up, cruising against Celtic, and all of a sudden they give up territory, lose the second half. All credit to Celtic. I think Mark's got a lot of good points here about, Celtic, and Celtic fans will admit it, not the best team in the world just now, but if you can't beat that Celtic team just now, you've got problems. And the way they play football, Gordon, they're just like every tall defender or striker, get them in the team, try their set plays, get balls in the wide area, hope the height's going to win. Today, as I touched on it, Murray Trusty and Scales were brilliant defending their box. Rangers had no answer whatsoever doing anything else to open them up.
What about this issue of leadership, Cammy? Because I said a couple of times during the week, the clubs are coming at this season from very different places. Celtic have a history, they've got the goodwill in the tank, they've won a lot of stuff. So when Celtic aren't good, you can blame the players, you can blame recruitment, you can blame everything at the club, but you wouldn't really question their character, their mentality, their leadership. So, Martin O'Neill, he's won stuff, so you wouldn't do it. Callum McGregor's led Celtic to many trophies, you wouldn't do it. Now, whether it's fair or not, that is the go-to for Rangers, because they haven't won stuff. So as soon as it goes wrong, mentality, leadership, bottle. Mark points out what we said earlier, Rangers captain and vice-captain not picked to start the game today. They both came on and maybe things went downhill. Not to blame those two, but I think it didn't help bringing them on.
No, I think it's a measure of where Rangers are at this moment in time. James Tavernier's time at the club's probably coming to an end, whether that's this season or the following season. Time will tell. John Souttar, again, it looks as if he's kind of out of favour with the manager at this moment in time. It was a big decision to drop him, I felt, as Jaga came in and done well. The two centre-halves done well. They weren't up against a great deal today because Celtic didn't offer anything going forward. But yeah, listen, you look throughout the whole team, there's not a great deal of leadership from Rangers. I think it shows on the pitch as well. But again, the manager's got to take a bit of responsibility in that area as well, because I think the changes tactically today, I don't think he got it right. His style of play, I think they are, as Daz said, very one-dimensional. It's all about set pieces, it's all about being direct. When that's not working, you've got to find another way to beat a team. If a team's sitting in, they're defending their box very, very well, balls coming into the box, that they're solid and they're not giving anything away, you've got to find another way to win. And Rangers at this moment in time, I just don't see that within the team.
Mark, you make some very passionate points and we thank you for it. Martin O'Neill's been speaking about the game, the outcome, and of course the scenes at the end, so we will hear that when we return.
Rangers v Celtic. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Into the final part of tonight's Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Gordon Dalziel, Cammy Bell and Hugh Keevins are here. It was quite a cup tie. It went all the way to penalties. Celtic won, and then absolute chaos. You don't get to see everything from the TV cameras, so sympathise with us just a little bit. We are here, we just watched it the same as you, so you have to assume the Celtic fans came on in celebration and the Rangers fans didn't like it and retaliated in that manner, and then it led to all sorts. So who knows, maybe we'll work our way through this in the coming days rather than trying to know exactly right now. But let's hear from Martin O'Neill, because he spoke about those ugly scenes at the end, but the game as well.
Well, it was in a big derby game. I think there was a lot of jubilation at us winning. Obviously the fans spilled over. I thought that I suppose it's very difficult to quell that if that's the case. I don't know, but I thought that might have been maybe it should be the first question, maybe it shouldn't be. I thought it might be your third question. I just thought that the team were absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. We were fourth game in 10 days. We're absolutely out on our feet. We defended magnificently for long periods of the game, and eventually came through. I think as we were making our way back, I think there was some sort of fracas. Somebody tried to get on the field, and I think I don't know. All I saw was there was a bit of a scrum down at the bottom, and as you say, it's maybe it does taint proceedings, but I think that there's an element of self-protection in that one. So if that's the case, please, I'm making judgments here on things that I only half saw. So, but from my viewpoint, it was a great win for us. We're under pressure during the course of the game, as you would expect. Rangers are very strong. They've had the full week to go at it. We've had to travel to Aberdeen, our fourth away game in 10 days. Just a fantastic effort by the players. Really, really fantastic.
Just quickly on that, Hugh, there is a statement, very short, just a kind of holding statement, if you like. The Scottish FA condemns the behaviour from supporters entering the field of play following today's Scottish Cup quarter-final at Ibrox. An investigation will be carried out immediately in line with judicial panel protocol. So there is a big web here.
Yeah.
What can the clubs do about this? What can the police do about this? What can stewards do about this? What can the Scottish FA do about this? There's a lot here. They're the first governing body, if you like, that's put their
they have to. The clue's in the title. They are the governing body.
It's also their competition as well, rather than a league game.
SPFL, you have jubilation and retaliation. There will be consequences. I very much doubt if the Broomloan stand will be populated by the Celtic support probably ever again.
That might be one of your more accurate predictions.
And the inquest will go on for quite some time. It's deeply regrettable. Remember, you're dealing with hatred, and I make no apology for using the word. In this particular fixture, you're dealing with hatred. The great pity is it overshadows a very theatrical end to the match, a match that was not a great spectacle. But penalty shootouts are the most dramatic form of entertainment that football has. And Celtic handled the penalty shootout remarkably well. Rangers handled it very badly, with shocking misses from Gassama and Tavernier. But the news agenda will dictate that photographs will appear on the front page of your newspaper tomorrow, and the football will be on your back page.
Let's go back to the phones. We're nearly done for tonight, but I think you'll hear more about this throughout the week, that's for sure. We're here every single night right through. I think Ian was first on in the city centre. Ian, take it away.
Hi. I'm not liking all the criticism of Danny Rowe. I mean, people are forgetting what he came into and what he's done, and I do accept that Celtic are a weakened side, but Celtic, and especially their manager, you forget who Danny Rowe's up against. I mean, the guy's been about for years. He knows the game back to front a lot more than Danny Rowe. Danny Rowe's got a lot to learn, and I'm not denying that. And I'm sure Martin O'Neill in the early parts of his management career had a lot to learn, and he learnt it well. He's one of the best managers there's ever been, and he knew today with that weakened side that if he came out and he tried to go against Rangers and go up against them toe-to-toe, they would get beat. He knew it, and so that's why he packed, more or less put everybody behind the ball the whole game. That's what he played for, and that's what he got, and it went to penalties, and it ended up a lottery. I was a bit miffed at a couple of Danny Rowe. I don't think he should have took Mikey Moore off. He should have kept him on. But I think the criticism of him is you can't just keep changing the manager every time, like you don't get a result against Celtic. And Celtic they're not a great side. They're definitely no, but they're Rangers. But Rangers are just now with the Celtic team, with the Celtic players that are out. Rangers are better, and that's why Martin O'Neill packed the defence and made it a defensive game today.
But you're supposed to break that down. That's the nature of the business.
Hugh, you can't all. I know, but how do you do it, Hugh, when you've got 11 men behind the ball all the time? I accept.
Well, that's up to you.
Ian, do you not think that Rangers are a little one-dimensional though?
Well, I think Celtic forced them to be one-dimensional today. I don't understand.
But then you need to change your style of play. If you're constantly putting balls in the box and it's not working, and Celtic are defending well, that's fine. But then you've got to find a secondary way to break them down. You've got to, whether it's feeding balls through, whether it's trying to draw them out and then playing in behind. There's got to be more than one way of breaking Celtic down.
No, I agree with you. I'm saying that he's got a lot to learn. I've said that, but I think the criticism of him is way over the top. I mean, this guy. I'm not saying he's going to go right to the top. I don't know what his managerial path is going to take. But he's obviously clued up. He has made Rangers a lot better. And Rangers, to me, Celtic just packed the box today, and they were never going to come out of that shape, ever. And I know Rangers, you could sit there, everybody like Hugh, who knows everything, can sit there and say, oh, that's your job to break it down. Aye, and technically right, but it's no easy, Hugh. It's all right to sit there in the studio. When you're the manager and you've got 11 men behind the ball all the time, that's...
Who said life was easy for a manager? You just need to get on with it.
It wasn't me. Did you say it?
Ian, teams, well, it's maybe not often that they do it to each other. Teams always sitting against Celtic and Rangers, and then the good versions of Celtic Rangers break them down.
Well, no, all the time eventually, but how often does Celtic come and sit behind the ball? How many times have we seen that? And Celtic are a better team, regardless of their state. They're a better team than Livingston at doing it. They're a better team than St Mirren at doing it.
Ian, the bottom line. You played Celtic without Carter Vickers, Jota, Alistair Johnson, Kieran Tierney, Callum McGregor, and 2 hours of football. You couldn't manage it. Therefore, Celtic won by doing what they had to do, minus so many players.
And that schedule that Martin O'Neill mentioned. I don't want to get the violins out, still Celtic in the budget and all that sort of stuff. But this isn't a good version of Celtic.
No.
We're all, that's your starting point. So to go Stuttgart Rangers, Aberdeen Rangers, 4 away from home in the space of, the Stuttgart game is the 19th of February, so somebody do the arithmetic. That's maybe it's worth considering. Like I say, no violin, but it can't be easy.
The bottom line is that the majority of the Rangers fans, and Ian, everyone's entitled to a counter opinion, but the majority of the Rangers fans tonight will blame this on Danny Rule.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast. That's what happens when you're a Rangers or a Celtic manager, especially the disappointment. I think when Rangers seen that team coming into the dressing room today, and the supporters as well going along to Ibrox, thought this could be a real good day for us, especially after the first half performance the week before. But Martin O'Neill went there, he knew his game plan, stuck to it. Celtic defended well. I don't think they'll sack the manager. I think they'll go with him. But he has to start improving.
Let's squeeze in very quickly. Let's hear from Danny Rule before we go.
I'm honest. I was not on the pitch in this moment. I didn't see it until now. I heard just that there was something on the pitch. If this is the case, I think we all know by all the emotional situation after a game. Nobody likes to see this. I think it was a great atmosphere, 120 minutes, and I think it should be like this. All the other things should be not in the stadium or around football. I think let's describe this. After the last game 7 days ago, we felt disappointed. But today we saw from the first minute on a team who were totally convinced to beat the opponent. I saw a team from our side to play 120 minutes how we want to. We spoke after the game, and we promised each other that we go now in 9 finals and we try to win all these 9 games, and then we will see what we get.
Before we get to the 9 finals, I'll just point out this is not the first competition in which Celtic have knocked out Rangers this season. It's happened twice to Danny Rule because of Martin O'Neill. That's why there's unhappiness.
Yeah, a bad day for Rangers, but congratulations to Celtic in the semi-final. Looking forward to watching St Mirren and Partick to see who eventually gets there, and then looking forward to the draw. But it was a poor game, but it finished with excitement. But the scenes after it, we don't want to see that in Scottish football.
Yes, absolutely. Celtic are through, and as Gordon Dale quite rightly says, we will conclude the lineup for the semi-finals and then reflect on it all tomorrow night from 6 o'clock. There's quite a lot to get through, so let's enjoy the rest of our Sunday sensibly if we can, and we'll do it all over again at 6 o'clock.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard podcast was brought to you by White and Mackay. A calm head amongst the chaos. 18 plus. Keep the heat and always drink responsibly.
Right now, Scotland is living in a climate emergency, and household emissions are part of the problem. But a brighter future is still possible. 2 of the most effective ways we can reduce our emissions are choosing a healthier way to travel by driving petrol and diesel cars less, and fitting a heat pump for a cosy home powered by electricity. More and more people are taking action to tackle the climate emergency. If we keep it up, we'll build a better Scotland for all of us. Find out more at netzeronation.scot.
Get more of what matters with the new Google Pixel 10a on EE, the UK's best network. Save £16 a month, all while getting Gemini, your personal AI assistant, 30 hours battery life, and data gifting. You'll save when you trade in too. Get your Google Pixel 10a on EE today. Launch offer ends 30th of March.
Saving on minimum 24-month 125GB Essentials airtime plan. Eligibility, credit check and terms apply. Credit by EE Limited. Verify best network at ee.creditcase/claims.